Hello. Are we good? We're live. We're here. Sorry about the delay. Literally, like last minute, just a bunch of things just happened where it just meant being delayed. So probably should have just started the stream and just done it on stream anyway. It was just stuff to do with Manor Lords and then also something to do with uh the property that we're trying to get. I don't have any audio. I never do. Good. Yeah, so apologies, sorry about that. Like I said, just in case it got cut off. Literally at the 30-minute mark, I was like ready to go. Just got back from, went to McDonald's. Just got back, but I was sat down ready to go. And then just like a bunch of different things happened all at the same time. Rosie alerted me to something that was going on outside, so I just had to quickly deal with that. Then I got pinged from Manor Lords. They were just asking something before I went away. And then I got an email from the people that are helping us get our mortgage. So it was just like, oh, suddenly just had to, you know, deal with a bunch of stuff. Probably should have just ran the stream, said just bear with me, and you know, so that people weren't waiting in the dark. But yeah, apologies for that. Anyway, we're all good though now. Everything's taken care of. Okay, so just need to get music up and running. But what we're going to be doing today is building rocket fuel. Now the plan is to just convert the existing Turbofuel Factory I have into rocket fuel. So it's not like the most efficient way to get it. Some people were commenting on the previous stream saying like you should be getting a lot more rocket fuel for the oil that's going in. And that would be true if we use blenders to get diluted fuel and then convert that into rocket fuel. But we're just going to build on top of the existing turbo fuel infrastructure, just changing a little bit, because I believe when the map changed at 1.0, the sulfur node changed as well. So that needs to be like corrected. So at least this will be quicker and will give us a quicker payoff, but it's not the most efficient oil to fuel recipe, you know, oil to rocket fuel recipe. People asking about Rex. Rex is good. He's just behind me. I don't know if we can see. There. He's good. Just playing. He does. One of the things that Rosie was actually telling me about was, so we have this theory. It's not even a theory in my mind. It's truth that, you know, the people who live below us actually own him. And they got 2 cats. That's our theory. Our theory is that they got 2 cats. 2 identical, like, black cats. Probably brothers. Most people who get cats, you're encouraged often to get 2. They get along with each other and give each other time. Whereas if you introduce a cat later to another cat, it's tougher to get them to agree with each other. Anyways, we've been looking for hints that this is the case. Because when Rex was hit by a car, obviously we were trying to find who owned him. And he had a collar on. The whole thing was like, oh, this collar is delaying things. Like, it took a week before he was allowed to get surgery because technically he had an owner. Anyway, so we were asking everybody, we were like, look, if you own him, it's okay. You know, we'll take care of it. But it's delaying things. Like, we can't figure this out. Anyways, so I even asked the people downstairs. I was like, oh, like, we noticed that you have a black cat who looks really similar. Is he your cat by any chance? And they were like, no. They were like, it's not ours. Simply, they were like, we have one black cat, but just one. Like, okay, maybe that's true. Maybe it is true, but I'm very suspicious because it's just like, it's just too coincidental. They're both like kittens. They look the exact same. We know that this other cat is roaming around as well. It stays in the same place and everything. So it's like, I don't know, man. What are the chances of that? However, it could just be that it's just another black cat and he was drawn to this area because of the one that was here. Could be that, but anyway. Thanks for listening. So, hope everybody's doing good. What did I get in McDonald's? Yeah, I don't know. I like McDonald's in Ireland, but in England, I gotta say, or I say England, down here, my local McDonald's, not great. But I got a Philly cheesesteak burger. Normally, I just get chicken nuggets and chips. That's it. Just a little snack. I knew that I'd be streaming, so it's like, oh, I'm gonna be away for a while. You know, I'll just go out and grab something really quickly and then come back. But then when I was there, I was kind of like, I'll try this burger. Anyways, it's actually nice enough, but it was drenched, and maybe some people would like this, drenched in cheese. Like, it has 2 American cheese slices on it, but then it had like a cheese sauce, like just dripping out of it, I guess. And I don't know, man. It's just, for me, it's just too much. Like, I could have done with half of that, really. But I'm not a big cheese fan, which I know is controversial. So yeah. And like it is what it is in terms of the order, so fair enough. But to me, it's like this ultra processed cheese, and I'm just like, I just kind of want the meat in the burger and like maybe a layer in between. But whatever. They have a Philly cheesesteak burger. Yeah, it's good. It is actually good. It's just like, honestly, just for me, a little bit too much on the cheese side. But I could see people being like, I love it for that. You know, that's what they like about it, maybe. And it's like a limited time menu thing. Normally, like I said, normally my standard order in Ireland would be a quarter pounder. Often with no cheese. Yeah, just a quarter pounder burger. And like the meat's like really good, so it'd be great. But over here, the meat's kind of like, at least in McDonald's in the south of England, it's like it's already been cooked or something. It's very dry and just not very flavorful. And I've talked about this before, where like I get sausages and stuff, and I'm like, the meat's not right. Like there's something not right about it. It's like not fresh, or it just feels that way. Just compared to, but then like Ireland exports its meat to England, and you'll see that on the label sometimes. So I think Ireland just has like good quality meat, and I just never really knew that until I went elsewhere, because it's like all grass-fed cows, it's all farmland everywhere, it's all outdoors, so mostly anyway. So that could be why, or maybe I'm just being a little snob about it. I don't know. Right. Anyway, how are you enjoying 1.1 with the auto-connecting blueprints? I haven't used it too much, but good. I'll tell you where we use it the most. So to focus back on Satisfactory now. We use it a lot down here, and it did help a little bit. I think the way it's done is it's a little finicky. You know, it takes getting used to, and I am... Sorry, I have to turn off Discord. Hang on just one second, this is kind of important. Anyway, I am getting used to it in terms of connecting things. Like, I know how it works and everything, but it just feels like a little finicky. However, it definitely saves time when you're building like long pipeline tracks or long belt tracks and you want them to connect to each other. So it is definitely a time saver. I don't think I'll actually use it for connecting blocks of machines together. That's when it gets really kind of messy, and it's almost like I would just... Like, I can just lay out my blueprints and connect them. It doesn't take that long, you know? Rather than sitting there and nudging things. That noise, man. I'm so sorry. What is happening? I'm so sorry about this, but it's just quite... It's Mannerlord stuff, and it's just... I don't want to be, like, absent, and it feels really important. Something that's being decided on, and I'm being pinged about it. Yeah. I wish I could show you. Anyways. How much rocket fuel you're planning on making? Well, that's what we're going to decide today. So let me just catch the chat and get reorientated. Sorry for being distracted. I should have just left it. Normally I stream at 3. I guess I should have just streamed at 3. But who knew things would happen during the day? I was sitting around earlier today being like, I could just stream now. And that's why I decided to put the timer early. Yeah, I could try to disable the Discord ping noise, but again, I kind of need to see it a little bit. Yeah, I'm not actually sure off the top of my head how much rocket fuel we're going to make. It depends on how much turbo fuel is in this existing factory, and that's what we're going to be modifying. So we'll get to that in just a moment. Bell is worse. So I live in south of England, so there's no Taco Bell here. Oh, but there is a Taco Bell, I think one in London somewhere. Never been, so couldn't tell you. I like Mexican food, though, generally. There was a study for US McDonald's, and McDonald's food doesn't even meet the minimum for nutrients to be considered food. Yeah, in Ireland, there's like, I remember there's a famous case where Subway bread couldn't be called bread because there's too much sugar in it to be, like, considered bread in Ireland, anyway. How am I doing? When's the next episode coming out on YouTube? I'm doing good. I don't know. Probably, well, realistically, probably Saturday or Sunday. Jay Collin, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. I do not think, therefore, I do not am. I like that. And thanks for the super chat. And sorry, Boa Morte for the 16 months. 16 months of lurking and gaming vicariously through Darren. Thank you, Boa Morte. Build an elevator. We already have a few elevators. I don't need one here. There's no point in doing an elevator between 2 floors. I think unless you've got multiple floors, it's really stairs are faster. So, okay, I think I'm kind of caught up. I'll just check one last time this Discord thing, and then I'll just have to put it away. Hmm. I don't know what to say. Sometimes I just don't know what to say to Greg. I'll just leave it. All right. Let me close Discord. Get out of there. If it pops up, it'll pop up on my phone. You won't hear it anymore. Okay. Let's play the game. Let's put on some music and let's get started. What music could be? I like the Stellaris soundtrack. It was pretty good last time. And then we'll get going. Do you know a game that looks awesome that just came up right now? Check this out. I think it looks awesome. Sorry for being distracted immediately, but just it's called. It's got a very simple name. PVKK, or Planeten Vertitigen Kanon Commandant, something like that. Maybe you've seen it. This game looks awesome. You're like operating defenses from like one little control room. It's all diegetic UI. And you're firing like cannons and stuff up at the air. How fucking cool is this? And like the radar and everything. It's so cool. It's such a neat idea as well, just to be like, we're just gonna, I know there's another game that does this, like Vietnam Radio Commander or something. It's like, we're just gonna run the entire thing from your like one room or whatever. And you'll deal with everything here. It makes me, reminds me of High Fleet. If people have not played High Fleet, highly recommend that game too. Where you've got this very diegetic, realistic kind of UI, and you're sort of behind this control panel screen the whole time, ordering things around. And it's really cool though, how they did it. Anyway, this just popped up and recommended, and I've seen it before, so that's why I just wanted to let people know. So go check that out, or wishlist it or something. I think it's still just on Steam, like not out yet. But I'm all over that when it is. Even if it turns out to be not that great, I just love the idea. Even for a little bit, I'd have fun with that. Anyways, I was going to put on some Stellaris music. But I want to find the playlist that I found before if I can. Sorry for the swearing. Now there's someone at my front door. Great. The correct soundtrack? Nope. There's one that's like currently updated with all the latest DLC. Alright, well this one seems good enough. It's got 82 videos in it. It's probably enough. Doesn't have machine age. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the one I had before. Why is YouTube the way it is? Stellaris soundtrack playlist. This is the one. Abat. Yeah. Alright, cool. We're good to go. Play all. I'm really, really eager to get back into Stellaris. Keep thinking about it. Shuffle is on. Excellent. I guess because of the music. Like, the music is excellent in my opinion, so makes it very tempting. Anyways, visuals look pretty great too. Yeah, they look really good in that game. I did see it and checked it because the name was kind of wild, but this is kind of crazy. Take from someone who has it. You have ADHD. Me? Getting distracted all the time? I feel like there's lots of stuff just happening that maybe that is a sign, or it's just actually like, when does it become a thing where things are just happening? Like little Rex here. Check out my little baby. He turns upside down and I hold him like a baby. He doesn't want me to do that now. Of course. There's a bed up here for him to sit on, so he was just trying to get up. I've ordered some like little steps for him to be able to walk up himself. They get here on Friday. Because he doesn't have his own scratching post, so it's like a step ladder with scratching post built in. Okay, now we're starting, alright? So, in the previous stream, we built the aluminum factory. This is what this is, right? Super long groups of refineries, 72, I think, in total. Run out of biofuel. And we did an aluminum efficiency test, and it seemed to be efficient. It was running just fine. Although I say that, and now we've got yellow lights. What was that? They all just went yellow for a second. We'll keep an eye on it anyway. Either way, we're going to be done with this area for a bit. It just makes aluminum scrap at the moment. What we need to do here is send in copper ingots to then combine with the smelters to make either casing or alclad, you know. So we can basically, each group needs 32 smelters or 36 smelters. So we're going to be able to produce quite a lot. And when we ran the efficiency test at the previous stream, it was totally up, like, perfect. But maybe unloading the game, it's hitched a bit. I've noticed in my other save file, something I've been endeavoring to do. I'm actually just going to load the other save really quickly. This is interesting stuff, I think, if you're into Satisfactory. So I'll load my my Desert Series world just for a second here. Give you a little sneak peek of what I'll be talking about in the next video, just briefly, for those who are interested. Good morning, Bill Ray. You have 1 biofuel. Rex, just go asleep, please. Right, so the thing I wanted to talk about is something I went around and did for the next video, is I separated my power networks. This is something I've talked about before. I've got 2 now. So one is the standard line and one is the red line. So standard is non-variable power, and the red line is variable power. So non-variable means that it's just a consistent number all the time. Nothing is falling short. It shouldn't ever be. You'll notice right at the beginning of the game, there's a little hitch. And this hitch, in my view, seems to add up over time. And it's only when it comes to liquids and pipes. So it's a pipe thing. Don't know how to fix it. I think it's just the way it is in the game. Like, I don't think you can. So it's my understanding that this will just persist. And over time, you'll start to notice something will go wrong eventually. That's just the way I put these down. Right. This is our variable line. So this is anything that can vary. You know, lights coming on, truck stations activating, trains ramping up and down, that kind of thing. It's the variable line. So the red line will always take care of things like that will turn on and off. The silver line, or just the standard line, is for everything else. Why do this? Only if you're crazy. You don't need to, obviously. Turn that music down. Only if you're crazy like me, but it's a way to say, like, okay, I know that everything's running totally efficiently. If I check my standard line, I really should have a way of checking it over here, but if I check my standard line, I just know every factory is doing what it should. There's no drops, but this is the thing that happens over time. So this will actually stabilize and stay on, like, totally level for hours and hours. But then maybe after like 3 or 4 hours, you'll see one of these. It happens at the beginning when you load. And I had a few people in my Discord loading the same save, and they're like, yeah, we can see where it is. We can get rid of it, like fix it. But then when you reload the game, it'll happen again. Like, it's just, I'm 99% sure there's nothing wrong with the plan. The numbers are all correct and everything. The world save is actually fairly simple. There's really not that much going on in this world so far. There's a handful of factories, and there's only one that deals with liquid. And that's the one that just kind of has this issue, basically. But yeah, it was just a way for me to then try to separate power lines to keep them nice and stable and know if something is running short or not. And then having variable on the other line is kind of nice. And I decided that the coal power plant down here is 2700 megawatts. So it's like, oh cool, that's perfect. We'll just put that on the variable line, and then all the future power plants will be like the main line. Now, when we get to quantum technology and stuff, it might require partitioning a part of a factory. So let's say you've got 20 fuel generators. We'll say like, oh, we need 4 of them to be on the variable line. But anyway, long story short, every factory I build from now on, at least in this world, will just always have 2 power inputs. And once you build it with that in mind, then you're fine, I think. So that's just something that I'll be doing there. How do you delete more at once? You've been deleting one at a time. You just hold control. You can delete loads. You can delete up to 50 things at a time. Isn't pipes always rendered empty? So machines, depending on the fluid, have a longer startup than others. No, they're not always run. No, they have an inventory. I'll just have a, we'll have a quick look at a pipeline. So, pipes have an inventory amount, and there's 42.5 oil in this pipe, moving at 300 per minute. And when you save the game, it is saved that way. So you can check it when you go to like the Satisfactory calculator, like you can look at your save. And you can look at a pipe segment, and it'll tell you how much is in there. So it is saving that data. It knows it's there. I think when you load the game, though, there's a hitch. A literal, like, couple frame skips. And that can mess with the numbers when machines are running. And it seems to mostly mess with Liquid. Because they have, from what I can tell, they seem to always move in, like, very fine numbers. Back and forth. They don't have a set direction, so it could go the wrong way for a second. You know what I mean? Like, or a few milliseconds. And that just creates a hitch. So when I was doing a bunch of testing, and I filled all of these up to 400. All of them. Pipes were all filled, everything was filled, and then everything was just pushing through. 300 per minute. Perfect. Nothing was wrong. Left it for an hour on a time-lapse. Recording just the power line. So I was just staring at the power line. And I just quickly skimmed through it in my editor, and I was like, great. No, there was no issue after an hour. Then I ran the test where I loaded the save back to the beginning of that hour. And then I hit save game. And then after about 20 minutes, there was a little hitch. Tiny one. But I was like, huh, interesting. So, an hour with no saving, no problem. An hour with saving, little hitches. So that to me kind of tells me that, yeah, there's frame rate problems, autosave issues, save issues, loading issues. Loading especially seems to be the thing that I can tell that really does it. But I don't think pipes are emptied on load or anything like that. Anyways, that was just something I thought I'd mention. Just something I was doing this morning. Why does the next video take a while? Because I'm an idiot and I'm going around separating by power lines trying to figure out, like, is everything running as it should be? Even though no one's asked. But at least I know now, damn it. I like to be informed on that stuff. Right, let's go back to Turbofuel time. So we can load up the meal note. See what the situation here is. So this Turbofuel Factory was built during during 0.8. 0. Update 8. And this would be it here. So I never gave it a great diagram, but this is what was happening before. Now, as far as I know, the amount of turbo fuel and everything is the same, although you need less generators. But what has changed, is the only thing that changed in the save at all, I think, was that there's not enough sulfur anymore. They lowered one of the nodes from being like pure to medium, or medium to impure, something like that. So we don't have enough sulfur going in anymore. So what this means, though, is we have 8.88888 times turbo fuel coming out. We'll have to refigure out those numbers. Anyway, so hopefully that kind of explains what I've been doing. Yeah, we're going to focus on Turbofuel. So Turbofuel Factory is pretty close by. We'll head over there now in a second. I just need to check these boxes and give myself some biofuel. I don't know what this is, why that's there. I can't remember why I did that. I still have some room left to take on a few things. Not gonna need batteries. I'll start uploading some of this stuff, I guess. Heat sinks, batteries, fused frames. Okay. Alright, we'll leave that for now. Okay, let's get a move on. So we'll be back at the turbo... So we can't run the aluminum factory at full capacity yet. We need power. That's why we're doing rocket fuel. We unlocked rocket fuel in the previous video, or previous stream, so now we should be ready to go do that. This row and this row won't be running efficiently. The other ones should, though, given some time. They're just making scrap and sending it into a bin. We could turn the whole place off if I need the power. All right. How's things going? Are the cats getting along together now? A little bit better. We're slowly introducing them to each other. We've got one problem. Rex keeps trying to mount Jinx. Now, Rex has been neutered, but he still keeps doing it. He keeps trying to, like, bite her neck and bring her down. Could just be playful. It doesn't seem, like, malicious, but it's definitely not, like, super playful. It does seem like he's trying to dominate the area or something. So we're trying to get him to stop doing that. One way we found that helps is we've got a little harness that you put on them if you want to walk them around and stuff. Now when you put a harness on a cat, it feels like it can't really move that much, although it does get used to it eventually. And we have a harness on him, and it'll bring him out, and he'll be pretty chill with her then. He won't like try to jump on her, and he'll just hang out with her, and they'll sit right next to each other and they'll play and they'll touch each other and stuff. It's great. But then we took the harness off him this morning after it was on for a while, and just immediately he jumped on her neck and tried to bring her down. It's like, what are you doing? So we're making good progress. They're pretty tolerable and tolerant of each other. Jinx is totally fine with him, but she just doesn't want to be climbed on, and he keeps doing that. So we got to figure that out. Why am I still using storage boxes? So this save was from before dimensional depots were a thing. So there's crates and containers all over the world with stuff in them, because that wasn't always a thing. But you're right to ask that. For instance, in the other save, we don't have any boxes anywhere. What? Come on. There you go. Anyway, Randy. Yeah, I don't know if he's Randy or, like, he's a kitten. He could just be trying to play fight with her. Like I said, our theory is that he had a brother. So maybe they were just used to that. And girl cats don't really play that way. They chase. Boy cats kind of tussle. So he might just be trying to play with her and doesn't really understand, like, she doesn't want to do that. He refocuses too quickly to have ADHD. When I get distracted by something, I can't remember what I was doing at all. That word's the equivalent of pneumocramicrosopixelophosis. You can filter what you want to delete by one item and delete multiples of it. Copper sheets don't need copper. You can make them easily. Oh, that's true. There's an alternate for it, right? Oh no. Sheets do need copper. Is it the casing that doesn't need copper? I thought maybe one of them does an alternate where you can avoid it. Yeah, it's the casing. Both of them could use copper though, so it's worth just bringing it in anyway, right? And giving it to both, because we have a massive copper factory in this world, yeah? So there is our existing turbofuel. So I think we're going to have to outline a plan of what to do here. So remember, this factory was built in update 8. We're now going to try and, like, work it into being a rocket fuel factory with minimal changes, like, to the base structure of it. I'm not going to try to get more fuel out of it. We'll just keep it as is. But 18.75. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of these. Are they all clocked at 100%, or did I just underclock ones on the end? They look like they're all 100%, but according to my, diagram thing, they're supposed to be... Oh, there we go. Yeah, so I didn't even it between them all. Okay. So they make 166.667 turbo fuel each. And then that number is times 4. I'm just trying to work out how much is here already. 666.668 turbo fuel. This diagram is heinous. And it's using 3 nodes. So it's using 1,200 fuel in total. Got it. Or oil. Fair enough. We're making plastic and rubber. Fabric. Oh, sorry, the number was there. Oh, that's the compact coal. My god, okay, got it. Right, so because of certain changes to the turbo fuel recipe, not all these generators will be running or are needed. The amount that they consume changed. But the the amount that you get of energy out of turbofuel remained the same, so there's no problem there. The one problem that we have is that there's not enough sulfur in our vicinity anymore. So let's fix that issue first. Let's get all of these running correctly. So I'd like them to... We can't do 100% for everything, no? Let's start at the base of this factory and see what the deal is. Which node did they nerf? I believe it's this one here. There's a sulfur node roughly around this area here, and I think it went from being normal to impure. Something like that. This other one, as far as I know, has not changed. So at the moment our trucks are going and gathering from them, but we can see that it's not getting nearly as much as it should. Or as it was. Can't wait to do that giant pipe blueprint with the auto-connecting blueprints. Yeah, that really does help. And the auto-connecting belts. Like in the copper Caterium factory I built, I have these super long belt tracks that go all throughout the factory. And they were placed with blueprints, but it still meant place one, place another, connect the two together. Now it's just going to be place one, place another, and they'll just snap to each other. It's just great. And auto-connect. Oh yeah, so I remember this as well. We did some temporary black powder making. Yeah, let's get rid of all this. Let's clean this place up. This is going to be such a fun, at least for me, fun to work on this today, because we just get to modify an old existing factory and like get it up and running efficiently. I like troubleshooting factories. I think it's quite fun. It doesn't have any power, so we just cut it away, I guess. Keep it going for now. Dropping crates. Again, this is from before there was dimensional depots, so just in order to clean things up, we have to just store some stuff for a little bit. And sink things we don't have on depots. Get rid of that, keep those, okay. Get rid of the black powder, I guess. I've just lost immediately, there it is. Huh, now this place could do with an elevator, right? Rid of the staircases. Oh wow, power is completely cut, okay. Now this place is still our primary power driver, so we do need it to continue running while we build it up. There is power storage here though, but still. Right, so, starting from the very beginning. Fuel. Like I said, I don't want to redo the very bottom, we'll just stick it to whatever it's doing. Not fuel, oil. Plastic, rubber. We got 5 plastic, 6 rubber, 2 fabric. Nothing here changed. I need to clean this up as well. It's such a nightmare to look at. Tell you what, I'm just going to duplicate this. Be the modified version. And fix it from here. Fix it. Right, so in 10 fuel refineries. So that goes into 10 fuel refineries. This goes into 10 fuel refineries. They have a byproduct of polymer resin. I see. Got it. Oh my god. I can't copy those because they're attached to things. Alright, fuel. Try not to modify this too much until we get to the point that we need to. That's the 400 fuel. So we get 400 fuel out of 10. Is that correct? I just want to make sure everything is correct. So fuel. 60, 40, there's 10 of them, 400. Great. Okay, that makes sense. So 400 and 400. They're going straight over into turbo fuel. Currently. Being mixed with this. So 400, so 800 really divided by 22.5. 800 divided by 22.5 means that this is how many turbo fuel refineries you'd need. Right, so times 15. We need 35.5555 refineries. Times 15, that's the compacted coal. So we need 533.33. And that's what we have here, right? So this is all accurate. I'm just making sure. Okay, so ultimately the first goal is to get 533 compacted coal. And to do that, you need equal parts sulfur and coal. So let's go find it. We'll quickly run out to each node and see what everything is being brought in. It's being brought by truck. And if it's not enough, we'll have to just go add another road to the network and find another sulfur node. I mentioned something about this a long time ago. In Junktown with the 600 isn't really 600 if the distance is too long, the float number issue. Yeah, there's a few issues with it. There's definitely floating point rounding errors. The pipeline I showed in the other save is actually just a Mark 1 pipeline though, so I don't think it's even anything specific to do with 600 in that case. The 600 ones do have the same issue though. Right, so we have to follow the truck station, which is out here. Alright, this will be the one that's running short. Give ourselves a little vehicle. Go exploring. Alright, so the first node is just around to our right. And we need 533.33 recurring, at least. It's maxed out doing 300, so we need 233 remaining. What is that, the Mark II? We don't have access to Mark III yet, so fair enough. We could build a radar tower, actually, might be just quicker. Let's just do that here. I can't even... Oh, is that it over there? Oh, did they move it? They moved it and made it impure. So, because our miner is built there, it still thinks it's getting that one. This is like if you use mods, right? And you put down a miner on a deposit, and then you have an infinite nudge to move the miner. You can move it somewhere else, right? And it'll still work, but it's claimed that deposit. So my guess is the ID of the miner knows which node it's tapping. The node is moved. And its purity is changed, but the miner is still in place. Here, that's a bit of an issue. We need to find more sulfur, but there's none in the area. It's just these two. Alright, let's drive out there and see what we can do about that. Bluetooth miner. My chat isn't updating on the right side. Hang on. I have it on the other side. Refresh. Bluetooth miner there. That's funny. Diluted fuel to nitro rocket fuel. Yeah, we're not going to be doing that now, though. There's a blender recipe that makes it all this simpler. Yeah, whoop. Forgot we're driving on the left in this one. I just don't want to redo what's already there. We're just going to build on top of it. I was just checking that nothing else has changed. Unlock drones and fly some in. Maybe. It's kind of a lot. 233 per minute, depending on where the drones are coming from and how we fuel them. I don't actually have like fuel for drones, thinking about it. We don't have packaged biofuel or... Sorry, packaged turbo fuel. We're at the turbo fuel plant. There's a ton southwest in the Blue Crater. I know, I need one accessible by road, not really far across the map.
Hello to you too.
Alright. Yeah, I'm not going to be building something from here to there, you know, it's quite far. But technically, this area doesn't need to be here anymore, because that node is gone. Alright, I'm just going to break out Satisfactory calculator to see if there's any nearby that I can access via road, for instance. If not, then yeah, maybe we'll have to pass them onto a train and bring it up here. Something like that. Because I don't think I'll do drones. It's too much fuel pain until we get other things set up. And by the way, without the use of blenders, and remember, I don't have fused frames or anything. I can't really build blenders, so I know that it's better to do that, but we don't have everything yet. I'm kind of working my way up to it, I guess. Let's see, let's turn this off. Jeez. Maybe Blue Crater is the closest, in which case I apologize, but I would have thought there'd be some nearer, more close by. Alright, there we go. Jesus, man. So we need to get this. That's not enough. It would be enough if I had one Mark III miner. That would make life very easy if we could just upgrade it. We need 233. It's currently giving us 150. It used to give us the correct amount, but they lowered what it does. Everyone uses Blue Crater for rocket fuel. That's why I want to do it somewhere else. Plus, I just want to build on top of the existing infrastructure we have. This is already a Turbofuel plant here. Yeah, let me see what it would take to get to Mark III miners. Does that require... Let me just look it up before I make the journey. Okay. I'm just trying to see when it gets unlocked. So we have like a few fused modular frames that we picked up. It's tier 8. So I'm within tier 8. I'm like, yeah. Just making sure. So to get to tier 8 then, does this show me the different milestones now? This is what I was looking for. Okay, cool. So tier 8. Ugh, we need 50 fused modular frames, 100 supercomputers. Steel pipe. Can I manually craft it? I mean, it would make life so much easier to get that done. We have that supercomputer unlocked? We do, actually. I have all this stuff. I don't think I have high-speed connectors, but I've got the other two things. And using sloops and stuff, I might just have to do that then. How do you load a path for the truck? Press V, and then load one. But you have to record one first, so when you're driving, press Q, start recording, do your path, whatever it might be. Stop recording, save it, and then you can load it for other vehicles if you want to. It requires nitrogen for the frames. Well, when I say manually craft, I just mean pop a building down and like bring it into one machine while I'm there, not like build a factory for it, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think you're gonna have to do that. All right, so update our tasks list. So make fused frames. I guess semi-automatic, right? Will be the correct terminology for that. So semi-automatic fused frames. Supercomputer. Semi-auto. That will then allow us to build Mark III miner. That will correct our sulfur issue. After the sulfur issue is corrected, the compact coal will sort itself. The turbofuel will sort itself. And then we need to build whatever is required. What do you mix with? Yeah, I guess I should look into that. How do we get rocket fuel? We need nitric acid. So you need even more sulfur, don't you? We have 666 turbo fuel. But we need to build blenders to do this anyway. I guess we need that. So ultimately, we would have had to do this anyway, thinking about it. They don't have enough to make that many blenders. You get compacted coal out, which is nice. Some of the sulfur that's used comes that. That'll be fun to figure that one out. Okay, so 666 divided by 60 per minute. 11. Then times 100, we'll get 1,100 rocket fuel. Okay. So how much nitric acid does that require? 11.1. We could package up a little bit then. Then we could give it to the drones. And we'll be flying. Literally. 10 per minute. So we'll only need 111 nitric acid. And nitric acid... Oh, we don't know yet how to do that. That could be a problem. You don't need to make a blender? Oh. We just need casing. Oh, okay. For some reason I thought you needed fused frames. Do you need fused frames for any machine? Silently rolling by. Yeah, I could have sworn you did, but maybe I'm thinking of some of the quantum tech. So, you need it for a Mark III designer, converter, a minor Mark III, particle accelerator. Okay. I probably just got confused. Thanks for the heads up on that. Alright, well at least we got a plan. At least blenders will be okay then, so we don't need to go crazy with the amount of fuse frames. We can just make a few. I'll take this off and take this off. For now. Okay. So fused frames, semi-automatic, supercomputer semi-automatic. That gives us Mark III miner, that solves the sulfur shortfall. Once that's solved, turbofuel runs back again at 666 per minute. We'll divert it out of the generators and into a new section where we turn it into, using blenders, turn it into rocket fuel. We'll bring the rocket fuel back down into the existing the generators without having to rebuild them. So I just want to modify what we've got, you know? Efficiency. Well, it's actually less efficient doing this, but it's a good use of time, I suppose. It's time efficient, maybe. Yeah, I wouldn't want to use that alt recipe that uses fuel. Did you use this experience to prepare YouTube 1.0 to 1.1 series so you don't confuse later? So on YouTube, I had my first series was using update 7, and I wasn't nearly as good at the game back then. I'd maybe 100 hours in it. So I played update 7 for like 500 hours, and I became much better at the game. Then I started a series called for update 8. And I called it Enlightenment, joking that, like, I knew everything about the game now. I've been enlightened. And that's actually the world you're seeing now. This is the Enlightenment world. But Update 1.0 then came out not too long after I just started this series, the Update 8 world. And I was debating whether or not to move over or not, but I ultimately did. And I decided to make a brand new stream series in the desert. So that's my 1.0, now 1.1 series. And that one, I know even more, right? So now it's like I'm making very little error and I'm fairly efficient with things. That's good, but I'm still slow to upload it. And then we also did streams in 1.0, where I didn't really focus on trying to make things look good. Much like this factory, for instance. Although we will when this one's finished. And instead I just focused on what's the minimum thing I can do just to get to the end of the game. God damn. Issues with this place. I don't want to get too distracted with it, but... That's not good. Oh, not enough bauxite. That's fine. We'll leave that. If that's the problem, that's okay. Because it's just the miners need to be updated, and I didn't do that yet. Alright, anyways, so, fused frame semi-automatic. So let's see. Fused frames require heavy modular frames, which we have on the dimensional depot, and aluminum casing, which we also have in the dimensional depot, and then some nitrogen gas. So basically, we've unlocked the resource well pressurizer, I think. Yeah, We have enough to build it. We have the Alclad, so we're going to go find one. If I can find one nearby, that'd be nice. We'll set up a little basic nitrogen gas thing. We'll make some fuse frames, and we'll be off to the races. Resource wells. Nitrogen. So, there's some nitrogen to the south. Well, maybe we'll just tap the one over this way, because there's other things over this way. That one's a bit more hostile, if I recall. And there's some up in the top. Okay, yeah, let's just go to this one, and we can set up some fuse frames pretty quickly. How you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Hope everyone else is doing good too. Feel a little frazzled, but I'm getting fairly focused now. I knew I wouldn't make it. Hey, Will D's started this game on Saturday, and I'm addicted. I've been binge watching all your series, learning all I can. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying it. Yeah, for anyone, so PFAM Gamers was asking for a few different things. I really do recommend watching my video series. It just answers everything. I know it's like, oh, first video is like an hour long. But honestly, the comments I keep getting on that is, you know, I've learned more in this hour than I learned looking at all these other videos or trying to figure it out myself, that kind of thing. Like, it's constant information. It's really always nice when you see people who are very familiar with the game say, like, wow, like, even... Like, I've got, like, 500 hours and I didn't know you could do this. And it's really cool to see that, like... It seems to be good information for the most part in that. I remember watching your old series from 2 years ago and getting so lost. Yeah, I think I present better now as well, generally speaking, so that's good. Have you seen any recent percentage speedruns? Got some neat tips there. No, I'm not really into watching speedruns. Nothing against it, but, you know, I like to play games immersively and stuff, and anytime I've ever seen speedruns, I often see people just using exploits, and I'm like, not really that relevant to me then. I'm sure there's some out there that aren't, but I've never been into speedruns for any game. I don't know why. To me, I just like to know how things work and generally know, like, an efficient way to do things. But I'm not a min-max gamer. Like, I don't... As you can see, like, we're building a turbo fuel plant. I know there's a better way to do it. Rocket fuel, I mean. But I'm not like an anything to get, like, 100%... Like, well, not 100% efficiency, but anything to get the most efficient recipe in the most efficient place. Like, that's just not me. And I know for factory games, that's probably, like, a turn-off for a lot of people. Because it's like, they do just want to know how to do everything the best way you can. I'm more driven by mechanics, so in my videos when I'm explaining things, it's like, this is how it works and why it works this way, and now it's up to you to, like, figure out how to utilize that information, like, to your effect. I don't tell people, like, this spot is the best spot for this is the best recipe, and this gives you the highest ratio from ore to product at the end in the minimum amount of time, all of that. That's just not me. But obviously, yeah, that stuff is super valuable. I'll check that in just 1 second, thank you. Can't see. Beat Shadow of the Colossus last night. For the first time. It's a cool ending. This bleeding temple holds a residence zone. Play for us. I always come back to your channel for inspiration. It's good to see the commitment and persistence you put in the game. Thank you. Somehow I always get burned out. Yeah, burnout's a thing we talk about a lot. I won't go over it, but there's... I think building factories to the belt speed higher than the one you're at, so you're prepared for an upgrade, and there's a few other things you can do. It can help minimize burnout, but ultimately, like, yeah, because I think what I'd ask is, you know, what's the thing that's making you feel burnt out? Like, oh, I just did this thing, that felt good, but now I've got to do this. And it's like, what is that thing? Is it rebuilding more of the same stuff you've already done? Is it reworking an old factory, maybe? Is it just the overwhelming amount of stuff you have to do? So again, I think being organized, trying to build one step ahead often can help. Because then you know that, like, well, when I do need more of the thing, it's not a pain to do it. I've already done it. That kind of stuff helps a lot. Where am I going? I'm supposed to go... I ran too far, didn't I? distracted by the summer sloops and spheres. So we're looking for gas. Oh, right, yeah. That's not... Oh, yeah, my old series from 2 years ago. That's the updated... That's this world. First episode, you spent getting all the basics. Second, you instantly made a 3600 watt coal factory with load balancing. I don't think that was load balanced, actually. That was manifold. It was still done in manifold. I think. I'm pretty sure that's this world. Although 2 years ago sounds like longer. I don't remember what I did in the update 7 world. But in this one, I did build a massive coal factory straight away, like episode 2. And the idea again was like, oh, this will be built to last. It was built with like Mark V belts in mind, the best belt speed. And, you know, people correctly pointed out that you'll never need that though. Once you get to Mark III belt speeds, like, you'll have so much power that coal power won't really do anything for you. So that's a good point. I didn't really think about. Here we are. Don't have any bullets. I was just thinking, do I have inhalers or anything to eat? I have berries. Ow. I was trying to get them to charge off the cliff. They sometimes do, but other times they just hit the edge and stop. Come on. Oh shit, there's 3? Damn, it'd be really nice if I had... I don't want to bomb them. I don't have any ammo. I feel like at that other place that we were just at, the Turbofuel, that is where I made some ammo, but I guess not. Or we just used it all. They're dying to the gas, actually, if I come over here, so I could cheese it a bit. Accidentally or intentionally painted the building in the Kenyan flag colors. Alright, they're dead. They vanished or they just fell through the world. Yeah, I think they fell through the world. Well, not my problem anymore. Alright, so. Add that to the list of many things to do. Get more ammunition and stuff. And fight these guys properly. Okay, right, so resource well pressurizer.
The factory must grow.
Didn't bring power with me. Alright, we're powered. Sorry. Thanks, Aul. Oh, and sorry, Jacopo Guizzi. Sorry if I said that name wrong. Thank you so much for the super chat. Sorry it took a while to get to it there. Bare minimum strats are great. Yeah, that is, I agree with you there. It is cool. It is cool to see. Especially if you don't exploit the game and you're just like speed running it legitimately. One thing I'd like to see someone do, maybe this is out there. Speed run the game but without using items from the Awesome Shop. So without using parts from the Awesome Shop. Or by just using things that you picked up at hard drive sites. Like, I'd like to see the fastest way you can get to the end of the game, but just playing it like the way you're supposed to. Not necessarily going to hard drive sites, knowing where like some fuse frames are, syncing them to get tickets, using the tickets to get parts, advancing milestones quickly. It's like, yeah, I get that. You can do that. I get it. I get it. I'd rather like people go like, no, this is like, you know, it's still gonna take me like 20 hours or something, but like we can get to the end in this amount of time by just using the machines and the stuff in the game. I'd like to see that. But I don't know why anyone would do a speedrun where they put those restrictions on themselves. Typically, speedrunners like to do anything it takes to just within the frame of the game to get to the end. But once you start kind of, you know, bending the rules a bit, then I'm like, I'm just not really interested in that then. That's just me personally. They run with no exploits, but really fast and efficient. Yeah, that's awesome. Especially when I've seen people do it, something similar, where it was like 3 of them together. And it's like they're all doing different tasks, like working together to get to the end. It's like that's pretty sick. All right, so fuse frames. So we need a blender. Maybe I should give myself some space here. $120 per minute. I don't know if we can handle all this power, we'll see. So casing and nitrogen gas and heavy modular frames. So we're just going to feed those manually. Doesn't want to do that, no? So the machine's on, powered, idle. No gas has flown, no gas has flowed in. This is producing gas, and now it's full. I just build this again. We'll try that again. Wrong way? Oh. And that would have taken me probably quite an embarrassing long time to figure that one out. There we go. Problem solved. Right. Oh, I don't have heavy modular frames in here. We can go remedy that, but it would require turning on that other factory. Let's wait for the autosave. Yeah, I'll just run down to the other factory. It's quite close by. Right. It's just in here. Can't remember why it's not hooked up to a depot. I think it's just because the factory's off. This factory's off again because we don't have the power to run it while we're running the aluminum. What this new factory will do, it'll power everything. We can turn everything on, and then we're going to ramp this one up to full speed, which is going to be super awesome. I can't wait to do that. Yeah, we're barely above. Like, I could connect this and just see what happens. That's not good. Gonna break down any second. It's like right on the edge. But yeah, there should be. I think upstairs is where the heavy modular frames are. Maybe at the end of this floor, actually. Production lines look sweet. Thank you. Part of a very big, complex thing. We'll get it back. We'll get it all up and running either, if not today, tomorrow. This is where they are. But yeah, they're not running. They should have had a Oh, this is before the update, I guess. I was going to say they should have been going into a depot, right? But that's, again, nothing is going into a depot. Because how can it? They don't exist yet. Alright. Well, that should give us enough to go for a little bit. 45. You can always turn off the aluminum factory, turn this back on. We do run short. Oh. That's a bad design. Powered on one end and not the other. Your videos are what got me hooked into Satisfactory. First playthrough, I got to the end of 1.0 as the primary focus. Nice. That's awesome to hear. That's kind of what I did. It's like the stream run is just anything to get to the end. Beat the game, see everything that's there. And now this one is like more, quote, just enjoy it. Like I'll be building bigger, spending more time on cosmetics, making things look good. But it's a hell of an endeavor getting a world from update 8 up and running with the new stuff in 1.0. At least for me anyway. Taking quite a while. But we've got like a SAM factory going now. There's... What else did we build recently? Oh, we built the whole aluminum factory, obviously. I thought we built one other thing. Maybe not. That might just be it, actually. But now we're doing power. You know about YouTube streamer Epiphany regarding speedruns? No, I've never heard them. They did it in 10 hours though, wow. Love this location. This is where I built my nuclear power plants in Fuel Rod Factory. Nice. I guess we'll take these while we're here. Oh yeah, we built our hypertube cannon. I don't really use those, but that was quite fun. Now that you can just loop in circles and then choose the direction to send yourself off, I kind of like them a lot more. Less glitchy. What have we made? 6? That's not bad. Completely distracted there. What do we need? We need 50, right? We've got 9 here. Well, I left some behind though at the other place. We need 50 overall. I don't know if I'm gonna have the alclad to do this. But not alclad, casing. We could go fetch some casing. Alright, sorry for all the running, but yeah, we're just gonna go grab some casing and be up here at this factory. So we don't run this. I made that temporarily as well. Everything's been built in such large size factories that I can't run everything yet. So I have to like partially manually make these things. We're so close though. It's like so close to being able, once power is sorted, everything can finally run. Then we'll have everything in more than we ever need. I can finally put legs on the train tracks. Yeah, 50 and then 10, you're correct. So I left some up here, I think. Or I left it down at the turbofuel plant. Either way, I'll just get that amount. I could check the wiki as well to see what else is required. Let's just see milestones. So 50, 100 supercomputers, oh yeah. And 1,000 steel pipe, okay. Game's done quick, charity speedrunning thing. I'm caught up now. If I've missed anything, just write it again and I'll catch it. And I can't wait to get rid of every container in this world as well. I didn't leave it there. Okay. Alright, so it's at the Turbofuel Factory. We'll just run down there one more time, then hop back. See how many frames we've made in the background. And then set up our supercomputers. They need plastic, actually. I might just grab that plastic that I ran past a minute ago. This is for... we were doing load balancing tests to test how things merge and stuff. Do you think it's worth converting my 1.0 world to the experimental 1.1? Yeah, I mean, it depends. So there's a couple caveats, I think, at the moment. For one, the game does seem to have some sort of... the more you build, at least from my PC, the more I build, more things I put down. Over time, I'll start to notice this, like, when I play something, the game micro stutters, just a little bit. And that gets worse. And then it crashes eventually. So it's almost like a little memory leak every time you build something, if you can imagine it this way. And the more you keep building, the more you're adding to that. And eventually you'll notice it, and then eventually it'll crash. Now, you could just quit and load back in and it'll be fine. It resets it. But that's just like, you know, the game does crash. So I would highly recommend setting like an autosave to like 10 minutes, just in case. And again, that's just an issue I have. Other than that, I think there's one other issue. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. People might know in the chat, maybe. But other than that, there's nothing else in the that I would have a problem with, you know. Oh yeah, mod compatibility is not going to work. That's true. Mods won't work at all. I think they still don't. I imagine they're going to make a few changes. So I don't know what the feedback's been. I don't really look online to be honest at what people have been saying, but I hope they're echoing things that I've been saying. Which is, you know, I was playing around recently with the vertical mergers stuff. So if you want to do a vertical splitter, so a splitter with the holes on the top, that's new to 1.1. There's no real easy way to do it. It just does it based on this. So what you have to do is have a lift, place that, and then you get this, and it snaps on and it becomes like a whatever, a merge or a splitter. But obviously that offsets it slightly, and that can make it really difficult to build with. So this might not be the case now, but let's see. So it's looking to send out something. So if I just do this. You see the problem? It's like it can't be aligned. I find it really difficult to get that aligned. And I was trying it today for a very specific build to get it like in line with a standard, like, you know, either conveyor poles or whatever, but it's like always like a little off. And it has snap points on the lift itself. Like, I can't free place it, so it has to go on one of these snap points. But they seem to be a little off. Anyway, my whole point is with that, I feel like there must be a patch coming where they're going to try to address a few things like this. Like there's the belt counters being maybe a little finicky for people. I mean, the cosmetics work and they're great. There we are, 19 fuse frames. If there's any more heavy modular frames, that'd be great. There's 14 supercomputers and 290 heavy modular frames. Good job, Darren. Past Darren has hooked us up. No rifle ammo though. Yeah, there was some, but I think it's gone now. What was this making? Homing ammo, and I've used it all. Really? Guess you do blow through it fairly quick. Anyways. So yeah, so I actually think it is worth moving over, but it's like, I would imagine there's a patch around the corner to fix the initial teething problems. I mean, there was a hotfix. Other than that, there's the little crash I have, but then I think, other than that, you're good. If you don't mind the idea of, like, possibly having crashes. Content-wise, it's pretty good to play. It is I would say does feel like a kind of a minor update, though. It's like all quality of life. But building, like, blueprints connecting to each other and having curved modes and a few extra cosmetics, it's like, for me, that's worth dealing with a few crashes. Knowing that I can work around the crashes by increasing the autosave and avoiding it altogether with the kind of, you start to notice it lagging, quit, and then come back in. It's like, great, that's fine, you know. But yeah. That could be too much for some people, which is totally understandable, so. Alright, let's head back to the fused frames. That should give us the 50 we need. So, I've already done 58 out of 100 supercomputers. Wow, I didn't realize that was up there the whole time. I'm so blind. Well, that's great, though. Now, how much supercomputer do I have? 14? Ah, we'll be there in no time. No time at all. So, I've got 28 fused frames. So, we just need, what, 22 more? Let's do the hypertube for fun. Dev smells a patch, hee. I smell a patch coming, just because, well, for me anyway, I would assume there is one coming. I would hope so. And I hope that they take a look at the feedback and go, yeah, maybe the vertical merger should just be its own placeable object. That'd be nice, instead of a dynamic object. Didn't want a full whack that time just to get over here. I don't like homing ammo at all. It seems like it deals less damage than the normal. It does. Of course. But you don't have to aim it. That's why it's great. I like the turbo rifle ammo. But again, that's kind of weak, but it like ramps up to a very high frequency, which is pretty cool. Oh, I forgot to get the flipping casing. That's the whole point I went up there. At least we did get some other stuff, though. Ooh, nice. We only need 2 more. Ah, I'm out of room. I'm losing my mind. Casing. There we go. Right, let me help this out. So, I obviously don't have any of this in depots right now, so just throw them into the depot. Should be able to do 3 or 4 stacks, I think. Turbo motors can go in as well. Things that are low volume. You don't need stators, they're not really used for anything. I'll keep the concrete for now. Alright, we have the 50. We'll let this keep cooking, obviously, to make the additional ones that we need, and we'll pick them up on the way back. Alright, let's head down to our thing for milestone. Oh, actually, I guess we don't need to do that yet. I'll keep the 50, but we need to start thinking of supercomputers, right? So supercomputers... like plastic and stuff, isn't it? Plastic high-speed connectors. High-speed connectors need quick wire, cable, circuit boards. Alright, we gotta go back to the big factory we were in a minute ago, but we'll stay there for a while because there's a lot to do. We got circuit boards. I think there are circuit boards there. Yeah, just thinking of something, but yeah, let's do that. Do you like building in the desert more or the live stream area? I like the desert the best, actually. It's a U object limit leak. Yeah, that sounds about right. It seems to be the more you build. So if you start throwing down tons of shit, we only had it a lot when I was building all those refineries. It would happen quite frequently, and all the pipes and stuff. But now that I'm running around and everything, it's like, I'm not building, so the memory leak or whatever is not building up in the background. It does seem to be when you place objects. Circuit boards. Circuit boards are upstairs. Okay. They brought up the issue with the vertical splitting and said they were aware of it. Oh, that's good then. Nice. Thanks, Corey. So, circuit boards were being made somewhere over here. There they are. Oh, they actually have, they were going into a depot. Okay. So. Computers, AI limiters, high-speed connectors. So we need to make high-speed connectors first. I don't have any of those. And how many? We need 50 of these. Cable, quick wire, silica. So we've got loads of silica, loads of quick wire, and then we need circuit boards. We can do that right here. Is that what these do, maybe? Because that seems exactly what this is. Yes, it is. Okay, that's funny. Like, this is someone has done this already, so we have high-speed connectors. Just pull them out of these machines. It's like I'm going around someone else's world, really. Right, so we've got the high-speed connectors we need. That was easy. I don't know if I'll have the power to do that, but yeah, anyway, so let's just hook this up. So I need to go downstairs to get power. Power that actually works. Goal is to turn all this stuff back on. I hate seeing it sitting here offline. It's terrible. Disgraceful. Like I'm going around an abandoned factory. Just like that, we're making supercomputers. You can use the extra sulfur from the upgraded miner to make some ammo. No, I need the extra sulfur. It would be nice to do that, but I need it to make the nitric acid. That's needed for rocket fuel. Hope you, Rosie, and the cats are all doing well. A nice to-do list. Looks like it's going to be a progressive session. Yeah, so we're doing fuse frame semi-automatic and supercomputer semi-auto now. So they're both kind of happening at the same time, but we'll tick them off once they're both done. Then we unlock our Mark III miner. We build our Mark III miner to get sulfur. And then we can add some stuff to the list to see what's next in between for getting to rocket fuel. But I do think it's just building blenders and redirecting the turbo fuel that we have. I might let the turbo fuel fill up the fluid buffers while we're building rocket fuel, and that way we should be able to keep power online while we're doing all this. This is the existing setup. I don't like how this diagram has been done. Let's see if I can start to improve it. We just grab some of our other pictures from here and improve it pretty quickly. This would be just regular oil. Crude oil. Just whatever. Extractor, right? That black. That. So this will be going into 10 fuel. The other stuff's running in the background, so this is okay. Just mess around with for a minute or two, and we'll copy and paste this then. Going 600. Hey, I didn't realize we're using a 600 pipe actually. So we need 10x refineries. Is that right? Refineries. Orange. Get rid of that. Byproduct is, of course, polymer resin. I guess I'll just move this over here. Whoop. 309. Hey, Tim. Morning, afternoon. Hello. What recipe are you going to use for rocket fuel? Just the standard one. I'm not doing a super efficient rocket fuel. So basically, just for anyone who's joined, this is an update 8 world that I'm migrating over to 1.0 / now 1.1. Still in the process of being migrated, where there wasn't dimensional depots, there wasn't anything like that. So there's containers and all sorts of random crap all over the place. Most of the world was actually running totally fine. A couple of things did change. Number one, that's relevant to us today, is my existing turbofuel plant, which is outlined by this horrendous diagram. The existing turbofuel plant was being fed compacted coal into fuel to make turbofuel. Compacted coal needs sulfur and coal. The sulfur node changed. It changed location and it changed purity. So now our power is going like this because it's running low on sulfur and compacted coal. So the first thing I want to do is improve that. We had to look around to see where could we get more sulfur. Turns out there just isn't really a place. But if we upgrade the existing one we have from a Mark II miner to a 3, it will give us back the amount that we originally had. Which is great. Sorts everything back out. Then we're going to build a rocket fuel plant on top of the existing turbo fuel. So it's not the most efficient use of crude oil, because if I rework everything, if I pull everything out of that factory and start the oil again from scratch, we could use blenders at the beginning to get even more, and the water that's there, frankly, to make diluted fuel, and that would give us pretty much twice as much fuel to work with to turn into turbo fuel. I'd still probably have some of the compacted coal issues, but that's fine. We'd figure all that out. But instead of doing all that, to be a little quicker and to give us the power that we need to get everything in the world running, we can still just use the standard turbo fuel recipe. Or sorry, rocket fuel recipe. So just using standard, we're going to take 60 turbo fuel, which we have already. So in total, we have 666.6 recurring turbo fuel. That's what we make. So we can make 11 of these blenders. So we need 110 nitric acid. That requires even more sulfur. Anyway, we'll get these two together. We'll be making rocket fuel. We'll filter back in the compacted coal into this initial start. If we have any sulfur then left over when the math is all done, we can maybe use it to make ammo like that person suggested. Anyway, so what we should end up getting is 1,100 rocket fuel. I can't remember what the burn rate of that is in a generator, but yeah, it'll be more than what we have. I think we said it's about 100,000 megawatts or something like that. But you could do more, but we're not doing the most efficient one. So I just hope that explains why. You know, I don't want to. We're sitting down today to get the job done, and with a bit of a time limit, it's like, well, this is a way to get it all up and running. Yeah. Less reworking. But I would like, once we start advancing a bit more and we get the aluminum factory running and we start making fuse frames ourselves, then it's like, all right, now we can start talking like ionized fuel or something really big, you know, doing it more efficiently. So just gotta walk a little bit before we can run, but yeah, we'll get there. In my other playthrough, in the previous streams we did, when that world ended, you know, we had a nuclear power plant, but we never did rocket fuel or ionized fuel or anything like that. So I'd like to, this will be the first time doing it. So that was another reason that I wanted to just play around with some of the recipes. Now, we need 38 or 32, is it? Of this? 42? Yeah, 42. What are you lacking? Computers? There you go. And then we can turn everything back on. Nitric acid doesn't need sulfur. Oh, sorry, I thought it did. I've actually never made it. I actually don't even know what it needs. Let's see. Nitrogen and water, I'm guessing, right? Nitric acid, I'm guessing. Nitrogen, water, and iron. A little bit of iron. Cool. We'll have to make some of that. We'll need some iron locally. And then we'll have to get a gas pipeline over. We could use Blueprint Autoconnect to bring a nice pipeline across. We could do a gas train. We did that in our... What is that? Radisson Hotels. It's a weird image though, isn't it? Oh, I see it now. God, I couldn't see the person. It's like an eye and a lips. I thought it was like skin with just like a cut on it. Weird ad. Anyways. Ah, so to package it. That's a weird package because you have to use fluid tanks. Okay. It looks like a plastic container, kind of. Anyway, that's good to know, though. Yeah, it wouldn't be well, not too difficult to make that. I don't know why we don't have it unlocked yet. Maybe with the next leading edge production we get it? Maybe? Alright, this will make as much as we need. We'll just let it create a few more for whatever else we need them. Can't see the person either. Yeah, it's just like, what is that? I stayed at a Radisson hotel before and I was like, I don't recall having burns on my arms. What are you doing? I unfortunately literally just explained that. If you go back like 7 minutes, you'll hear me explain it in like 2 or 3 minutes. I picked the +6 inventory in the hard drive library, but my inventory size is the same. Anyone have the same problem? I've never seen that. Are you sure it was the same? Like, was it full and it's still full or something? Or are you just counting? Because it should, when you do it, you actually see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 just like open up. But granted, I haven't tried it in 1.1, so maybe if in this version it's not working, that would suck. I'm just going to let this cycle through what we've got here in terms of plastic, and once it runs out, then we'll move on. Actually, just whenever we run out of computers. Need to pick up some steel pipe as well. Grab that. You know what? That's going to be enough. Take that with me. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh man. Inventory full and still full? Damn. Yeah, I haven't had the issue. I don't know if anyone else then in chat has. By the way, these are all these belts built without Blueprint AutoConnect. Now, doing this factory now, like a 10th of the time probably necessary. Something crazy. And we can build a nice elevator in the center going up all these towers. That'll be sweet as well, because not here, but most of their floors I've actually listed like the name and number of the floor, so that'd be cool. Oh, that's another thing I want them to do with 1.1 is to add some additional images for the elevators. Even just numbers. Numbers would be great. Select a number then. What better, a mega factory or a small factory? Well, it depends. Ultimately, really, all you ever need is a small factory to make it through the game. Even in pretty good amount of time. The game only ever asks you, objective-wise, like for the space elevator, to make a few hundred of anything. Maybe sometimes 1,000. But if you were just making them, even at just like 1 or 2 machines doing whatever the product is, it never takes more than like 8 to 10 hours to get it done. So it's like, do you ever really need... I can't get in. There we go. Do you ever really need to make 100, 50 adaptive control units per minute? It's like, no. Do you ever really need a factory that produces 12,000 copper ingots per minute? No. You don't need it. Does it make things go faster? Probably not with how long it takes you to build, really. So arguably it just takes you even longer. So I would say you should, if it's your first time playing and you want to beat the game, do smaller factories, make things in a relatively low volume, like just doable. It's like, oh, I need 2,500 versatile framework. Like, I'm gonna make 10 per minute, and then while it's doing that, I'll do something else and build the next thing. And you'll find that you feel like you're progressing much quicker that way. It might not be as satisfying to look back on just 2 machines making the thing, but you will progress. If you want to start, then if you feel comfortable, then it's like, yeah, then maybe think about doing like bigger projects in mega factories and stuff. If you're not too worried about like the idea of maybe burning out.
The Miner Mark III provides top-of-the-line resource extraction potential, making it even easier to contribute to project assembly. Project part number 8, the thermal propulsion rocket, is the most complex project part of this phase as it requires turbo motors, and thus requires your best. Fix it, didn't think pioneers such as you could get this far. I am glad we have both proven them wrong.
This is a problem. So I need nitric acid to do rocket fuel. I don't have the recipe unlocked yet. Is there another way I can get this recipe? Maybe online will tell me. No. That's throwing a bit of a spanner in the works. It's going to take even longer now. Because to get nitric acid, I'll have to do this. I mean, the quick wire is not a problem. The cooling... None of this is a problem. It's just I have to do everything manually again. It's like, ugh. I might have to run the aluminum factory for a while to make more casing. We have motors, we have rubber. We don't have radio control units or cooling systems. Sulfur, coal, nitrogen, and fuel. I don't have the recipe yet. But that would then require running around finding hard drives, you know? Which one's quicker? To semi-automate a few of these items, or to go hunting for hard drives and hoping we get it. You don't have a way to get nitro rocket fuel? I guess not. The Awesome Shop? Awesome Shop wouldn't give me nitric acid, I don't think, though. It might allow me to get some of these things, I suppose. That would be quick. Ah, oh, jeez, I don't even have screws. The screws in there, let me go get them. Yeah, I think maybe we'll burn some tickets just to get the particle enrichment done. That'll just give me the standard nitric acid recipe that I wanted to use anyway. It requires extra sulfur, the alternate recipe. Yeah, we'll leave the alternate recipe for rocket fuel. It's okay to use the standard one. And thank you, that makes sense. Trying to cut some corners to get there, basically. Not supposed to do this, but yoink. I'll put it back in a second. Oh, I need the tickets themselves. You can give yourself packaged rocket fuel? So you could do the MAM tree for ionized fuel straight away. Interesting. So I need 200 of these. 100 of these. Turbo motors, I wouldn't be able to do. I might just get some radio control units then. This feels so dirty. I've never done this before. It feels so wrong. I could just turn on the aluminum casing factory if I need to anyway. Rip the golden nut. Oh, the golden nut will be easily doable in this world because the volume of everything is so high. It was only a problem in the other world because I refused to... we made everything extremely low volume. Turbo motors were there? Okay, thank you. We'll get them as well. What can I get rid of? So I'll keep these tickets on me then for a while. Alright, let me put those screws back, and we'll get out of here. I don't even know how long it typically takes from experimental to production. Experimental to full release, you mean? It's usually like 3 months, I think, from memory, but I could be wrong. That's just what I'm gut feeling on that. Put them in his dimensional trash can, yeah. Yeah, I need 200 screws in a dimensional thing. I have that somewhere. I don't know why I must have taken them out and then never put them back in. I don't know why. It is frustrating that you just need 200 screws on you all the time, but... Yeah, I normally would have that. Maybe I do have that. No, I don't. I'm a little short on quick wire. We have tons up there. I'll just go get it. Is there some here, maybe? Nope. Need to drain these things. I'm sick of seeing there's containers all over the world. It's so funny how Dimensional Depot's just changed everything that way. There's such crap in my inventory all the time. Alright, let me go get the quick wire. I feel like by the time I get there and back, we'll have enough in the inventory, but I just don't want to stand here doing nothing. Quick wire's in there, basically, so... This is a common issue with me. I'll definitely make sure I just have 200 and keep them. All problems are going to be solved, and we're going to do them all today. The world's going to be finally up and running perfectly at the end of the day. Oh yeah, we could build the big ventilation things, because I've got a whole floor called ventilation, but we didn't have actual things for it back then. These are online. Oh wow. There's no Twitch stream, it's just YouTube. Yeah, so again, with the alternate recipes, as Ace Coolest mentioned, I know I'm being a bit of a stick in the mud, but I just want to make this as painless as possible, so no changes to the existing factory. Remember, there's a giant turbo factory that's already there. And I just want to add some blenders and redirect some pipes. I can't do a big rework for a couple of reasons. It provides all my power to the world still, and we're going to be actively changing it while we're there. Ideally, I want to avoid a power cut to everything. Might be a bit of a pain to restart. So, just adding a few blenders on, redirecting some turbo fuel in, and rocket fuel back down into the same generators. That's the plan. Obviously, they need to be flushed to get the rocket fuel, but that's the plan. So, we're trying to do the path of least resistance, not the path to most efficiency. Now, we have our nitric acid recipe. Alright, so we can say that we have done
Milestone reached.
the automation of both of those.
Number 9, nuclear pasta can be created in
We
the
need just
particle
one
accelerator.
miner.
The accelerator.
The extra fuse frames are waiting for me, so that should be fine. Leave this here. Okay, try to get rid of it soon. This can go now. They can stay. Actually, yeah, let me just take some of the bio stuff, and I'll be removed. Keep that. Guess give me plastic, whatever. Tell you what, let's get rid of, empty out some of my inventory of things that I clearly don't need anymore, so. I'm starting to notice that lag spike, so yeah, we'll have to get on top of that in a second. Things that I don't automate, I need to kind of keep. Keeping one stack of anything is fine. If loads of biofuel, get rid of it. And I go. Actually, I'll keep them. Okay, that should be fine. Most of the things in my inventory now, either we don't automate or I need, or Going to the liquid biofuel. Alright, great. Do that. I'll just leave that, right? We'll just drain, and when we get back down here later, I'll just get rid of it. Alright, so in order to make our miner Mark III, we just need 10 fused modular frames. We left them building just somewhere over there, so we'll go get them. Then we'll get our sulfur, then compacted coal should get running to 100% again, power should stabilize, and then we can build blenders. We need 11 blenders, actually, so I suppose even another thing I could do even just now, what would be required for that? There's just motors, casing. Yeah, we might have to turn on the... Say 12. Turn on the aluminum factory again. Well, it is on, but I mean use the scrap to make ingots to make then casing. If that's the case, casing, I'll need copper to come with me. Yes, I'll just fill up the rest of my inventory with a bit of copper ingots out of this copper factory, and then that'll be it. Ow. My legs. You have a battery bank in this world. I do, at the Turbofuel Factory. There's, I think, 400 power storage. And they should be full, so that'll keep me going, I think, for a bit. Alright, so need the copper ingots. Here they are here. So dark in there? Yeah, it's pretty dark in there. They don't have their lights in yet. One day they will. This is slow. Let me just set up an overflow into a container and then we'll just take them from there. I'm just gonna save it, quit out of the game because we're about to get that lag problem. So there's like a memory leak when placing objects. I can just feel it creeping in when it starts to get a bit laggy, so just quit and go back in. I knew shuffle wasn't really on. Oh, it is. I need to add a recipe to build Mercer spheres. Where does it end? Recipes to build summer sloops then. It would be kind of cool if you could make a summer sloop, but it required like an hour and like 100,000 megawatts of power for one machine. Something crazy. And it took summer sloops as an it took Mercer spheres as an input. Something like that. 70 likes, thank you. It ruined from 69. Alright, let's go back in. Oh, I never hooked up my chat. Ugh. Is there anywhere I list all the external tools? The only one I use is this. This is called Milanote. It's just a mood board. It's just images that I put into it and mix together. It doesn't actually do any calculation. But when I'm looking up numbers, what I often do is I go to satisfactorywiki.gg satisfactory.wiki.gg, and this will have like everything in terms of like all the rates. So it's like the recipes and then what those things are used in. It's like, oh, how do you make nitric acid? You do it this way. Blender, a packager, whatever. And then where is it used? It's used in these recipes and so on. So those are the only things I use. That's it. And oh, and Satisfactory calculator, I guess. If I'm looking around the map, this just shows you where, you know, resources are and stuff. That's it. I just plan it all on my own. People use actual calculators to plan the things. I prefer to make loads of mistakes. So I do it myself. So basically 2 websites and then 1 mood board. The mood board's really just to show you guys visually what how everything's planned after it's kind of done. And just to, sometimes it just helps me more cleanly visualize things. For instance, we need this. Come out of here. It's going to be doing 300 polymer resin. 10 refineries does 300 polymer resin. And 400 fuel. They're currently going into the Turbofuel. I'm just rebuilding this graph because it was done by some idiot a while ago. It didn't make it very neat. They're going to be going into Turbofuel. But as you can see, this is like a laborious, time-consuming way to do it. That's why I don't really recommend it for people. This is just for me. And it's going into 8.88 refineries. Then you have to figure out the clock speed for them. So I'm just going to let this fill up. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more. Take this copper with me. We'll bring it to the aluminum plant in future. A train will bring this here. And much more than just this. This is all supposed to be used. There are many more of these that are currently unused and ready to be transported somewhere out of this place. These are the ones that are designated to get made into wire, quick wire, and AI limiters, I think, and copper sheets. Alright, my chat. I don't know why the chat in OBS just stops refreshing sometimes. Missed you guys. When was that last written? Oh yeah, that was a while ago. Okay. Gord Ray. And it's the next comment. The issue of automating summer slips and mercy spheres is that they're placed in the game forces you to explore. Yeah, I wouldn't mess with that either. Unless it became like a end game kind of thing. You could mod them in, I suppose, if you wanted more. But I think for the balance of the game, I wouldn't have it so that you can make those. Right. Get out of here. Oh. Excuse me. Actually, if we go this way, you can get out. Am I at the wrong place? Oh yeah, I am. I thought I was in a different tower. I love that. If you've never seen this place before, you must be like, this just, what's going on? It just keeps going. Like, wherever he goes, there's like belts everywhere. It is cool to run around it. I built this so long ago, like I can barely remember it myself. There's another container of high-speed connectors there. Right, so we're going to pick up the fused frames, go back to the aluminum factory, start up the aluminum casing again. We'll throw in the copper ingots I brought with me to get the aluminum casing made. Then we just need motors, and then we're straight over to the Turbofuel plant, which is right next to it. Continue building. So even though I've been meandering quite a bit, we are making progress. The lights in the dark room look cool. Yeah, they do. Yeah, all the lights at the belts. Belts all need to be upgraded to Mark 5 now. So we just unlocked Mark 5 belts in the previous stream. And that factory was built with Mark V belts in mind. So all the splitting and calculation is done, like, assuming that you can have 780 on a belt. Because that, at the time, was the max. Now we know the max is higher. So you could go even higher than that if you wanted to. But yeah, we'll just upgrade all the belts, and then it can finally run as it was always supposed to. Alright, 10 perfectly. I'll just leave this here. We'll come back to it if we need to make more. We can zipline our way back now. This is the 1.1 beta, yep. And it is still in beta, yep. My world is accessible to the public, yeah, you can just download it. whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. All my saves are there. You know what, I actually haven't uploaded this one in a while. But I'll just show you really quickly because I haven't shown it in a while to people. So basically, we'll just go to this link. whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. Takes you to a Google Drive, right? So it doesn't take you, there's no ads or anything like that. You don't have to be a member. These are the different series that I've got, or I've had in the past. So update 8 Enlightenment technically is this world. Save files. You have all the blueprints as well if you want to play around with them. So it ended on episode 26. So I've done 7 streams since then in this world, bringing it to 1.0 and now beyond. So you can still run around the world and see everything at episode 26. It'll still load and everything, but I need to upload new saves to it, I guess. So the live stream series was called Pandora, so that was a full world as well. So we did 38 streams and got to the end, so that's all there. All the blueprints used are available in that one. The current video series I have is called the Desert Oasis series. This one's the best structured and best planned series so far, so you'll have like all the planning maps and stuff that you need for doing biofuel and whatever else you might want, and all the blueprints to go along with it. Everything's the best organized in that one. But all the save files are also available, and you don't need any mods to run them, so it all just works. But yeah, I'll try to remember at the end of the stream to upload. I'll create a new folder, maybe, or just within update 8. Yeah, I'll probably just make a new one that says Stream World 2 Enlightenment, because that's what this is called, continuing on from the video series. Zip lines are not faster, no, they're the same, as far as I can tell, because I've used them a lot. You hold shift on a zip line, you go faster, and that's just always been the way it is. As far as I can tell, it hasn't changed. Can't see my... Oh. Well, I say I can't scroll this list. Can't see... Oh, the to-do... That happens in this update for some reason. The to-do list goes away. You have to, like, reload the game to get it to appear sometimes. It's still there. But if you edit it, it'll wipe it. So it's like, I don't want to touch it. Anyway, it doesn't really matter, but... Mock Ewes will be unhappy. Right, so these have all stalled. That's not good. Yeah, they've gotten backed up. Bit of a problem. It's supposed to never happen, so... Oh, actually, no, wait. There's not enough bauxite, so that's why it's happening, yeah. The way we reset it is we just flush the pipes, so it's not a big deal. That was at the same time. Alright, so this is where I had that's so we've got loads of alclad, but we've got no more casing. So very simply we'll just build a couple of smelters and let them bang out some of the scrap.
Is that the best way to do that?
No, it almost certainly is not the best way to do that. You've identified that correctly. Alright, so just go to somewhere here. Right, so these need to go into assemblers then. There's our copper. It's gonna be quick and dirty. Alright, cool. There we go. We're making casing. We will be. That's just temporary, obviously, so just get that rolling. Into that container again. Cool. What do you require? 150 per minute. Wow. On the standard recipe, really. Jeez. I don't know why I built so many. Well, no problem. Do we have summer sloops? We could maybe throw them in here. Alright, well that'll get us the casing we need so that we can make blenders, and then the motors will just tick on up in the background. I'll just throw the rest of that copper in here. So we'll obviously bleed out of copper pretty quickly, but at least we're using sloops to get a bit more out of it. Those are some belts. That's how you really play the game. Only real men play the game this way. Raw dog it. You felt it too? Oh yeah, I haven't noticed the... I didn't think they were faster, the zip lines, because I zipline along that long pipeline of mine in it's like a 4-kilometer pipeline. So one thing I've noticed actually with the zip lines is that they don't smoothly move anymore from point to point. Let's see if I can illustrate what I mean there. Let's do 3. Right, so at the moment, or in the 1.0 version of the game, when you're ziplining between these nodes here, you don't feel the... whatever that's called. What's it called? The wall outlet. You don't feel that. You just kind of glide right through it as if it's not there. But now in 1.1, you do. So they have done something to ziplining. So maybe they did speed it up and that's why you're feeling that. Maybe you're right. I didn't feel like it was faster. In fact, I noticed like it severely hitches now when you're going through these. See the way he like lets goes and grabs? You can hear like the like it's like you're stopping and starting again. Whereas previously that just didn't happen at all. It was just like straight through. So something's changed there. Like it's not a problem, you're still going, but it didn't used to do that. It's the only thing I'm saying, so. That's me holding shift as well, by the way. I won't hold shift this time, let's just see. Yeah. Anyway. So you could be right. Maybe the speed has made that happen. If it has gone up. Darren Tate build. That's funny. Oh god. Oh my god, I'm sending that into the wrong one. Although nothing has gone in yet. Am I making the right thing? Oh shit. Oh, this is a filter. Huh, good job. I sorted that out for myself already. Nice. It's going straight to the depot. Cool. It just works. It just works. Alright, so that's the casing then kind of sorted, right? Casing. 353 in the depot. Yeah, let me just wait for this to produce a bit more, and then we'll go on to our Turbofuel Factory and start modifying it. So while I'm waiting here for this stuff to just get through all the copper, maybe we'll just figure out the plan a bit more. That's okay. Upgrade the input from the smelters too. It wouldn't make a difference. I'd have to upgrade these outputs, and I don't have any more sloops. I'm out. I've only got one. Right. I don't like that song. Okay, so 8.8888 refineries. That's if you get 400 so they need 200 turbo fuel each. Right, so turbo fuel. Well, they're broken into groups of 4, so I'll leave it the way it is. So say 8.8888 times 2, 17.777. Actually, you know what? I'll leave it that way. We'll just break this into 2. This becomes 200, and then we have a identical thing below that. Also doing 200. Great. This down this way. Get rid of the label and the arrow, and just say that there's a little split going on here. Yeah. Get everything to the right for the moment. We're just focused on the left. So that's these two. Making, oh, they also then need 133 compacted coal each. Oh, that black. Okay, much like this, that will be coming from, I think it comes from one line, or it comes from a group, actually it comes from a group of 6 each. So 6 assemblers, making compacted coal. Can be brought down a bit further then to match the next one over. Graph will look better this way. Get rid of that. Cool. So 1 extractor to 10 refineries, that needs 12 assemblers basically. Or 6. They're broken into groups of 6 logically at the moment. That's why I'll leave it like this. Now, this then produces... what do we get out of 8.88 turbo fuel refineries? $18.75. 166.66 recurring. Give it a little red line. They're going to go into Jenny's. Did I just say it was? 166.66. Okay, that goes into generators. So let me just get rid of this now. You know how that works. I've got another version of this in case I need to refer to it anyway, so that's okay. Yeah, I'll look at what we do with this later. So we're making gas filters here, are we? Okay. Good luck with that. Yes, this is straightforward enough. So basically, this happens again. Let me copy this. What kind of mouse do you have? I have a Logitech. Someone asked me that in the last stream. MX Master 3S. Pretty simple. 2 buttons. A forward and a back button. A horizontal scroll wheel, and a kind of a special thumb button, I guess. Nothing too crazy. All right, so copy all this, paste it down. And that gives us our next group, which are doing basically the same thing, but there's slightly more extractors. I'll just refresh that page, go back in. Go. This is now another extractor here. That's doing 600 when combined with this one. So annoying in Mila Note the way it does that. Yeah. Alright, get rid of the label, and we'll just say that these are merging up. Roughly like that, that's fine. Okay, cool. So there we go. We could maybe shrink that down. Alright, so 300 becomes 600. That goes into 10 refineries. That's 10 refineries. Then there's 6 assemblers. These are fed by these guys. So 533. That needs to break into groups of 4. And the truck stations. Do that in just 1 sec. How are we doing here? Still going. We'll just keep waiting until that copper is done. It's going to take a little bit longer. I could power shard these actually just to speed them up. That might help. Sorry if that's what that person suggested earlier. I was thinking just loops, but shards will work. There we go. The horizontal scroll is super useful for video editing work. Yeah, indeed. I love the silent click and the silent scroll. I'm using that right now at work. Yeah, I love that mouse. I think it's great. Really, really nice. I got it because of silent clicks, actually. That's exactly why I got it. Could you test out lifts in a blueprint? Found lifts in blueprints were disconnecting on placing the print in 1.1 experimental. I'm not going to do that now, but maybe later. Just depends. I just don't want to get distracted. But if you're finding that, I'm sure it's true. It's not going to happen to just you. So that could be a known issue. Go to the Q&A website, see if it's reported. Did you automate phase 2 parts or just manually build them? At this point, I can't remember what I did in this world, but I think I automated everything. Even phase 2. Definitely phase 3, but I think phase 2 I automated as well. It is reported. Nice. Thank you, Parallax. Sorry, I didn't see what William said, but he retracted it. You could make the casing without copper, and it'll take up in the background. There's no need for me to stay here. I'm just doing it because I wanted to do something while something is at least happening. We could just leave it. I mean, it's ticking up in the background regardless if we're here at the... Oh, I see what you're saying, like forever. We have that? Sorry about that. Yeah, my bad. Oh yeah, it would just go in the background forever on constructors. We could do that then. Let's do that. We'll just get through this copper then, and then I'll change it to this. It's the alclad that needs the copper, yeah. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, I'll burn through this, we'll leave it, and then we'll switch over. We've got 3,000 alclad, so I'm fine still using it for the time being. Alright, so the next thing that's happening with this place already is we have sulfur coming in from just like some truck station. Let me just bring that back in line with this one. This is supposed to say 600. Cool. Now, much more orderly, right? A little bit better. Easier to read, I think. We'll just grab this and we'll say... Really further back, we'll say sulfur truck station. Okay. I don't know if those are running at 100% or not. They're probably not, actually thinking about it. Or did I write that down somewhere else as something different? This says times 6. They do 25 per minute. They're outputting 133.33. Means they're all doing... That doesn't make any sense. So they should be doing 150. That's the clock speed they're actually running at then. Okay, cool. I'm getting kind of a little somewhat decent at math. 88.888. 88.886 recurring. Okay. Such a specific number. At least we know. Okay, so that's accurate now. So, truck station, taking in 533, and that needs to be split by 4. So just grab this. Make a little thing that branches it. So it becomes 1-to-1, so it's going to be 133 going into each one as well. As well as coal, I guess. So I'll just color this yellow. To make this work, that Alright, so that's just been broken between all these groups then. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You guys can be copied and just brought over here, and then I'll just get rid of the label. I just wanted the number on the right side, so if I get rid of the label of each of these, it just continues a yellow arrow without the numbers on them and keeps the number to the right. Otherwise it's centered and it looks weird. Okay, so one more of these, and then just a long line here. Thanks for bearing with me while I do these. I've never gotten any feedback about this, actually. I don't know if people like me doing these or not, or seeing like the graph done at least. Kind of good to know. I mean, I do try to do these off screen if I can. Sometimes I just feel like it's better just to get the picture while we're here of what's happening. Okay, so that works. And then similarly, they need coal. So we'll paint this yellow. Another truck station doing the same thing basically, but for coal. And actually, we could copy the whole thing. All the same numbers. And if we just stagger it, we go back a bit. That'll work. Okay, let's go to about there. Color all of this to be black. And then I'll just move these. Or gray, I guess, because the oil is black, so that's fine. So you're going in, you're splitting amongst that group, fine. And coal. There, all things considered, I don't think it took me too long. So ultimately, we're trying to feed both of these stations with the correct amount. This one is good, this one's a bit short, so that's what we're all here doing the miners for. It's giving me good tips on how to use Melanode for something completely different. Nice. Hi, Avish. Let's do some rocket fuel. Yes, we are off to a good start, kind of. A little bit of spaghetti here, but that's okay. Looks like we're out of the copper now. So, I'm sorry, I can't remember who said it, but someone did suggest let's just do constructors instead and make casing that way. Just let it filter into our depot. But we've made a couple thousand already, so that's great. Alright, looks like we're done. Oh, no, we're not. Five more, or yeah, 5 more cycles to go. We'll let them do that. I'll put constructors in their place, and then we'll leave this area for a while. Trying to see, most of the refineries further down the line are green, but just a couple here in front are yellow still. I think it's the first couple stations keep running out of bauxite. Two more to go. Yeah, I've got a problem where, because of the tests I was doing, I just pulled stuff out of the first container each, and now they're always permanently shorter than all the other ones. I need to, like, let the miners build up and just stack the first containers again, and that would be probably the easiest way just to get it all even again. Alright, your job's done. Right, 3 constructors, I guess. Or we could see how much... So what are you guys doing normally? 75 per minute. So you're taking in 90 per minute. We'll just underclock those, so just give them 3. Right, there we go, 75. Do we need... We don't need a sloop on these, they're fine. Just copy that. They're doing it in the background. What? Alright, there we go. Aluminum casing rolling out. And that will keep running. And I think I hooked up overflow, I think, as well. So these machines might eventually run short, actually, because of the bauxite problem, but that'll probably go for a while. Make some casing in the background. Hey, Farmer Scott and Mike, good morning. You can upvote the problem on the QA side if you want to tell them that it annoys you like it does me. That does sound like a real problem. So, lifts placed in blueprints break when you place the actual blueprint in the world? Seems like a rough one. I don't know, I haven't seen that. I guess I don't have many blueprints with lifts built into them. Although we do. We built all these and they worked. These had lifts in them. Every machine had lifts in them. They all worked. So yeah, I'm not too sure what the specific thing is. Obviously, I glanced over what you're saying, but maybe there's something more to it. I did make a temporary parts factory in this world. We deleted it, though. Wow. Try them? Try what? I mean, we already did. They're all built and working. They were all done with blueprints. Manually feed them? Sorry, I don't know. Yeah, I'm missing the context. My bad. Alright, so my to-do list is gone. Can't do anything about that. Plan is now to get over to the Mark III miner. Now, in theory, we could just upgrade it in place. I'm not going to do that, though. It'd be a bit cheesy. The miner... The mine is actually moved. The deposit is moved. So we're going to try and build a road over to it and redraw the road. This one's coal and that one's sulfur. Got it. We'll extend this road out to the new sulfur. This is where the old node used to be, and as far as I can tell, there is no node here anymore. But the miner still works from the old save. However, it did lower its clock speed. So I could upgrade it in place, but that just doesn't feel right. We have to go find the new node and then build it over there. The right thing to do. And hook up the road to that one. It's somewhere north. There it is. It says I've already tapped it. Oh yeah, I guess I have to delete that one before I can actually get it. There it is. Why did they do that, man? That's so annoying to get to. I guess it's the same thing. I have to build a big tower that carries it up, maybe. Yeah, I'll do the save file today. In fact, I could do it right now. I'll just throw it up there. And then I'll try to remember at the end of the stream to update it. Because I've forgotten a few times, so if I just do it now, hopefully I don't forget. So I'll make a new folder. So we'll say live stream series. Well, it's update 1.1 now. So there was that was the video series update 8. Now it became the live stream series. Folder, save files. Save games. There we go. That's shared, I think, as well. So, there now. Stream 8. Stream episode 8. I could title this one... We'll call it Aluminum. I'll say episode's really 7, because that's kind of where it left off. After this one, I'll save it as 8, and that'll be called Rocket Fuel. This will be Aluminum... Scrap. Okay. Oh dear. The things I do for you guys. No worries, Sam. Have you ever thought of doing setup tutorials for endgame manufacturing, like setting up nuclear? I followed along with your Turbofuel Factory and I thought it was amazing. Not necessarily like a tutorial. When I get there in my own video series, if ever, that'll be the tutorial. But I'm going through progression rather than doing specific builds. It would be an interesting thing to not do a Let's Play series at all and just do builds, but I'm doing a Let's Play series, I guess. Yeah, so I was going to suggest, like, just very quickly, I can show you here as well. We just did a nuclear power plant recently on stream. Just rename this so before I forget this. This is... Why is there two of these? Oh, one is the underclocked version. Yeah. So, I have to find this now, but Dream World 1.0. This needs its own section. I have to reorganize this before it gets too crazy. Nuclear power plant. Yeah, so this was the nuclear power plant I designed on stream. So, there's a playlist for the stream 1.0 world. And towards the very end, I designed the power plant and built it over the course of 3 videos, I think, 3 streams. And this is it. So initially it was this, I think, roughly. Actually, it was even less than that. It was like here. And then in order to handle the waste, we brought the waste back around to the bottom and built all of this additional bottom stuff. Now, when there's just an icon with nothing, like 360 limestone, it's been brought in by drone. That's where all that stuff's coming from. So if heat sinks, steel, like where'd that come from? It's been brought in from other places in the world. So it's like you could use that as a template of building a nuclear power plant that works and it recycles stuff and everything, but it relied on other things I'd done already to that point. Not a completely, like, it relies on other factories to feed it. You'd almost have to go to like see like, oh, how'd you do your heat sinks? How'd you do your steel? How'd you do all this other stuff? It's like you got to work your way pretty far back actually, because that's what everything was being made in the world. All these numbers and things. So I knew that I had stuff ready, and it's like, oh, we'll just drone it in. We'll drone everything in, and that's how we'll make it. And it worked. Right, so what we're doing now, I'm gonna get rid of that stuff on the to-do list. If I can edit to-do list on. Done. Yeah, now there is a to-do list. If I loaded the game again, it might appear, but it might not. I don't know what the bug is. But you need to stop driving. You're doing EFF to sulfur delivery. So delete that path. EFF dash sulfur delivery. Okay. Alright, so you're done. This is done. This is all good to go. Now, I dropped a crate for the sulfur, I guess. I'll just throw that in the bin. Alright, let's go downstairs and disable the miner, and we'll try to move this whole building. This was actually blueprinted, so we could just try to literally move it, you know? Rebuild it in that new place. Why the bird icon? Milanote assigns icons just based on what you call things. So if I made a new board and I called it, I don't know, car, it makes a car image. It doesn't make it. It has a bunch of them and they all have references for names. So, say factory. And you get little factory icons. That's how that works. Yeah, it is neat. I'd love, like, all those icons should be in this game. You know? Will the miner work if placed again on the same spot? I can't ever place it again now. Gone. But I could have upgraded it where it was. I just chose not to. Yeah, you can't place it again. It has to be placed on the original, on the deposit now. Come back and destroy this when I got more room in my inventory. So basically, we're just going to bank hard to the left and build a tower, much the same as we did. So maybe here? So we'll just need a T-junction, I guess. Well, actually, we'll just need a left-hand turn. There's not really going to be a way to turn right anymore. This will all be gone. There's no need for it anymore. Get rid of that before I do that. Move any confusion. Yeah, this is all custom built, right? So this needs to be removed. The ore is gone? Yeah, so this save is from... The ore is gone. We had to look at it earlier. Gone. It's not there. It was never there in this world. Before update 1.0, so before 1.0, there was a sulfur node here, but they moved it. They just moved it. They didn't destroy it. It's logically in the game save file. It was just repositioned over here. It's just there now. And then they dropped its purity level. So they decided, we don't want an ore there. I don't know why. They were like, we're going to put it in a much worse and awkward to reach place, and we're going to make it less pure than it was. Why? I don't know. But that's what they did. But when you load a save, and you already had something built, it continues running as if it was there. Now, it said that we had that one. It's like, oh, you have this one already. If I tried to place a miner on that one, it wouldn't work, because my miner was on it, in terms of the game's understanding of what I'd placed the miner on. It just physically wasn't in the same place. Logically, it was, under the hood. Hey, Martin. See you later. When's the next upload? Probably not till, like, the weekend. Maybe Friday, but I'm trying to be careful and overextend times that I would otherwise think. It's like, yeah, to me, it's like, yeah, Friday. But probably not till, like, Saturday or Sunday, I would imagine, the way things go. Yeah, it's always nice when people catch up, but everyone's always going to outpace me. I'm not quick at uploading, so it's just the way it is. I'm only good for when you find me when I'm like 30 episodes deep. Although as the big builds get bigger, it probably takes longer to catch up or keep up. I guess I can float here. You know there's a blueprint? I do. Do you know not everything here is built with blueprints? Some stuff was. Not a lot of it. The roads, for instance, are, but this was kind of custom built. I forgot the tower was. I was building doing a bit of both on it, I guess. Sorry for the snarky reply. I don't know what's wrong with me sometimes. It's when people say, do you know? It's like, I don't know why that irks me, but it's like, that's a totally normal thing to say. Right. Great. Delete this last little bit. We'll keep everything else there. Yeah, because that was like a custom we'll be building one now, like a custom platform just for the miner with the tower and stuff. Wasn't originally built that way with the roads. Like there's something off about this. I don't really know. Well, there's the culprit right there, actually. Alright, so old tower is gone. Of that bottom base platform, I guess we can get rid of that as well. Might leave the very last little bit just as a reminder, like what was once here. This is home now. This platform. So I should have kind of a, yeah. Oh no, that's not it. Road support arch. Yeah. Maybe just before it dives off a cliff. Have that. Wow. There we go. Alright, road, arch, support, everything basically in. Doesn't have any supports all this way. We could give it one just even here, maybe before the crevasse. Look a tiny bit, whoop, tiny bit better. We just have a little hole for some reason. Great. Alright, so now we bank to the right and we'll have to build our little platform that gets us down. Have a power tower somewhere here. So I guess I'll just go with... Let's float here for a second. We'll power tower just in this corner, and then we can have straight lines. Rather this side. You can nudge this. Cool. I'll build one, whatever the distance that can travel is all the way down. That gives us a, like, it'll bend here, the line, but then it goes nice and straight along the road the whole way down. Place a statue there. That'd be kind of a fun place for a statue, actually. Yeah, that's a good idea. You think our pioneers, or just piles of sulfur, could be fun too. You think our pioneers' thumbs get tired of clicking on the... No, I don't get tired clicking on my mouse. I know they're analogs, they're basic analog sticks, but still, I think it's fine. Is there a cave down here? Yeah, of course it is. But you have a hole there. Yeah, I've got a hole in those supports so you can easily walk through them, depending on what happens. I also just thought it kind of looked cool, but admittedly that's a bit weird, but it's fine. It's all good. Now, the sulfur is actually over there. I'm just going to pipe it up through a big tower, central band, that we can have an elevator inside the tower, which would be nice too. Maybe. Actually, the belt might get in the way. Really nice that we can just nudge forever now. Cool. Alright, let's get power out with me so I can hover pack a bit and stop floating around so much, annoying people. Let's see how far this can reach. Pretty far. That's great. Just wanted it to be able to at least come over here before we add the support in. The blueprints, road infrastructure, power tower, walkway. Wow, I could actually reach the other one from there. Again, I've got a little bit of hitching, so I'm just going to maybe give the game a restart just to be safe. Yeah, people want zoop. I don't really care for roads being zooped. I mean, you saw that I was able to build one after the other really quickly, so... I don't know. I can see... I'm sure if it was implemented, I'd be like, that's great, but I'd rather they focus on other things, you know? I just feel like the reason they don't, my guess, is because you can have a lot of objects in a blueprint, and if you could place, like, place 10 in a row, you could just stall people's games. It's trying to deploy, like, 1,000 objects or something. Like, I can kind of see why they don't. Maybe what would be a way to solve it is you could zoop, but then it just goes 1, 1, 1, like in a line, like slowly. Like the next one doesn't build until the first one does. That could maybe solve it. Anyway. Because yeah, there's been instances where it would be nice with roads, or even with rows of machines sometimes, where it's like, yeah, it could be nice to put down 20 of these. Yeah, just insta crash. Doing cloud save stuff, so I didn't want to interrupt it. I need more RAM. Need to download it. Pirate it. Or something. Infinite Zoop mod was super laggy, I couldn't imagine. Yeah, even that's just like 100 foundations, right? So it's like... And not a peep out of Rex, he's been just fast asleep in front of me the whole stream. Oh, my camera is not in the same position as this anymore. It used to be. Transition's no longer as smooth as it could be. Hey, Jerry. Is Thule still here? Did he accept my apology? I'd be worried if Rex peeped. He's so asleep, I could just put my hand on him, there's no movement. I mean, he's moving, but he doesn't care. Oh, feels smoother already. Alright. Commence Operation Tower placement. So there's a natural kind of thing over there. Maybe we could go forward and that could be like the driveway sort of area. We drive on the left side in this. Not that it matters too much, but yeah, so we go down, we cross into somewhere, and then we come back out. That would be the way to do it. Let's do one more of these. My new roads... My new blueprints for roads are so much more dynamic and better than this in the Desert series, because I have like little 2 lanes that lead in for specifically for this purpose. Yeah, because I didn't make any... I have a T-junction turn, but it's not like into a single track. I guess it doesn't really matter. Try to use what I have. Pattern wise, there'd be no patterns. So this is like a one-way, is what I mean by single track. One way. So normally I would have just like a thinner lane road segment that I have. I don't have that in this world. I'd have to import my other blueprints, but then the roads would look different here than all the other ones. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Oh no, there's a pattern on all this. Ugh. Is that limestone there? Yeah, there's limestone here, it seems. Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate that a lot. 5 gifted memberships to Donnie Walker, Sparky 1492, Mikkel Wolbink, or Michael, or Michelle, Eddie Martinez, and Josh Rootledge, aka Dognutino. Dognutino? Dognut-ino. Thanks, Jerry. Peeped? Yeah, I meant like peeped as in a peep, not like peeing or something. Can't you grab the blueprints from the folder, your save games? Yeah, I was thinking that, sorry, and then I was just thinking like, but then those roads would look different than all these ones. They look quite different. They're like yellow. And they don't have the sidewalk thing. They would fit, and the trucks would all drive fine, but I would feel like the need to upgrade all the roads that way. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know. They'd all fit, at least. Hey, Spartan. Spartan 6. VI. Virtual Intelligence. Playing Mass Effect. That's what they call AI in the game. I guess they call them VIs. Well, I guess in those games they classify them differently. I don't know what I'm going on about this. Hey, how's it going? Catching up now, but another note about the vertical splitting and merging. If you try to use a regular lift to input-output with the HV splitter merger, it breaks. It's super buggy. It's such a shame. Oh, they'll get there, I'm sure, though. It's nice that we're getting it at all.
Interesting creative choices.
You know, it's not an interesting creative choice. Them making her speak more. Are you planning on streaming Anno 117 or sticking to Satisfactory? I plan on streaming it. I don't know, though, what I'm going to do there yet. I'm not sure. Like, I definitely plan on doing videos on it, on this, quote, main channel now. And, the big dilemma in my head is, should I stick to this multi-channel approach, or should I just try to pile on all back onto one? I don't know. My gut instinct tells me do a few videos on the main channel, maybe stream it on the main channel. But then the series, like after like 5 episodes or something, it's like, okay, all the other ones are now going to be on this channel, like continue on over there. There's already like 3 ready to go for you, that kind of thing. That worked well when I did Republic of Play and getting people over to this channel, so... I don't know. I've got a real internal battle in my head about sticking on one or splitting off to multiple. People tell me different things. Some YouTubers are like, yeah, definitely split. Others tell me, keep it all on one, man. So I just don't know. YouTube are telling me different things as well. They're like, they're not sure. It just depends, I guess, if you can have multiple channels all going regularly, then I think it is beneficial. You just kind of cross-promote constantly. Vehicle deadlock. I cannot believe it. How the hell have we had a deadlock now? They're both facing the same direction. This has never happened. This has been running for a very long time. It's never happened. What's going to happen to the next guy? I'm going to say that they'll sort themselves out. Let's see. Simply, it's not possible. I hate trucks. I actually love trucks. Really underrated in my opinion. But this, I mean, this is after many, many hours seeing them deadlock. I'm confident they'll get out of it. Confident. They can break the cycle when another one comes up behind them. That's all we need. Or they'll all deadlock behind each other, but I'm confident they'll fix themselves. Alright, there we go. We got a nice looking thing going on. I'm not going to bother rounding these corners. Life's too short. So we need I don't even know why I put the barriers on these. They need a truck station. The truck station could be in the middle, actually. So we drive in this way, load up, come back out. There's a nice, tasty hole right here. Perfect for a tower. And a station. Sure thing. Let's maybe put the tower in first. Now, I can't remember it. Blueprints aren't very organized in this. But let's see. Tower. Stairwell tower. Concrete tower wall. That's the one. Thick tower wall. Oh, that was the brutalist version. What we want. Smaller channels are growing from nothing on a small channels at once. On all small channels at once. Yeah, the growth thing is good, and basically, why do different channels at all? It's so that the people that are there see the thing they want to see primarily. The problem with being an idiot like me and wanting to play multiple games across somewhat different genres, you're always just going to turn off a portion of people that just don't want to see that. And if YouTube's feeding people videos that they're not watching, like some people are saying, like, I'm not interested in that, it's fine. But because of that, it's like dropping a negative little modifier on your video. So it's going to get recommended to people who might like it less. Like, damn. But if you put it in one place where everyone who's there are there for that, it's only positive reinforcement that you get. So but it's a difficult balance, because I'm not going to play that forever either. So that's why it's like, well, I'm doing Rome 2 at the moment, and certain people there are like, oh, do more Rome 2. And it's like, well, I'm going to play something else. I'm just going to lose them anyway, even if I swap to Stellaris. So I don't know if that's really worth it. I don't know. Anyway, sorry for taking so long. I think this is what I'm happy with. I should start from the other side, though, I think. Yeah. Give this room for the station more. And I want this to be center. So that's the world grid there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There. I'm using half foundations around it. Yeah. Alright. Oh shit. Oh. Can I handle running 2 at once? Well, yeah. I mean, I've actually got 3 right now. I mean, I'm not handling it very well. So I guess in some ways, no. But it'd be no different than having it all on 1. Like, the volume of content's not going to be any different. It's just where I place it. Like, I'm going to do Anno. It'll come at some expense of doing Satisfactory. Like, a little bit. I don't know. I don't even want to think about it. I haven't thought it through. It's not happening yet anyway. Anno 1.17 won't be for a while. It's the same. People ask me to play City Skylines and other things. Like, I had series and all these things before. Nice to have people ask me to do these things. I just wish I had more people on one. That would make my life very easy. I kind of have an equal amount of people on multiple things. So it's tough to deny any one group their thing that they want to see. Oh shit. I'm being very smart about this. Oh, bollocks. Oh, I died. Damn it. I was trying to switch back. I had like 9 bars out of 10. Well. It's okay. And it was actually Spartan who kind of kicked it off. Oh. I know, how embarrassing. I died. That's why I don't like the hover pack. Fucking always die with it. Yeah, there is a hotkey for switching jetpacks, but it's not working in 1.1. Or not a hotkey. It's like you can switch. I can't show it right now, but basically like this. So see the way it says equipment shortcuts. If you press 1, it'll equip it. But it doesn't. It used to literally equip it in your hand. So the jetpack would go on your back, but now it doesn't. You click it and it uploads it to the depot. There's like a bug. So you could quick swap them before, and I was just about getting good with that because it can also move. It might be slot 1, 2, or 3. So I was getting good at going like bang, like identifying which one it needs to be and then equipping it. But in 1.1, when you click the button, it tries to upload it into your depot rather than equip it. So I'm blaming the update, basically. It's not my fault. Hey, meet you, Pez. Oh yeah, check the deadlock. I don't even need to check it. I know it's fixed. Damn it. Still not fixed. Yeah, what the hell happened there? I can't believe trucks are also just making it past that deadlock. It's very weird. 2 of them just stopped behind each other. By all accounts, that's a new problem, because that's never happened before. And, you know, the game's been running for 200 hours since I built that factory. I haven't changed these, so, like, what's happened? Let's go fix it, I guess. I'll just hop in one, let them run, and then hop out. Hey, Rolando. No, oh, yeah, maybe they fell off the road. No, I wouldn't have... there's no real physics when you're not in the area, so I don't think they can collide or knock each other off roads and stuff. They just follow the spline of the waypoints. So, when you're not in the area, you could actually build a wall in between them, and they'll just go through it. I didn't build a lift in the road. I haven't changed these roads, definitely, since I built that factory. Nothing has changed on that road. Right there. They're just stopped behind each other. So trucks do make sure that they go behind each other. They don't collide. They don't rear end each other. So this, I don't know how we've had a deadlock from one behind the other. I mean, I've never seen that before. It's not a deadlock. Deadlocks can only happen from the front. Or they're supposed to only happen from the front. You know, two things decide like they can't get past each other. This doesn't make any sense. They're going the same way. I don't know what that is. I don't like that though. Shakes my confidence greatly. Sorry, Bob. Just miss. I don't mind people retracting their message, but I'm always like, what did it say? It makes me want to read it more. Game being annoying, I guess. Yeah, I'd just like to know what did it. Deadlock from behind. Yeah, that's a really weird one. It's really cool when you get trucks all going the same way. They keep even distance between each other. They line up behind each other. So to see them crash like that or whatever, weird. I want to just gain more biofuel. There we go. Retracting messages is gaslighting. Yeah. Gonna make it up there. Never played Satisfactory and I don't really plan on doing, but your series on it is amazing. Thanks, Erlen. That's really interesting. Thank you. If I die, it's the game's fault. Totally. I mean, in some ways it actually was, but it's fine. Ugh. How long will the power last with no sulfur? It's been totally fine for a long time. It's going up and down without the sulfur. So yeah, so it can run on one. There's one sulfur node there. We've cut off an additional. It was supposed to be what 233 sulfur, but it was running at 150, and so we cut off that 150. So yeah, I never thought about it, but we would have noticed it straight away actually. Like within a few minutes, because it was just about to make the delivery and I stopped it. So it's a good point. I actually didn't even think of it. But luckily, it seems like we've survived without that. Because it already wasn't enough, you know, so that there was no buffer to speak of. In there. Concrete. Just 9,000 concrete in that little box. Place is all overgrown now as well. Oh, my to-do list is back. Nice. Hey, Tomek. Any tips on going fast on ziplines? Hold shift. Really annoying spending 5 minutes crossing the oil plant and then remembering I forgot something. Yeah, just hold shift. That's as fast as you can go. If you want to go real fast, hypertubes are your best option. Because you can set up multiple entrances into one and then that'll speed you up. Right, now, the thing I didn't do was I didn't bring power with me, so let's do that. Although I wanted to see if there was... Okay, so I just have to make sure I avoid those rocks. For now, I'll just bring this down with me. Do I have the hopper pack on me? No. Yeah, so if I press number 3 to switch to this... Oh, it works! Why does it work now? We did this yesterday, was it? Or not yesterday, last stream. Ah, there we go. It's uploading this, yeah. Maybe it's only the jetpack that gets uploaded then. If I have this... Oh. And then I press 3. No, yeah, now it's uploading that as well. So it worked once. Cool. Alright. Well. Keep this on. So, that's the node that we're trying to get. We want to bring that up onto the road network. So I'm just going to avoid this. We'll build whatever it's called, frame foundations in here to make it look like we know that this is here. And it's reinforced. It looks like adding that miner, the Mark III miner, and if we overclock it, might actually be the tipping point for power to trip, which would be really annoying. I'll have to just double check that before we do it. And then it'd be cool to have some windows on this thing. Maybe... we could do 2 corner windows. Alright, just to break it up a bit. Speaking of Anna 117, yesterday they put out some pictures of it, actually, some screenshots. Looks really cool. Looks like really good. Very clean. Should all be hyped about that game. Please be hyped. Please be excited. We need more zooping in the game. What? We need more zooping? Oh, because 10 was limiting there? Ah. Yeah, maybe. 10 is a bit low for certain things. You can delete up to 50 at a time, so I don't really see why you can't zoop up to 50. You want? Or maybe to 25? Because I can see the argument maybe they would make, like, oh, if you accidentally, like, zoop too far. Like, if you're on the ground and you're building to here, like, 10 is pretty good, right? You could maybe... It gets harder and harder. If you use the infinite zoop mod and you're just on the ground, it gets harder and harder to kind of say, like, okay, I want 16. It's like, it's really difficult. You have to, like, really go forward and look at it and then click it. Like, I can see why they have, like, a limit, because if you did go too far, it could start going between 16 and 20 and 16 and 30. That's what happens with, like, the infinite zoop mod, you have to have a really good angle to get it placed the way you want when it becomes a big number. And if you're zooping in 2 directions, that can be like a nightmare, I feel anyway. I can kind of see why, you know, for control, they might be arguing that internally. But I think 10 is a little tight. You could probably get to 20 without having to really consider much else. Or allow players to set it themselves. That'd be nice. Go into the settings. What's your max zoop limit? It's okay when flying, yeah, but I mean, think of people don't fly in the game until you get to like tier 6 or something, so. Like, I would like it. I'm just trying to think it'd be fair to like how most people play this game. Pretty early on. I'd be able to use it no problem, but yeah. I've just imagined those are the concessions they make when they decide on certain things. Alright, just leave it like this for a sec. So this will be our doorway in, and then we have to work our way down. I'll start from the bottom up, though. Just change that music for a sec. Too triumphant. If you play Ark, you can kill baby penguins with clubs for resources. What kind of monster... What are you doing in your free time? If you part the Mark III miner on the other sulfur, will that not be enough? Where were you, like, 2 hours ago? How did nobody else say this? Thank you. Yes, we don't need the other one at all. Also, I just realized something. Is this where it should be? Do I not have that menu open anymore? I guess not. I closed it. Yeah, it's in the same spot. I was just wondering if it moved as well. Yeah, it's enough. Apparently, there was only one truck. I thought there was 2 trucks delivering, so we actually ran out of sulfur completely. And somehow power is still going. I have no idea how we pulled that off. Let's just make a manual delivery here. This one time. And then we'll figure out increasing the belt speed. I'm at work, so I'm just listening. Just thought about it. Oh, don't be sorry. I'm only joking. No, it's great. Yeah, I just never would have thought of that. Don't know why. I was just like, oh, 300. That's what we get. But, of course, you can get double that. It is just a normal node. But for some reason, yeah, I guess in my head I thought, well, it's a normal node. It's not going to give us... It won't be enough. But it is. It is. Damn it. We'll have to redrive this route. But it's a better route. Now we're only driving to one location. And delete the whole road out that way. Delete everything I ever did. But no, maybe we'll tap that sulfur to make weapons or something in the future. We had talked about that, so there could be some use for it. But we don't need to tap it now, at least. But thanks for the heads up. It does make everything better. Right, so... Here we are. Actually, I don't need to increase the belt speeds because it's already set up to deal with this out of one station. So it is totally perfect. That Apex, thank you. I like to enjoy Gran Turismo in my spare time. And some Forza. Big Wipeout player. And Motorstorm as well. Alright, let's drive this route properly now. We stick to the left in this world, I guess. Before I do, what did we call it again? It was TFF dash sulfur delivery is what we call this, okay? Just trying to keep the naming convention correct in this world at least. Now you actually kind of generally want to undershoot your turns because the AI driven trucks overshoot. Oh, it actually doesn't matter, but visually it can look a bit better that way. Okay, I'm just hitting an invisible wall. Mind me. Just an invisible wall. Come on. No? Nothing? Never gonna give up? 2 hours? I don't think it was really 2 hours, but I've been streaming for 3. We were probably doing that for about 1. What is going on? No, I'm not dropping any frames. I don't know what that was. Try again. Call an exorcist, that's funny. This fucking hotkey is broken as well. You gotta get out and fucking touch a building, then get back in, then press it. Please, please just fix some of these things, please. Please, coffee stain, please. We drive on the left side, but I remember this is a one-way out, so you're on the right side if you want to take the right turn. Okay. Okay. All right. TFF sulfur delivery. Now, let's just set a wait time on this. So it's making one more than it needs. Unfortunately, we need 533.33 recurring. I don't know how to get that exactly. Hope for the best. So it's how many per stack? 100 per stack. The truck has, I don't remember to say actually. 48. So 4,800. It takes 9 minutes to fill. I don't know then. So wait 7 minutes. 7 times 60. 420. It'll wait here for 7 minutes, and then it'll move out there, unload, and then come back. I think that'll be okay. Cutting it a little fine maybe, but I don't think the trip is more than 30 seconds either way, and it won't take long to unload. Do number 1 divided by 3. I'm tempted to do stuff with trucks. The whole fueling situation is annoying. That's the fun. I'd say, I don't know, 20 seconds? Make a difference? I don't know. Right, so with the sulfur piling out now, the hope would be that everything will start running at 100% again. That was the only thing that was ever low here. Let's, oh my god, what's happening? Why? Oh, because we dropped the, yeah. Like, why am I not using my liquid biofuel? Man, I'm frustrated. I need to chill. Yeah, drones delivering fuel is the way to go. But if obviously most people don't have drones, but if they're still setting up trucks. Yeah, I don't know. If there's normally I have a dedicated truck driving coal around to other factories. So every factory that you want to deliver stuff has to have a refueling station. So it's a truck station that takes in fuel from other places and distributes it to other truck stations. So if you build like 3 truck stations in a line, you need a 4th one doing coal, and that one is feeding the other 3. That's usually what you do, and it just means that you need one dedicated coal node somewhere. Low volume, impure if you want, it doesn't really matter, and a truck just drives to the other places and delivers that stuff in. That's usually what I do. This is weird. He's not going to come back for a while, but when he does, then we can turn off those nodes or just go back out to it for briefly so we don't have to see them. Anyway, that's how refueling works. So in my current desert world, you know, I have one little tractor that drives around delivering fuel to all these different places. I actually think tractors are better than trucks. I'm getting really pissed off with trucks lately, not just in this world, but just generally. Because they drive kind of erratically compared to how you do, whereas tractors actually drive really similar to how you do. Belt upgrade, we don't need it. We don't need it. This was already built to spec. So they have their sulfur, they're all good, and it's being divided down the line. So everyone has everything now. These are the ones that were running short before, because they're at the end of the manifold, so I'll get it though. This takes a bit of time. Help them out by overfilling one of these. Because this place used to run at 100%. We just, the sulfur node was changed from normal to impure in between updates. Update 8 and 1, that is. But the belt speed's enough to supply all these machines. Yeah. Now we could do it where it's just one belt that feeds it all in a manifold, but it was done as 2 belts because I didn't have... So it's 533 that needs to be brought here. Alright, so this is what's happening. 533.3 recurring, right? Each line needs 133, so a Mark III belt should be on each line. Yep. This would need to be a Mark V or 2 Mark IVs, and that's what I've gone with, 2 Mark IVs. You can split between 2 groups, so... It's all fine, just it's going to take a while to get this up and running. So in order to get this correct, we have to wait for the efficiency of these to go up just a little bit. Or like I said, I could just I mean, it's just a couple on the end. If I just take out some of the sulfur here and just feed those now. Although that truck should be coming in soon, although it's not here yet. Did I set the timer wrong then? This is run out almost immediately. I'll tell it to leave right now. See if that helps anything. I might need to adjust the time down, because if the truck wasn't totally full in the first drive, then we're always going to be a bit delayed. Look at that, 1922. It's still waiting here, I assume, is it? That's still building up. Okay, you just go. Forget this timer, we'll set this way less, so just do 120. It's 2 minutes, you just wait 2 minutes and then go. Based on what you've got now, that should be totally fine to keep everything running. I'm trying to turn off the nodes, but the hotkey doesn't work. I'll have to wait until we get there. There is something majorly wrong with these things now. Alright, you're empty. Go. And hide your nodes. Actually, put your nodes back on for a sec. 15's the standard time, so we'll just leave it at that. He'll be back in 2 minutes, or just over. 20 and 13 and 15 and 5. At least the belts are running all the time. So now we should be at 100% because they're not going to run short. Which means that these can now run at 100%. It's just a matter of getting the compacted coal down to them. So what I'll do is we'll just turn off this one because it's full. Turn off one on each line basically. You want to turn off the ones that are full. That'll encourage the... Oh yeah, I might reset these actually. Their clock speeds are just different on the ones on the end. I don't really like that. So to do that, we basically need 166.665 coming out of each one. 8 binaries recurring. Yeah, I'm just going to do some of this math fresh. So from 200 fuel, what can I get? Turbo fuel. The 200 fuel divided by 22.5, by 22.5, that gives us 8.888 recurring. Okay. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's 9 machines. So we do this. Divided by 9. That's our clock speed. We'll just apply that clock speed to everybody. 98.7654, etc. Is that 54321? Yeah. Right, so I can go here. This will give me back the compacted coal when I copy and paste it, though. We'll just deploy the compacted coal back in. Oh, no, it doesn't. They fixed that. Oh, that's great. Just setting a new clock speed doesn't empty the machines anymore. That's nice. That's a good feature, or a good update. So now they're all clocked evenly. still going to turn off the ones at the beginning. Just keep them off so that more compacted coal is making its way down. Then we have to change the generators next. Then we build the blenders. Alright, so they're all pasted, so they're all now running at 98. The same output though overall, so it should be fine. Make sure I did that one, did I? Yeah. If you see this one, I have the other issues. If you... I read that a while ago, yeah. I was thinking, damn, my chat keeps bugging out on the right side. Don't know what that's about. I have the other issue with trucks and tractors. The tractors are crazy, and my trucks are perfect. About 200 hours for some of the trucks. Really? Well, I've never seen, like, everything always works for me, like they do always work. Today was the first day I've ever seen a deadlock. That was crazy. On an old save, like, where this doesn't happen. So, don't know what that's about. But, I've just noticed visually trucks seem to be way more erratic than the tractors. I never really see tractors reset. That's just my experience. But they do both logically work, like they deliver their stuff and it happens on time. It can just look really weird sometimes in the area. But that's interesting that you say the opposite, yeah. How are you? Hi, how are you? Hey, Delroy. We're working on building rocket fuel. So we have an existing turbofuel plant. We've done a bunch of stuff to finish milestones to get us the components we need. Hang on. Alright, as long as this never runs out, we're good then from now on. Anyway, yeah, so we're just upgrading the existing turbo fuel plant to make rocket fuel. So we're just in we've just gotten our... So there was a shortfall of sulfur. We fixed that now. By deploying a Mark III miner, so that's done. The rocket fuel is the next thing, which means getting blenders. So we have this existing place. This runs all my power. So it's a tricky balancing act to keep it running. Effectively. Yeah, we want to basically keep it running while we build additional things and send the turbo fuel into blenders instead. So I might build the blenders upstairs or even on top of these machines or something. That would probably be the easiest way to keep everything together, because the turbo fuel all comes out in this line. So if it went up above these machines into rows of blenders and then that fed down into these buffers to feed the generators, that would work great. Now, I think we'll need way more generators than we have. Yeah, I need to count these out to see how many we've got. They're running short on... Well, not on purpose, but we know about that, so that's fine. They won't be running short for very much longer. And then we have all this power behind us. Has this power been tapped, actually? Oh yeah, we're starting to drain it a little bit. Only a little bit. It's at 97%, so that's good. Alright, let's see how many we got. 17, I want to say. You inspired me to use trucks, and I haven't had an issue since I started using them. That's great to hear. I'm glad. I would hate for someone to say, like, I've been using them since you told me to, and they suck. There's 17, and 2 of them are overclocked. Okay, there's a wall down there, so we can't go any further. We could go wider, though, if we need to. Right, so while I'm waiting for these machines to fill with compacted coal now, and to be honest, we could make that go a little quicker. We'll just pause a couple more of these. And this is just, pushing the compacted coal further down the line quicker. We don't need these to be on. Right, anyway, while we're waiting on that, I can now open this back up, and we'll try to add on our blenders to this diagram. What we've got so far. I'm gonna go over here. Can't move to the right unless I have something there. Right, so there we go. Right, so now, finally, rocket fuel. So we need nitric acid, and then we need turbo fuel. So I need a little bit of iron, water, and nitrogen gas. So we'll sort that out somewhere, and then pipe along nitric acid straight into this place. Then we'll need the turbo fuel. So ultimately, I think with 666.6 recurring turbo fuel, we need 60 of it, so we'll need 11.11. So we need 12 blenders that are clocked down. Yeah. And I think they just make 100, don't they? So it will just be 1,111 rocket fuel. How many I think some of that I'd like to package. Maybe we can say even 11.1 or 111.1 package, so 1,000 rocket fuel maybe. That would give us loads of rocket fuel then for every vehicle ever in the future. Drones and stuff like that. So the burn rate of rocket fuel is 4.167. Of course it is. Beautiful number. 4.167. Let's say 111.1 divided by 4.67, was it? Or 167? 167. Jesus Christ. So 266 generators? My God. Alright, so what is 4.167 times 250? So we could use that much rocket fuel in 250 generators. And that's just 250 generators running standard, right? We're not overclocking them. So we can overclock them and get that number down. The standard generator does what? 250. Something doesn't seem right here. Oh, sorry, that's the... Yeah. Well, 250 times 250 is what we're looking to do. 62,000... 62,500... Yeah, okay. So we currently produce... I think when all is up and running, about 25,000, something like that. Maybe 30. We're doubling it. I guess that's okay. It'll be enough to power most of the factories that we have. Oh, I'll be overclocking them. We need to. So 250 generators running at 250%. That means we need 100 generators. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 100 divided by 8. You need 12.5 per row. Oh, we've got more than that. Excellent. So we don't need to do anything then. Keep it where it is. Keep it where it is. I was worried we'd have to extend or add another row, but this will make life very easy. So, that means we're just going to build blenders. And what was it? 12 blenders up on top of here. And they're taking in... Yeah, so 12. 3, 6, 9, 12. So 3 per line. Excellent. And then they need their nitric acid to flow into. Add more power shards. Add more and save power shards. Yeah, well, there's so many power shards in the game now, I don't even think I need to do that. I only use power shards for miners and generators, and I don't think I'll need any more, so it's fine. There's like hundreds and hundreds of power shards. And you can make them later on, so I don't think we have to worry about that. Do you think you'll do New Horizon mod for Anno 1800? Oh yeah, sorry, someone did ask me that in the Discord. Probably not. I'm really busy all the time, so I'd like to. But probably not. There's a couple of things I can't talk about that are happening behind the scenes, so timing-wise it might be bad. You'll see other stuff from me then, to put it mildly. But maybe. Yeah, unfortunately I don't fully know. I'd like to. Depends on other things. I was thinking of just playing Anno 1800 just straight up. Without any mods. But again, I just don't know if I have the time for anything. And I hate telling people that, because it's like, not your problem. I'm trying to make it work, but yeah. Alright, how are we doing here? 15, 16, they're starting to build up. Alright, so, yeah, this is, can we get rid of this? These are blueprinted, nice, good job. Whoever did that. Put a hole in the ceiling here. And we'll stack blenders up this way. Maybe blueprint them if we need to now as well. Nice, we've got lots of room. But yeah, thanks to summer slooping, right? Obviously, when we throw in a slug, we get twice as much out. So now, you know, one purple slug is 10 power shards. So it just seems like I wouldn't worry about the power shard situation, especially now that late game you can make them. Kind of annoying that these bars are slightly raised. I'm just wondering, do I do the floor here? You know, in line with the... like this? Cutting off the bottom, we could use just a thin layer. That would clip through these things. I'd have to go up one layer more, I think. And... I'm sure it'll look fine that way. You can summer sleep the slugs and get more? Yeah, that's what I was... I thought I just said... Sorry if you're replying to someone else. I thought I mentioned that. That's what I was saying. Thanks to summer sloops. What does it... Oh, did I say it wrong? Sorry. 1 blue slug. Yeah, no, I think I got it right. 1 blue is 1 power shard. A yellow is 2 and a purple is 5. So with the summer sloop, you get 10. Howdy, Mendicants. He's not doing nuclear. Someone asked me about nuclear. We'll probably circle the map 5 times before we need to refuel rocket fuel. Nice. Please like the stream if you like the content. Thanks, NJ. Yeah, we did nuclear recently. I've never done rocket fuel, so that's why I'm doing rocket fuel. I might do nuclear after, though. I'd like to do ionized fuel maybe after this and figure that out. This is where our blenders are going to go. We only need 3 per line. And if we could line them up with these, that'd be perfect. They need to aim out that way. Then the center point here. Something like that would probably be okay. They just take up 2 foundations even. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Yep, that'll be all center lines. That'll be cool. They don't have many inputs, so I don't think I need to blueprint them. It's just, 2 in, 2 out, and they're both liquids, so fine. We'll just do 1 row just to get a feel for it. So that's going to be going here. And then we're going to need spillover from each one to go into some sort of packaged version. That's just going to plug straight down into there, basically. But then, yeah, somewhere, maybe just before we'll have, like, any not overflow, I guess. Sort of, kind of overflow. Because we're coming down from a good height, actually, what we could do is the bottom will fill first, and then as the pipe was filled at the top, we could have a split, like a junction somewhere here, like in the middle. Not in the distance, but I'm, like, talking, you know, at this height, but where I am. I think if we have priority to the bottom first, as people keep telling me, if that's true, and the liquid just flows straight past it, I don't know if that's how it works, but if it does flow straight past it, then only if the junction gets full will we have a siphon that can lead up to all the other ones. Is that how that works? I don't know. It could be worth testing. That would create an overflow, basically. Ionized is not worth it? Well, it's just for the fun. I haven't made it before. I've never made Fixonium, Ionized, or Rocket Fuel. I want to make everything in the game at some point, just to see it. The beam placement being off is hurting my OCD? What's off about it? You mean being short? Yeah, well, do this. There you go. Do that a few times. Something like that, anyway. The reason I've done 2 foundations as well is because we'll stick some of these lights on it. And we need 2 foundations for them. This will come out further also, so here. I'll just take this for a sec. Right, anyway, 2 liquid inputs. 1 gas, 1 liquid, right? Nitric... Oh no, they're both liquid, actually. Nitric acid, turbo fuel. Do I want to do that? Yeah, I guess just one behind the other and one higher than the other, I suppose. Actually, if you go in the center here, there, they could just flow up together, but one over the other. That might be fine then the whole time. I guess they're not needed as much, but I'll just use them anyway. So do this one, we can do the other ones pretty quickly then, hopefully. Straight. I like how that looks. That looks kind of cool. It could be on their own row if we extend this floor out even further, actually. It is a gas. Nitric acid is a gas. You don't need pumps to lift it, so it's like a plasma gas thing. Darren overthinking factory logic. Sometimes Darren just doesn't seem to see my message. Sorry, I struggle to read different things. Clock the generators to 240. It'll take 10 per minute rocket fuel per min, an easy number to deal with. But it doesn't really make a difference. We just saw that I need 12.5 for each of them anyway. Talking about rocket fuel, no rocket fuel? Isn't rocket fuel gas? Oh, rocket fuel's a gas? Oh. Oh, I guess that's why it goes in the aluminum containers. That kind of makes sense. If rocket fuel's a gas, oh, then the head lift, that lift thing won't really work the way I thought. That doesn't really matter then. How's the best way? Is there a way to do overflow, really? I mean, eventually it will just get backed up and go where it needed anyway, I suppose. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, okay. Compacted coal. It's interesting that compacted coal comes back out. Because we could then reduce the amount of... We could lower the clock speed of all these things. And save on some of the sulfur. Man, it'd be so funny if we needed even less sulfur than I... Anyway. It's 30 per row. So you could take away 30. We make 530. We make, how much? 133 per each one? Yeah, 133. 30 of that could come from... the byproduct. Or we could leave it as is. And use that as... what else can you use compacted coal for? Making steel with iron. Mixing heavy... make fine black powder. If you mix compacted coal with more sulfur. We do need weapons. I was saying we need more... We don't have any way of making rifles and stuff. Rifle ammo. 100 coming out of each. I'm sorry I missed chat, Avish. I'm just bad at reading it. I never single out anyone. I almost read randomly at this point. Yeah, we need to get the iron going in a minute. I was letting these things build up. Oh, they look like they have. Excellent. Okay, cool. So we can turn all this on then. Hopefully that's 100% now across the board. Iron's pretty far out. Wow. Rich iron vein up there. We only need a tiny amount of plates, though. I think. The nitric... Wherever the nitric acid is being made, that's where we'll do that. where we get the gas, I should say. So wherever the nitrogen gas comes in, we'll make the acid on site, and then the acid will be brought here. I don't know how yet, but we'll bring it here. Maybe packaged, maybe in a train, maybe just on a pipeline. One of these pipelines will be doing it. I just wanted to see anything else that says just the compacted coal needs to come out, and then if done really well, we could just bring it down and merge it into these machines. Would that work out nicely? It doesn't line up easily with them, but they could all just line up and come down and go to the left and into there. That would work. Yeah. And then we'll underclock those machines once these start. Seems fine to me. I just want to gauge where this is going. Yes, it's here. Alright, so merger, please. One. I'm just thinking, should I just go down onto this line? There's 4 lines. Well, there's only 4 lines here. Yeah, no, it's just easier the other way. For me, anyway. Right. It's only 10 per minute, so Mark 1 is fine. I think we have to go a little further out. I would say sink it and then use it with iron. But why not recycle it into the original line? And then we save on coal and sulfur. But the transition to 1.1, or was it smooth? Would you say it's worth swapping over? Very tempted, but it would take some work because of the mods I got. All your mods will break. So if you use a lot of mods, then that's not going to be smooth. For me, I didn't have any, so it was super smooth. It doesn't, there's no, you don't have to do anything, really. There's no, because it's mostly a cosmetic update, you know? The only one logical thing that's different is you now have a priority merger, but no recipes changed. You know, nothing like that changed. So there's no teething process with moving over if you weren't using mods. Recipe is really good. Check it, sink it, and then use it with iron. Well, we just saw compacted coal can be used with iron to make steel, right? But I'm not planning on making steel here. It'd be 10. Yeah, you don't need 2.5 per minute. So we get 10 per minute out. So what's that, 20 ore? So you get 40 steel? Like, that is good. I'd have to bring in steel though, or bring in iron. I don't know, I just don't feel like I want to do that. Maybe in the future though. To me at this point, I'm just like, well, the easiest thing, well, one of the easiest things is just to bring it straight back down onto the line that's already been fed in and clock these machines to have 30 less. That's all. That seems pretty simple to me. And maybe if we want, use some of the excess sulfur to make weapons and stuff. Am I crazy? Or is it really like stupid? Not stupid, you know what I mean, like dumb, inefficient, whatever. This could come up here and go to that height and just be fed straight in. I use the nitro rocket fuel recipe, so I don't have the option to recycle the compacted coal. Recycle it to the original line with the priority merger so the recycle is used first. Then, on the original line, set a smart splitter to split off an overflow into the sink. Well, I would just underclock the original line. So there is no overflow. That'd be what I would choose to do. It's a self-fulfilling... It's like aluminum, right? It'll eventually... Even if something went wrong and I had to restart it, it would eventually make a little bit of this, which would make more of that, and that would keep cycling around. I mean, I guess you're slightly dicey because you're dealing with potentially running out of power, but power storage will solve that, I think. But good idea on the priority merger, though. That's kind of a nice use of it. We can guarantee the recycled stuff comes out. I guess just keep that on low. So if these got backed up, it would just back up the... I mean, really, though, you'd need priority mergers almost all the way down the line. Say, like, I always want to take from this line. This is the line should always keep freely moving. If your machine gets backed up, that's okay. As long as the blenders can always get their stuff out. I don't think you're crazy dumb. I think recycling makes sense. Thanks, Todd. I think what people were saying about using to make steel makes sense as well. It's just like, that's just like a side quest. Like, now I gotta find iron, gotta bring it here. We make steel in good volume. It's a good recipe, but then it's like, okay, now we gotta like make it into pipe or whatever. Seems like a good option to, after building this place, it's like, okay, so I know that I've got extra compacted coal or potential for compacted coal. What do I want to do with that? You know, and then I'll like assess it. Alright, so that's one done. I just wanted to get the layout right. I'm going to color these, and then we can just copy the machines. They'll have their colors, they'll have their settings and everything ready to go. We're letting these things build up in the background. I was just also wanted to make sure like this never runs short before the truck comes around again. That 800, 770, it's getting a little close. He's still waiting over there. Although none of the machines have run short yet, so I'm not too worried about it. They all have... That has 100. That is 100. So... Ah, he's moving. Perfect. So it's timed actually really well then. It's just about to run out by the time he gets here. It gets here. That's the one down the line. 491. Oh my god, it might be timed perfectly. Well, I say as if I did that. I mean... It works itself out that way anyway, because it can only drop off as much as it can. The 2034. Yeah, so you got down to about 300 by the time you got here. That's great. That's exactly what you want to have happen. Not the best to immediately run straight into a truck station. You should really come at it from, you know, a longer line. It'll turn a bit weird, but at least it works. Okay. So these are ready to go with their inputs, basically. We still have to figure out how to get the nitric acid here, but the turbo fuel, which will be on the bottom, super easy, right? We just need a pump on each line that carries it up into each one. That'll be okay. So we'll say that the bottom one can be the turbo fuel. So I think we just painted it red machine or something like that. I'll just see. Yeah, it looks like the right color. It's just making sure. I've got two different reds that are kind of close. And then we'll do carbon steel as the finish. We didn't have carbon steel back then. Alright, and then the top will be nitric acid. So, I don't know, I've never done nitric acid before. It's like a yellowy color, right? So maybe Caterium yellow. Piss yellow. And yeah, we'll do carbon steel as well. Why not? Okay. Maybe we'll do alternating colors for the actual... Well, it's rocket fuel be made in the machine, so yeah, we'll do red. But maybe we don't want to do McDonald's. People often give out to me for doing that, so... What would this look like? That's kind of cool, little trim of green. Teal green. Very subtle, but it's there. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. The wiki has color codes for liquids. Oh, does it? That's kind of cool. I didn't know that. Oh, wrong wiki. No. Fluid color, there we are. Yeah, that's great. That's a good tip. I did not know that. Slightly brighter. Good. That's nitric acid. That's what we need. Yeah, nitric acid. Cool. It's nitrogen gas. No, it's not. Nitric acid. Nitric acid. Nitric acid. Nitric acid. Looks like ketchup and mustard. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, so next up then. Just do carbon steel on these things. It's fine. And then nitrogen gas is for nitro rocket fuel. Indeed, we are making the regular recipe. We do not have the alternate recipe. Plus, I'm building onto an existing factory, so we are not using additional different things like that. Right, compacted coal is the other thing, so we'll just do it the standard. I'll do a kind of a dark gray with the yellow color. Actually, what was the color of compacted coal belts down here? That's just my standard coloring, yeah. Well, it doesn't need to change then. We'll leave it. Tell you what, I'm sorry to be redundant about this, but at least we'll just copy each one of these so we don't have to do this again. Well, I like the copper little color to it. Little green teal. Leave it like that. Now, out of here is the actual rocket fuel. Go with a darker red, maybe? A guardsman red. Super dark. Or, like, bold. Like red and yellow. Again, I suppose you could look at this thing, right? Tell me what colors it uses. It's multiple colors. BD251A. Yeah, that's basically the same. And how much is coming out? 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, but they'll be underclocked slightly. I'll have to figure that out in a sec. Maybe run belts in the shape of a recycle symbol? Maybe absolutely not. They just feed it here. I'm not gonna do that. That'd be crazy. That'd be cool. No way. So I need to figure out the number that these are being clocked to. My bad, I used nitrogen gas recipe for my plant. No worries. Thanks, Tim. See you later, by the way. I'm so sorry that I missed you until you've probably gone. Tim gave us the view count update and then said have a good one. Sorry I didn't see that. I've seen you now, though. I see you. If you have watched this again, like you said you will, I see you, Tim. Could you have recycled compacted coal feed into the other belt at the end of the line instead of the start? That would require less finagling with priority mergers. Yeah, it'd be less priority mergers, that's true, but it was just a me thing that the fourth belt starts here, so it would have to come out and then, like, come down and join on, and I'd love to do it with, like, a vertical... See, if vertical mergers worked where an input was on the top and the side, you know, still 3 inputs, let's say, like one top, one side, one other side, perfect, right? Feed in from the side, feed in from the top, out the front. That would have been excellent. I just felt like, we'll just add it onto the same line. I plan on underclocking these anyway, so... But you're right. The priority merges is more just a failsafe. It's not really needed. I wouldn't think. It was just if I really mess things up. If the machines are underclocked, you shouldn't need the priority merges. This is just a failsafe to guarantee the blenders get out first. But you're right. You'd only need one priority merger if you did it the other way. Right, anyways, so I was going to look at these numbers. So 166.665. Not divided by 3, divided by 60. 612. That's the clock speed there. 92. 92.59. It's a beautiful number. Super easy to remember. Alright, settings are pasted. If I copy this building, is that in there?
Pioneer is a good
Oh yeah,
pioneer.
that's great. Awesome. Okay, so let's get these placed down a bit quicker now, and then we just have to figure out making that stuff. So I suppose on this list we need to now say nitric acid is the thing we're actually missing. Right, so nitric acid overflow. Overflow packaging, and then... Oh, we can't do the packaging until we get the aluminum canisters, right? So for now, I don't know what we'll do. Well, we could overclock generators temporarily and then, yeah, turn them off later. Yeah, I guess. Once this place is up and running, we can get the aluminum canisters down here. That won't be a problem. It's just the order of how that will work is going to be a bit tricky. I could make a container full of them just to get us started, but we'll see. Alright, and then I suppose also another thing is what we're doing right now, which is blenders. Blender logic. Alright, I'm going to continue, even though it's next in the list, I'll keep doing blender logic. So the front of this needs to be in line with the tip of that. Got it. Should be easy enough. Alright, we just go 1, 2, 3. Something's wrong. Does this come over the edge? I'm not getting the arrow either way, so it's kind of hard to tell. That's not right. How did I do it then? The stilt thing, right, is just slightly over the line. So there. Yeah, okay. I don't... Alright, well, whatever. So this needs to be deleted, that's deleted. And the floor hole. Supposed to go in the center, but it's the center and then back one for some reason. Okay. The rest will be straightforward, so... What kind of? This is on the line? Yeah. Getting that little lag spike is just going to reset the game again. I was able to support like 60 generators on one 600 pipe. Darn, sorry if you've covered this already, but have you noticed the limit on how many generators can be supported on a 1 Mark II pipe? I'm finding past 10 or 12, the end gens just keep starving. This is just a problem people have with 600 liquid on a pipe. I don't think there's a limit on how many generators can pull from one pipeline. It's more about like, can you feed any number of machines down a certain line when you're using like a 600 pipe. A lot of people have issues with it. A way to help that is to build a loop pipe. So if your generators, let's say this is your block of generators here, right? So this, imagine there's lines down the whole way, okay? So there's multiple here. Let's say there's, I don't know, 10 generators. All with their inputs, right? And then on the, maybe on the other side, we say there's another 10. Here. And then we've got a big pipeline running right down them. And we're feeding each one like this. And you're noticing that the ones on the end aren't getting it. Yeah? Common thing. If you can, a way to that can somewhat help this, is if you can create a loop where this goes around and meets there. It can often mean, and then this is your source, right? Or the center is, like whatever. The center is your source, so you're feeding from this direction. Then liquid is trying to go around this way and this way evenly. And what might happen is you'll find the ones in the middle now might not be getting enough. If that's going to be the case, that means that there's something wrong here, where this isn't moving 600 per minute. And that's a common problem people have, and that's basically a bug in the game. Which is difficult to solve. It's typically difficult to solve if the output is actually doing 600. Say it's a crude oil, like it's just straight up this is oil into refineries rather than into generators. You can work around it. Let's say that you know that 600 just often has problems. If you had a row of turbo fuel machines or whatever you're doing, rocket fuel, whatever it is, and they are all putting out onto like this pipeline, and then you have a centralized point now of 600. You've created the 600 problem, if you want to think of it that way. It's like, yeah, I would just avoid using that then. So if you find this is going to be an issue, just get rid of that bit and say like, yeah, out of all these machines, now we're just going to link them in this way instead. So there's like a 300 here and there's a 300 here, not a 600, you know? So that's what I would do to try and help that. Paint session, gotta live a good paint session. Yeah, because without troubleshooting like crazy, 600 on a pipe just has issues for people. It's inconsistent. There's no exact root cause and known issue. There are some people have different workarounds. The loop is typically the best workaround I've found. But really, I would just avoid it if you can. Where it's unavoidable is often when you're using oil, because it's like it's a single output of 600 per minute. You gotta use it. So it's like I almost encourage people to try to just break that up as quick as you can now from the 600. So there's a tiny little point of failure. But you'll often find it just gets backed up in the extractor over longer and longer periods of time. But it seems to be, to my knowledge, frame rate related. The better your frame rate, the less likely you'll get a rounding error where some of it gets backed up. You had made it a loop? Oh, sorry, that was someone else though. But yeah, that's my advice to Dan. I should technically be able to support 32. 600 pipe, 18.75, but after 12 they starve. After 12? So after 20, that seems really low. It should just be like 1 or 2 not working at the end, if it's the 600 problem. It's cool being able to see the rocket fuel in the normal pipes, not the plain ones. Yes, I guess I should maybe change them to... what I was going to do is the bits where they come down, I was going to leave them as normal. So that's fine the way it is, but these are clean pipelines. I'll do regular pipeline, not pipeline Mark II, regular one. There. On the way down, so that we'll see them all expand at the same point and where they're getting it. So I do plan on showing it. I want to see it too. But these ones are fine the way they are, in my opinion. Right, so we are now on the line again. So there, and here, and 2. Excellent. Right, let's do our nitric acid on top. Alright, turbo fuel along the bottom. Okay, that's that line almost ready to go. We just need to do the output of coal. These are 1 over from the center, if I recall correctly. I should have done a blueprint, I guess, because we do have to do it 2 more times. I always say that, where I'm like, we don't need the blueprint. This is only a few of them. All right, and then Alright, that's 2 done. Pretty much, obviously we have to feed up these things, but we'll get to that. Get rid of this for now as well. We don't need that. Alright, next 2.
Hard at work, I see.
Yeah. I got it. Just have to ask if the math is right. I do this a lot. Make sure it's the right amount into each pipe. Yeah. Yeah, with what Dan said, it does seem strange. I mean, the math is right. 600 divided by 18.75. 32 machines even. So 16 and 16 on each side, but he says he's only able to fill 12 before they starve. Well, another thing you need to do is let them all fill. They're always going to keep running out. Remember, each machine has a 50 inventory space, right? Like if you think of it like, if you have like a, again, we'll break out paint just for a second, because this is often asked. So I feel like every stream is just even worth bringing up. If you had something like this, and you're filling it with liquid. Trying to think of the best way to describe it. Yeah. Okay, this kind of helps describe it. Is this music? Right, so each one of these represents a machine. We'll just do like 3 or 4 here in a line. But just imagine this is way more than that. Like, this goes on and on. These are 4. I suppose what we could do is just extend this a little bit and just make more. Okay, something like this. Now, I'm talk about real world physics, okay? So if we're pouring in, we'll use turbofuel, blood. Can I make this bigger? Is that possible? I don't even know how. There's definitely a way to do that. But you click this. No? Brush, and then you select the size. No? Don't want to do that? This is the size here. Brush. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Right, anyways, so let's say we're like in real world physics, just forget about the game for a second, and imagine that this is, like, gravity is pointing down, right? So we are just pointing down gravity like normal. So we're looking at a side-on profile view. Now, but logically, each of these are a machine, and they all have 50 inventory space, like every generator. And what you're doing on a pipe is you're pouring in liquid this way. And what's happening is as you're pouring it in, it's getting less and less because it's filling each of these all along the way. Like, because you're doing it manifold, I would assume, right? So you're filling each of these, that keeps happening. And it's never getting there because this then drains when it's done processing, and then this drains and it's trying to just fill in there. So you're never getting it in. So what you have to do is you disable these. Like for a generator, you just turn them off. You turn off the little off switch. You say, switch these off. Yeah. And then you start pouring. And then it'll keep going across all the way until it reaches. And then they'll all fill. And when they're all full, like this, you see that's 50 out of 50, 50 out of 50, 50 out of 50. Then you go, cool, now I'll turn them on. And you can turn off this little switch. Turn them all on. And now as more liquid is pouring in, it'll just stabilize across the pipe. And really what you want to do is fill the pipe completely so that the pipe is like this. So the liquid moves in pipes as fast as it's full. So if you want to move something from here to here at 300 per minute, you need the pipe to be full. Get the 300 per minute on a Mark 1 pipe. If it's only a little full, it moves very slowly. It'll take a much longer time for the liquid to go from here to here on a blank pipe with no machines. So pipes have variable speed. So yeah, hopefully that kind of makes sense. Thanks, Jord. Yeah, no worries. PC gaming. Alright. Hopefully that makes sense. Oh, you did the usual tricks. Don't connect power until full. Do the math 10 times. Loop the pipes around. Oh, you did all this stuff? Oh, I'm so sorry. But yeah, then... Yeah, that'd be a fun one to diagnose. Maybe tomorrow's stream, if you want, you could throw up the save to me and we'll look at it, see what's going wrong. I like troubleshooting factories, but I'm trying to focus on this for now. All right, next one to do over here. Let's go again. 2 more to go. I guess one thing I would ask is, are your oil extractors running at 100%? Like, is the liquid getting there? Because somewhere it's disappearing, right? You're saying it's not getting to the end. So where is it then? Are your turbofuel or fuel refineries, is the percentage clock on them low now? Like the efficiency clock? Or is it the oil extractors that are getting backed up? Like somewhere, it's going somewhere. So you'd want to find out where that is. Can we tilt the foundation? I don't know what that means. Do you mean angle it? No. There are angled foundations in the game though. There's a mod called Infinite Nudge, which lets you rotate things on its axis. So if you want to create a hill or whatever, you can do that. Setup requires 2,720 per minute of both coal and sulfur. Guessing I'm running short here and there. Well, the way to know if you're running short is to just check like if you know the numbers are accurate, check the miners. The source will always reveal the truth. If I was running short of oil in a power plant or a certain generators, like these ones actually aren't running at 100%, I'd be like, well, where is it then? If everything's running at 100%, then I know I've just done the math wrong somewhere. But if some machines are like stop starting, it's like, well, I know they're not getting to where they need to go. The reason some of these are not running fully is because they changed the recipe. Turbofuel refineries used to take in a different amount than they do now. So you don't need as many as you used to. So we can remove a lot of the ones at the back. So this save migrated from update 8 for those who don't know. So we've just gotten it all back online. The fact that these are all running though means that we are making the same amount of power as we always will. It's probably bouncing around a little bit though because it's still trying to get to some of the ones on the end. I could stabilize it. Let's just try that really quickly actually. That should be quick. So with this amount of turbo fuel, it's 18,517. So we know that we're doing 166.665 turbo fuel each. Wait for the autosave. Alright, without this and this, although we could throw them in now actually if you wanted to. That's 18.75 like you said. Each line for us is 166.665. .88 generators. So this is where we'd want to do what Avish said, which is try to get a number that divides more nicely into 166.665, although I don't think we'll ever really get that. Like 10 of them, it's always going to be a decimal point, I feel like. We could say 16 turbo fuel, 0.665. Almost work itself out, but it might start getting backed up somewhere. We could just try that for a while, because this is temporary anyway. So we're consuming 18. I wish I could say click this and consume 16. That's what we want to do. 16.66. It's around this number. That'll probably do it. And we'd need 10 of them. So that's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the rest could all be cut off. Build. No, they should continue running just fine. And if we are producing excess, this buffer will fill, and we'll know. I don't think we will be, though. But did I not copy the setting right? Apparently not. Copy. Paste. Confused. I don't know why it didn't work. We had it. 222. That's what we want. Copy. Copy, copy, copy. Paste. Okay, maybe I misclicked. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's working now. I must have miscopied something by accident. Alright, now our power's climbing, which is good. And all the ones after these two should eventually run dry, because we were blocking them. It just shows you, like, with overclocking, how few we actually need compared to the long line of these. And we could do this for every line. Anyway, that's just an example, but yeah, so we'll leave that for now. Anyways, so I decided that we're just going to do it piece by piece for each row, rather than do each row all at one at a time. So, doing this. Chernobyl's in a future where I go nuclear? Well, we went nuclear in our other world. And it worked perfectly. After a while. Only a little bit of waste in the world, but it's been reduced over time, which is good. Right, let's do all the pipe inputs. I'll just grab my nitric. Actually, I guess we'll do the bottom pipe first, it's easier, and then the top pipe. These are our turbo fuel lines, which will go here instead. Nitric acid next, please. Right, that's that. Oh, they need to be connected to each other. Alright. Hey, Vince. Or Vin. Thought that after the other Chernobyl thing. Yeah, we're not doing nuclear today, but we did nuclear before, and there is, like, radiation in the game, and you can, like, create hotspots and stuff and let it pile up. You produce waste when you make nuclear energy. There are, like, advanced methods to getting rid of it, but it takes a lot of time. Or you could just let it pile up if you want. Which, maybe we did. Alright, so this machine here, get rid of that. That. They said Russians damaged the Ark. I don't know what any of that means. The Ark? I guess we'll do that afterwards. Let's just plug this in. It's the new sarcophagus built on top of the reactor. Oh, right. Oop. Oh no. Oh no. This was built further back than it needs to be. Damn. Ugh, I'm sure it'll be fine. have to do that again because I fucked it up. About to stream live. Hey, Salamander. Just finished catching up on the Desert series recently and it got me to start a 1.0 playthrough. Awesome. Get onto that 1.1 soon. Right, outputs are next. Ready. Let's just connect into that, and that is it for this row. Oh, actually, it needs its turbo fuel, or it's, yeah, it's rocket fuel out. Alright, that's that one done. Just one more to go. Almost done though with it already. Guess we'll do the mergers first. Man, you don't need to build much to feel that new bug creeping in. Like after 100 objects maybe or something, it starts to lag your game. Thought I set it to high. Anyway. Cool. Alright, there we go. Do that for the other ones as well, and then we'll just save it and quit out again one more time. I like the idea of using priority merges this way for just a guarantee on the main manifold moving. Something kind of nice about that. You could do it the other way. It's guarantee the machines get their stuff out, actually, which would be also kind of interesting. Although it'd still cause a problem later on, I guess. Alright, that's that. We've already done the beginning line, so finally, there we go. Now they're not hooked up to power, and we need to give them their original feed, and then we have to hook up the rocket fuel. But at least the machines are down, in place, clocked right. Good. Almost done. Yeah, how long have we been going? 4.5 hours? We got a little bit more time. Save it here and then reload the game one more time. So my to-do list has disappeared again. Don't know why. Bugs, I guess. But we'll want to do nitric acid next. So look at this. And now we want to move over to make rocket fuel on each line. We know that we needed 3, but underclocked. I have to look into that in a second. Is 60. So it's 166.665. 166.665 divided by 60. It's 2.7 recurring. 0.7777. Blenders. That's what we built upstairs. Just did that now. We need rocket fuel as an image. Oh, get these red. Ooh, got a weird thing going on. Make them yellow or something? Happens sometimes. I don't think you can do anything about it actually, and it often stays that way. Fortunate. But oh well, I know what it is. Try one more time to place it and replace it again. Oh, okay, it worked it out. Wouldn't the settings for the mergers also copy over when you build more of them? Should do, based on how everything else works in this update. But let's see. Yes, it did. Does it work when you're copying to replace something, though? Probably. Just assume it does. I'll have to be careful next time. We'll do it and then see if it already copied it. This just ran out. Truck should be here, though, any second, right? Oh, no. Oh, I never refueled it. Doesn't it just get fuel here, though? Something's really going on with the trucks today. Don't know what's up with that. Because that's not even... That's never running out. So how could it have used all of its fuel? It's just skipping. I just saw it do that. I just saw you do it. Let me just give this fuel myself. Okay. Well, actually, I guess I'll pick up one. So I'm just going to make a manual delivery. I'm curious, like, why it didn't refuel. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. This place has been running for so long with all these trucks. We've got one less truck than before now. Stop finding me. There we go. I'm starting to think you should hold off on this update if you use trucks, because it just seems like something's really going weird with them. Oh, did I? I gave it liquid biofuel? If that's the case, then I take it back with regards to fuel. That could be the case. I probably threw in liquid biofuel and then it could never refuel itself and then it died out there. That sounds likely, actually. Yeah, that sounds pretty likely. So I'd probably take that back. It has been acting up in other ways, though, obviously, that we've seen today. So I'll take the biofuel out, we'll let it get its coal, and hopefully it just runs forever then now. Yeah, that's working. Yeah, it must be that, right? It must be. Ah! I was gonna try and steal the 500 out of it. Oh well. Oh yeah, we were just planning, weren't we? Okay, so 277 blenders, fine. Each one is doing 92.592. Yeah, well ultimately it's 100 each, right? So it's 277 rocket fuel we get out. Expect to see, I think. Okay, and then it's going to be 27.77. What's it called? Compacted coal. we're going to try and loop around, or we are looping around. 27.77 compacted coal. So that compacted coal is looping around into this spot. Because it's a recycled material, I use the dotted line for that one. Down. Just give it. Oh, yes, I read that already. One other thing, probably give this an arrow at the end. Right, and we'll feed that onto each line. That's the idea, anyway. Alright, there we go. So they'll need 27.77 less later. I'll update this later. Oh. Something like that's probably fine. Okay, it's getting a little bit more complicated. Not too bad. Then we will have the generators taking whatever they take from this and then decide what we package. Right, so, oh yeah. Well, what we haven't done is said how much nitric acid they need. So it's 9.259 times 3. 27.77. It's the same as what you get out of this thing. Alright, so that's nitric acid. So we'll just copy this one for now. And this will just be coming in via a truck station. So might just make a little icon here to say that's where it's coming in from. Because it feels like it might disrupt the graph too much. Or we'll feed it from the bottom and in each way. So this will probably need to be... we'll just give this murky orangey color. Do that one. Purple. It's different. Okay, and then a purple dotted line going all the way through. So 27.77. 27.777. 411. Yeah, so we knew that it had to be 111.11. We're working with so many, we call like recurring numbers here. I might just get rid of that. Copy and paste this, put the label back on, then it's just somewhere at the bottom. Melanote is the thing where I can't, if the arrow, like it doesn't treat this as somewhere on the board, I couldn't scroll down any further. You have to have an object, not just an arrow. Smaller. There we go. Alright, so that's coming in from some sort of truck station or something. I don't know. Pipeline. Depends what we decide to do. But that's the nitric acid that needs to come in. I can't move any more to the right now. You have to like zoom in and then go across. And you can pull back up. Alright, anyway. Can you clock a factory with a decimal? Yeah, totally. You can clock it up to 4 decimals. Any more than that and you're risking things a bit. Hey, Stephen King. Not sure if you saw this. If you have 8 rows of 17 generators and they all got clocked to 196%, 10,000 divided by 51 exactly, they would use exactly 11111 rocket fuel. That's cool, but I want to use some of it, I want to package it and give it to vehicles like drones and stuff. So I've decided to, I don't know how much we'll need for the drones and things, you know, it's a variable number. So instead I'm going to give it a more even, nicer number to work with in the generators and just skim whatever that is off the top, decimal-wise, into packagers and things, and we'll add the aluminum we built in the previous streams to make the flasks to contain it. This is the plan. But that's awesome to know. Thanks for doing the math on it. Because I still haven't decided how much. It's a good indication of what we'll get out of it, though. Let's check on these. Did any of them run short? No, it looks correct now, right? These have all stopped as we wanted them to, although they're still smoking. Nice and full. This is gaining, if anything. If it is gaining, it would be gaining like 0.001 per minute. And these are okay, right? They have their sulfur again. They kind of ran short for a second, but no, they're okay. Cool. Alright, great. So, nitric acid is the next thing on the list. When I saved it, did I restart the game, by the way? I can't remember if I did. No, it's still laggy. I guess I didn't. Just save it again. Thank you, Fayak Goral. Yeah, I'm doing good. I've been doing good for a few days now. Or for a while now, I should say. Not just a few days. Feeling good. Thanks for asking. Oh, shit. I just realized. Never fed Rex today. Well, we did it in the morning, but not since. He's just been asleep here the whole time. I streamed at 2:30. He's supposed to get fed at 4. Oops. He's just fast asleep. I'll just wait till later. Or feed him now. He's actually supposed to take medicine with that, thinking about it. Yeah, I might do that. I might take a pee break, go feed him in the background. Burbies. Yeah, so the thing he's supposed to take is called Rumicam. It's like anti-inflammatory. His wounds are, he's basically totally healed, which is great. And the vet was like, yeah, you can just give it to him if you think he needs it. So we've just been giving it to him every day as prescribed. But they were like, yeah, if you think he needs more, just get more. It's like, okay. Kind of at the point where it's like, just look after him based on how you think. But I do think I should probably feed him. Just looking at him, sorry, I was thinking about something. You're okay, buddy, you're okay. Moving in low frame rate world. But yeah. Give him a dab of little food and then some medicine and then feed him properly again. He gets fed at basically 10 in the morning, 4 in the day, and then 10 at night. It's 7:30, so yeah, it's 2.5 hours. It's a bit too long to wait, I think. I'm sorry, how do I plan to deprioritize the skim? That's what I was asking. It's like, how do you create overflow? So what would normally happen is we'll have a pipeline going into all of these, like straight through the middle of all of these fuel generators, right? And at some point, let's say we're plugging in, we're sending in like, I can't remember the exact number, but let's just say 200, right? They're only going to be consuming 180. We'll be giving them more than they need. So there'll be a junction on the pipeline somewhere at the back of it all that sends it off a different direction. But how do I say like, well, I want you guys to fill this one first? And normally what you'd say is, well, a liquid will prioritize the one that's lower than the one's higher, but this is a gas. So I'm not sure. Ultimately, though, it's not a big deal, I don't think, because this is going into a packager. The packager runs at a set speed. So even if it was sending more than it needed this way first, let's say, this would start filling up, and it would back up, and then they would eventually fill all of this. So I don't think there is an issue. Like, it's got nowhere to go, so it'll go everywhere it can, and the numbers are correct, so it'll fill. You know, everything will be fine. But it would be nice if I could somehow send it to a priority first, because one of the problems, if I wanted to do this nicely, is that this would be copied many times over. It's like one there, one there, one there, and each of these, quote, overflow things would be merging together. But I wouldn't risk merging it if I can't set a priority. Because then you might accidentally send one line into the other, and then they would mess each other up. Eventually, they'd probably all be fine as well, because we're not making more than 600. Oh, we are making more than 600. Oh, yeah, so then they could have a problem. So they'd have to be kept separate. Separate packages would solve it, no problem. But if I could set a priority, even better, because then we could merge them all up into one line. Yeah, I wouldn't do a valve because, I mean, if the game worked as it should, then I would do a valve. But valves are really finicky. They only send, I don't know if you know this, but like on the wiki it says that they only send in multiples of like 7 or something. Something like that. It's some weird number. And it's like, oh, okay, so you can't send 10 or 12. You can only send 14 or 7. So it approximates where you're setting the valve. The valves are great for setting direction and locking completely, but apparently like they actually have these specific number intervals in mind. So when I'm dealing with very particular numbers here, I wouldn't trust the valve to handle what I needed to. Anyways, right, nitric acid, our to-do list is back, so we can say the blender logic is now done. Nitric acid is next. I also got to feed my boy Rex. So I'm going to take a little mini break and we'll go do that. So, I don't know, we'll just stand here for a sec. Okay. Nice scene for everyone. Kind of. Right, so I'll be back in a few minutes. We'll just stick it on this. I'll be moving around in the background a little bit. Let me just adjust my camera slightly. Rex, don't even think about it. Bit of jumping. Can't have him do that. Back in a minute. So probably back in like properly playing in about 5 minutes, I would say. Go with a valve? Yeah, maybe. I do think the pipes will just work themselves out. If we keep separate packages, it'll be fine. Rex, the little baby. You want to talk to the people? He loves it. That's a funny little shot of him. All right. There was a little toy on a string, like one of those fishing rod toys that he play with. Our other cat loves to play with it. He played with it for one day. He's ripped it up. It's all in bits. Destroyed it. No remorse. Wasn't even his toy. Right, anyways, nitric acid. So, in order to make nitric acid, what do we need? We need iron. And not package gas, but nitrogen gas. Nitrogen gas, water. And we need... I know we're in this window, by the way. Hopefully people don't mind, just for a little bit. Till he's kind of done and I can take away some of his stuff. And 111. Doesn't seem like much. You get 30 per minute out of 120 gas. Wow, okay. 3, 9, 12. So we need 4 of these. 4 blenders making nitric acid. So 40 iron per minute. That's not much. Write that down. $40 iron. 3, 6, 9, 12. 120 water. So 1 extractor. That's nice. And 480 gas. Alright. Can't seem to get YouTube to notify me of your stream. I am subscribed to all. What can you do? Yeah, I don't know. Don't know. Like the video maybe? It might help like with recommendations or notifications. I don't know. I mean, if you hit the bell, it's supposed to tell people, right? But I don't know. Right, 40 iron, 120 water and gas. But thank you. It's kind of you to try. It's a shame that it doesn't work. I'm gonna go to Google Maps as if... Calculator. Right, so gas. Gas. We need gas that's nearby water. Probably this one, right? It is really close by actually to where we are. And then we just need an iron node nearby. Ugh, no iron node there. I mean, I guess we could make it here. If I just pipe the gas this way, there's no... You don't need pumps for a gas pipeline. And then there's iron nearby, so it's like, yeah, maybe we'll just use some of the iron here to make some plates in a low amount. It's either that or water, gas, and then just bring up some of this iron. I mean, that's pretty close too. But then we'd still need to ultimately bring the nitric acid up. What do you think? We don't even need one pipe. It's not like a huge mega pipeline or something, but it's like, yeah, one pipe that goes all the way across. We blueprint it so it auto-connects. The gas comes in into 4 blenders. We've got water where we are, and then we just make some iron plates. Hey, Genome Cup. Move the gas. I'm thinking move the gas. Because moving the acid is a liquid, and that would be a bit more awkward. Yeah. Cleaning gas. Let's do it. Actually got some stuff not too terribly far away. Quartz crystal factories there. Okay. Let's do it. I say run the gas to the factory. No pumps make it easy. Yeah, indeed. What we'll do then. Keep it down low and go through the Titan Forest. I don't know if I need to use a pump, a blueprint then for it, because it is just one line. I thought it'd be multiple, but it's just going to be one. So, one pipe, 480 per minute. What we're looking to do. Rex is finished. Okay, so I'm in hostile territory. Let me just get somewhere safe, and then I'll clean up some of that stuff and turn on his iPad so he can play with it. He loves the iPad. The feeling a spider will jump up to me if I go up here, but we'll see what happens. So dark. Exposure. Doesn't that make it brighter? Yeah. Bear with me one sec. Feed it into an industrial buffer while you build the network. Would there be any benefit of that? It'll only, because it'll just move slightly faster than it needs. Oh, yeah, I've got no problem doing that though. You hear his meow? It's so crazy. All right. Should be sorted for a while. Apologies for the disturbance. Alright, Rex is certainly the creature of all time. My dog heard me say, such a little guy. He immediately ran up to me. She? Her guy? Alright. Yeah, he's great. He's actually super, super friendly and very chill. Considering what happened to him, like, you'd think that you wouldn't want to be near a human. Or whatever, but he's just so friendly. He just sits on, like, he'll be sitting in front of my keyboard. And then he'd be, like, desperate to, like, get on me. Like, he just wants to be on me. I'm like, okay, he climbs over. And then he just, like, nuzzles down. And he just, like, looks up at you then. It's like, oh, man. That being so sweet. He's, like, so cuddly and funny that way. But he's a little, I mean, he's a kitten. So he's just a bit hyper all the time. So it's a little much. Very high energy. Constantly complaining and crying that we're not giving him attention and stuff. Oh, that's the way it is. Yeah, I'm his human. I guess so. It's real cute. Yeah, I mean, since his injury, I guess I've sat with him like every night. For 3 weeks now. Because I feel bad for him. I don't want to keep him in his cage all the time, so I just sit in here with him, like on the floor, and just sit here on my phone or something, and just playing with him a little bit, just something. Keep him busy. This looks so ridiculous. Alright, so this is where we're going to bring the pipeline. So yeah, we could fill a buffer first. Why not? Do... That's slightly higher than that. There we go. Oh, we got everything we need.
Are you sure that spot makes sense?
Feel like we're a bit high up, I guess. Maybe I could go down just a bit. There. Oh, when I was saying he's really friendly, he doesn't ever, like his claws, he's always doing soft paw, you know? He's never scratched me. Like even accidentally. He's really good about that. Like we'll be playing and be really into it and he's like scratching stuff and then as soon as I touch him, he'll just like go soft paw. It's like so nice. Because, you know, our other cats, understandably, if they're playing, like they might nick you a little bit every now and then. But he's been really, he's like so gentle. So it's been kind of unique, one of the things that's unique to him compared to our other cats. Alright, anyways. That's fine, a little breakthrough is okay. So, the nodes. Just had to do it now, didn't you? Yeah. Overlapping objects clearance must be placed on activated fracking satellite node. Forgot you gotta turn these on first, don't you? Well, I need to plan the pipeline route, so just guess I'll just build foundations out in a certain direction. I'll probably raise it and bring it out. Could do it on my little walkway thing, actually. I feel like we could do something nicer than that. I want to stay on the world grid though, generally. Oh, it's going to be such a pain to get to. So, ultimately trying to get over there. Need to navigate through all these trees. Now we can bring this pipeline up pretty high. I'd be okay with that. Maybe I should bring it up and go over a bit, rather than through the forest. We go to the left, and then just cut, like a 90-degree angle kind of thing. Then it's going up and coming down, it's a bit strange. The frackers don't actually sit on top of the foundations like miners. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. Oh well, it's not a big deal. He's bait. Oh, back off, man. Whatever the height is by the end, I'll probably set, like that'll just be the height the whole time. We'll just raise it at the beginning. I'm just trying to figure out like a route. Are you kidding me? This guy. I'm not sure. Yes. You know, I might go from the other direction because this I'm not happy with any of this. So let me just start from the other direction. That'll kind of set my height for me in a way. That was a water well. Oh, was it? Well, it's over there generally, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, I was there. Okay, yeah. Well, at least I'm not crazy. It's roughly in the same place. But thank you. Yeah, we'll move it up after the fact. Right. This could be a good spot actually, just somewhere around here, because the water's right there. We just need one extractor, and then we just bring the acid pipeline over or something like that. So probably start it somewhere here. I say a good spot, but it's like riddled with creatures. The nitric acid ultimately needs to go over there. Okay. Sorry, I'm a bit indecisive. I'm just trying to think, like, how can I get like a mostly straight route at a certain height? Keep the pipeline looking good. It's just, no matter where you look, it's like trees are in the way or rocks. So it would almost have to go far out. Things over here, isn't it? It's just south of the, yeah. About here. Kind of a line through here north, but then you do have to go around one tree. Or we could just go up and over everything. I'm leaning towards that now because this is kind of frustrating, so. Pipeline could be fed in from the roof if we wanted, but that'd be really weird. Yeah, I don't think we should go up that high. It's a bit crazy. Alright, we'll just have to go around the trees. It's as few turns as I can manage. Be nice. Alright, this height actually might be okay. Even just a little bit higher than this. So let's say a 4-meter foundation there. Done that. Find me, truck. You'll be fine. Yeah. Okay. Right, I need to make some sort of blueprint for this actually. I wasn't going to, but now I do want like a kind of a steel frame or something. Through the woods to grandmother's house we go, that's funny. Right, so how should we make this look? When I look at pipes online, I'm kind of thinking like what would be cool just to make it actually quite thin. So maybe it could just be supported by like small frame with some braided cable either side or something like that. Because it is just a single pipe. I don't think I'm going to be using multiples, so it's like a single pipeline like this. And that would travel all the way down to the bottom or something. Have a pipe going through the middle of it. Or a beam. Come back up. Cat's trying to climb. Come on. Got it. Hate it. She wants his little bed now. It. This is like the Simpsons episode. If we save the blueprint with him in it, we make copies of him or refuse with my DNA. It's 90. Well, that's from The Fly, I guess. Anyway, it's 99% chance my works in internet. It's 99% chance my works internet, but it keeps skipping for me. Just making sure it's good. I'm not seeing any dropped frames for me. Is anyone else? And hey, Stockvis. It would. I think OBS would tell me if it was running short. Could try the rounded concrete actually as well, maybe. Sort of like reinforced concrete then. Maybe. What about Alright, he just keeps wanting to move. How are you all? I'm good. Hope everyone else is too. No drop frames for Ace. Thank you. Is that cable straight? It is. I know, it doesn't look that way. I've thought that too. It's just an effect, I suppose. What I was thinking is we could do the big frame. That's a bit too big, maybe. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, forget that. I don't know, that could be fun, I'm just not loving it. Let's look up some reference material. Pipeline, gas pipeline. Sure, in Alaska, I don't know. Like, I am actually, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Thin. Like, you could do a big one, but I'm thinking like thin with like little, it's just barely held up going across a long distance. Although I want it to be straight. Like this, yes. More like that. This is the same one actually, the Trans-Alaska Pipeline. I don't know what these are. What are those, do you think? Try the circle concrete inside the square frame instead of the beam. Yeah, why do I always scroll past it? Maybe, maybe. So these are using a little beam across the center. The pipe is running along the middle of it. Then there's other red beams going down the sides. Set to the side for a second. My home state, nice. Alaska, that's cool. Yeah, I was thinking, so if I wanted to literally recreate that, just to see how it looks in game, let's try to do that now real quick. So, this is the center point here. Right, so. I guess we're ultimately working with a half foundation. I can't really do the two little prongs that were on either side. Anything thinner, so could do cable. Something at the top actually looks kind of like it. I have no idea what they are, and then the pipe actually runs in between these, not on top of it, so. There we go. Kind of looks like this more, really. Hard to tell. That would offset things a little bit, but I don't mind. Pipes look good. Wait. The whole pipe is kind of silvery, unpainted. That's my... It looks funny seeing it here, but I'll just move it to the side for a sec. That's my best attempt to recreate this. Like one of these. The pipe would then run between them. Could go with that, I guess. You know, it's obviously a rusty kind of thing. Got this. Hey, want to come up again? Just asked me to put you down. Oh, you got a big fat full tummy. Paint the cable red? Paint the cable red. Oh, you can't paint the cable. There are lightning rods. Are they really? That's a lot. That can't be true, is it? Seems so many. Sorry, Artem. Your thing was removed for drawing a giant penis. What's up? Hey, Michael. Been watching it for 6 hours straight? Well, that's incredible considering I've only been going 5 hours, 28 minutes. Static charge is real in those pipes? Oh, there you go. Fair enough. Let's have a look at other pipelines just really quickly then. Gas pipeline. That one must be very famous or something the way it came up. Oh, love this stuff. This is pipeline porn right there. I wish we had thin pipes in the game. Like, I like the big industrial ones at the big junctions, but it would be nice to have smaller ones. High pressure, fast moving pipes or something. Yeah, there it is. I mean, it's basically the same thing. That probably is the same one. Alright, maybe we'll just go with that then. This is like Satisfactory in a way, the colors that they've used. This is a, whoops, petroleum pipeline. Oh my god. Pretty standard. I mean, that's nothing other than just what's in the game, basically. Nothing would need to be done to it. This, I don't know, mine just doesn't look very good, I think. That, like, this looks much better than this. So... check out Edward Bertinsky. Edward Bertinsky. Oil. Tomas, 21 months. Do you plan to play hardcore mode in Satisfactory? Thank you very much. I've never heard of that. I don't know what that is. What's hardcore mode? Thank you for the 21 months, by the way. And then Jord with the 10. Saying, been binging your content for the past few weeks. Just want to say your voice is very soothing. Thanks for the great content. Thank you, George. Thanks very much. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the nice words. Google thermosiphons. Binging it, apparently. Thermosiphons. Oh, is that what they do? Those things? Alright. Using thermosiphons on Alaska's North Slope. The device that utilizes natural convection to circulate a fluid without the need for a mechanical pump. It operates by creating a cyclic fluid flow from areas of high heat to low heat, effectively managing thermal energy. Pretty cool. My design is too tall. Well, these are the stilts that would go... yeah, I just imagine that we have to go... my pipeline is going to be raised pretty high, so I don't think I can really use the Alaskan version. Sorry, I didn't see... the pipeline. These are just photographs that this guy's taken of oil. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. Excuse me. Oh, look at this. It's kind of what I wanted, just kind of stilts or something, but Alright, it's up to me, I guess, to kind of figure out a good way. Ground is frozen in Alaska. Alright, let's just keep it really simple then. We'll keep it really simple. Although, see, it needs to be high up because the terrain is so crazy. It has to stay high. So that's why I was like, oh, I need some sort of big stilt to make it look good. We could keep it, like I said, dead simple though. And just do a concrete pillar. And somewhere on top of it is our pipe. Like our support. So this could just go down all the way to the ground. And we just do a basic support on it. I mean, if you want. We can't, I mean, I don't know. That seems to be the way it looks in real life, basically. The logistics, it would be a pipeline support pole. Yeah, get the stackable version, maybe. Oh my god. It's so frustrating you can't stack downwards. But that'd be kind of cool, because then the ladder would continue all the way down. Oh, you can. Nice. Thank God for vertical nudging. Because you'd want to use the conveyor pole to do. Michael, as well, Legasic, with the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you guys very much. Really appreciate that. And I was thinking of ending early. Honor WRM, Patrick, Stevens, Guma, DJ, Fly, Alt, Jordan, Reno, and Rumox were all gifted by Michael. Maybe a similar design used for oil in the desert series. That was cool, but that needed 6 pipelines, so I'd need one that's like just for 1. You know, that's why I was like something very thin, quick to build. Could do something kind of similar, but yeah. Sorry if I missed some check. I remember I asked someone something and said, what do you mean by that? And then I don't know who said that. I can't find it now. China uses thermosiphons like objects to keep permafrost frozen on a bunch of their high-speed railroads. I'll do that. I'd have 2 objects in the same place. Something here with this, I can feel it. Doing this often looks good, but from a distance I believe it like does weird clipping things. Yeah, I don't want that. Not bad, it's just I just don't want it shifting. It looks weird when that happens. Alright, and then on top I guess we just go with the pipeline one. Oh, you meant Satisfactory Plus? Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, I wouldn't mind trying it. I mean, it's not up to date right anymore, but I wouldn't mind playing that. But yeah, one of the things I'm doing in the game now is trying to get stuff I've never done yet. So I still haven't done everything I could do in the normal game. Ooh, just one last idea. I know I'm being a bit annoying with this. We'll just move on from this now. I'm happy enough with even just what it is. But one last thing was... Oh, I keep losing my place. There we go, shelf beam. If I turn sideways, you actually get these rivets. They look kind of cool. What if that was using the thing instead? I don't know. Let's just do the concrete. It's fine. Not super happy with it, but I don't want to be here for ages just guessing at like what I can think looks good. What about just the ladder on the side? A regular ladder? The regular ladders disappear and reappear really like super close to them, proximity. Happy enough with that, I guess. Just as is. We could do the beam support on top. Is it like a cap? The unpainted color. Oh yeah, you can color this. Well, you could just use a metal pillar, I guess, if you wanted to. I would just go with that. I mean, keep it super simple. Why not? And then if we need to add more, we just stack these underneath. All right. Like I'm not that happy with it, but I just don't want to spend ages guessing around at these things. Took me forever to build my other blueprint in the series. That. So this would just be one of the supports that goes underneath the other ones. I guess we could do this still here, and then nudge it into position. All right. That looks good. Yeah, I think I'm overthinking it. It'll be fine. Right. Not that this matters too much, but it kind of does. This is the world grid here. Get rid of that. Right, now we can build this out. And I'll probably go even higher than this. One higher than this is probably enough. Oh, actually, it's already raised, isn't it? Yeah, so here's fine then. Right, so blueprints, I'll hotkey these. 1, 2. I want it to go over the road somewhere. Turn. Shouldn't be at the junction, though. That'd be kind of annoying. It should probably run along the junction. Even here it'd be fine, so. That'll clear the height of any truck, right? Oh, I did the support. There we go. Obviously, it's blocked by a tree right now, but we'll see it as it comes out. Alright, this is our frame of reference then. Let's go. I don't need to be so anal about the world grid. We'll just go here. Okay, let's Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe every 5, build one of these. On the line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, we'll just keep doing that. Just have a quick glance at what this looks like. Let's just connect this bit together. So it's going to be a gas pipeline, and it's going to be Mark 1. Do a clean pipeline. And it'll be chrome, maybe? Cool. Industrial settings has a lot of the KISS method in it. What's that? Oh, keep it simple, stupid. Yeah, totally. Good. Alright. Yeah, some of these pillars are going to have to go really far down, but at least, you know, pipe will stay nice and level all the way out. We'll probably have to shift it over to the left somewhere over here now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So what's that? We could go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this bit will be where we start the turn. I'll just pop this one down, I guess. 2.5. This is where the turn should bend. 1, 2, 3. Somewhere about there. And this way we keep our pipeline the same length, I think. Alright, let's paint it out. This pipeline at 53.1. This one, 37.5. It's 1, 2.5, and then 1, 2.5. So how is that not the same as having 5 in a line? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not that it matters. I'm just wondering. Like, you would have thought the capacity of this pipe should be roughly the same. It's actually quite different. Have I added that up wrong? 2 full foundations there and 2 full there of pipeline, and then we've got a bend piece. This one's just a straight piece, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't load the save file of your world. Why? What is it? Why not? It takes a long time. Missing half? Well, no, because it's like 1, 2, and then to the halfway point will be here. But then we count from here to here will be another half. So that'll be the 5. Anyway, it doesn't really matter, but I just would have thought that would be it, but I guess not. We're here, we might drop down. We're pretty high up now. Right, anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Be number 5 here. We'll just drop down at that point. Why not make it a Mark II pipe for future use? Oh, it actually needs to be a Mark II pipe, thinking about it. I'm me being dumb. We need 480 gas. So it does need to be Mark II. I don't know. Is it in the right order? No. Call it. So I'm playing on the 1.1 experimental version of the game. So on Steam or on Epic, you have to switch into experimental. If you've done that, all you need to do is just place it in your save game folder you should be able to load it. So the way you do it basically would be, not to get too distracted, but your save games should be saved roughly here. Right, so mine, Darren is the username for me, obviously. App data, local, factory games, saved, save games, right? Then you get your user name number if you're on Steam. And then it's just a string of, a big list of save files. So you just drop the save file in here amongst your other ones. It should just appear then, even while you're in the game. You shouldn't even have to do anything. If you click load, it'll refresh, and you should see it here as its own category. You should be able to load it. Now, if you click in and try loading it, and it doesn't load, maybe you're on the wrong version. Other than that, though, it should work. Alright, that's not done yet. Cool. Thanks for the reminder on that. Mark 2, because I actually totally forgot. Alright, so this has to go straight down now and then connect onto something. How far down do we want to go, though? We'll just test before we go any further. Just bring this straight out and see if this height is okay. Obviously get rid of trees and stuff. Yeah, I guess, and then we'll just go down and join onto where I had it before. It looks like we are we off? No, we're okay, right? Oh yeah, we would be off. That makes sense, actually. We're not on the world grid. That's fine. Because the box set is below me, I would just keep going across here then, actually. And then go straight. Oh yeah, we have to go maybe straight over there, actually, isn't it? Because that's the water. Alright, at least we got that figured out. How do I change the version? Are you playing on Steam? So if you're playing on Steam, you right-click your game. Oh, I'm blocking it a bit. You can still hear me though. Right-click your game, go to Properties, go to Betas, click the drop-down, click Experimental. Okay? And then you just click X, and you should see that the game wants to download. If it doesn't, just restart Steam. You'll need to close your game to do this. So again, Properties, right-click the game, Properties, Betas, Experimental. Drop down and click this. And then you'll be on the same version I am. It's the experimental version of the game. It's prone to having more crashes and bugs. But you can always go back for your own, like your own world, and play your own game. If you want. But if you want to play my current save that I uploaded earlier today, for this world, you need 1.1. For the Desert series, you only need 1.0, apart from the last video. I've just migrated that to 1.1. Although in that world, I didn't actually... Oh yeah, I did. I was going to say I built cosmetics, didn't I? I was going to say nothing uses the new stuff. Never mind, it does. Alright, so we need horizontal to vertical... Well, actually, I guess we need the supports again. See if this works. This will be a bit awkward. Jesus Christ. Not perfect. If I was just to move that back though, it would be. Oh my god, I keep doing the same thing. That looks good. Okay, good. Alright, so we'll just assume that's on the line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth one, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no. 3, 4. So we need to do our turn. So thank you very much, MC Jamzam. Half. So this is where we want it to turn. Yeah, that's okay actually. What the hell happened? Oh, I got knocked by one of the hogs threw something at me, I think. I didn't take much damage, but I just went flying, so. This turn will be a bit different. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. Be on the line here. If we're shaving off one and we're turning here instead. Just trying to get the pipe segments to be roughly the same size. I don't know why. I just think it'll look a bit better that way. Great intervals. It actually need to be about here, really. It looks a bit strange just floating off, like with nothing holding it though. So maybe we could still pop these in just before the turn. Don't need to do anything special with them. That way it looks like we gave it down. This one could go actually then, in that case. I wonder, could we connect this as one bigger line? Oh my god, you can. Nice. I suppose though for the consistency of that turn, sorry to be so awkward. We'll do this as well. I'd have to do that to the turn that we left up ahead. Anyway, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Love your videos. Is there a possibility that you turn on arachnophobia mode? No. I hate spiders too, but sometimes you just gotta handle it, you know? I don't have a good answer other than I also hate spiders, but I think the game's more interesting with that on. If arachnophobia mode maybe just got rid of spiders, I'd consider it. But instead the kitten face is running at you. I'm just like, I don't know, man. I don't want to see that. Might have to quickly dip in and dip out of the game. I'm getting a bit laggy again. Bleeding doesn't seem to hurt anything though, so let me just delete some of the scaffolding. Yeah, in real life I'm like terrified of spiders. Like the only thing I'm afraid of, I'm just super afraid of spiders. If they're really small, I'm not too bothered anymore, but like I wouldn't want one on me. That's even no matter how big it is. And if I just see one, and this game is the only game that spiders have ever almost given me that kind of feeling. But when I see them in games and movies, I'm just not really scared. If you see one in the real world though, it's like a piercing dagger through your heart of fear. It's just pure fear. You can disable spiders in 1.1. Can you disable them on their own, or is it all? I thought it was all creatures. One, two, three. Alright, let me just save it. Oh my god, dude. There was a jumping spider in my car while I was driving. Oh my god. I was freaking out. I was like opening the window and I was like, this is just going to blow it in further. And it did. And it went somewhere in the back. It wasn't that big though. It was like really small, but I was still like, Jesus, man. You need it. Yeah, I think AGS is actually activated on this save technically. It's because it applied it to the whole folder when I was testing something on one specific save. It's like, I wanted to do creative basically in the world that I had. To test and build stuff. And then I wanted to revert and load back to my normal save. But loading back and then continuing to do stuff, it said AGS was on, even though it wasn't anymore. Like physically I couldn't do anything, but it applied the setting to the whole folder. That's why this world always has that now. I think they fixed that though. That was an update 8 issue. Playing Alex's mob in Minecraft and stumbling across a cave centipede and then a crimson mosquito ended that 2-week Minecraft phase. I used to play tons of Minecraft, but I haven't played it in a long time. There are centipedes in the game? Minecraft cave centipede. Oh my god. Oh, that's awesome. I've never seen them before. Alex. Oh, it's a mod. Oh, I see. Alex's mobs. Got it. Right.
Hey everyone, welcome to a new thing about cave centipedes. These mobs spawn in caves.
Shout out to Adult Edlos. Got a little bit of a high FOV for my liking, but they seem harmless. A little glitchy. Went to McDonald's today, and there's a really cute thing on the fries, the chips. On the back, it showed like a potato, and then underneath, it showed like a piece of coal, and like the little flame symbol, as if it was being crafted into chips. And I was just like, that's quite cute. Alright, let's hop back in. Yeah, sorry, I didn't know that. I think it's anything being built. That would be my guess, but I don't know. Because it was happening when we were doing refineries. Happened now when I've done blenders. It's happening when I'm building a pipeline. It just seems like anything. Maybe it's pipes. All of the commonality between those three would be pipes, but I feel like it was doing it even when we were building roads earlier on today, and that was just concrete and bits of iron. Railing and stuff. We haven't had a crash today, so that's good. We're avoiding it. Yeah, they are usually, but when you forget the mod is installed and permanently light up your base, it's a nightmare. Oh, sorry, I've spaced out in my mind. But yeah, they just spawn in the dark, of course. That's funny. See all these creepy crawlies. Sorry, I'm having some issues managing fluid overflow. Is there someone available to help me? Or do you have any idea how to solve it without bottling it? It's too long for me to go into now. We were talking about fluid overflow earlier, and we'll be doing overflow for fluid today, later. Typically, if you want to overflow fluids, the thing on the bottom of your pipe, so gravity, pulls liquids down. So an overflow is best to position higher than the things. Anything you position higher on a pipe is going to be the lowest priority. So that's your overflow. The other thing is, liquid just goes wherever it can. So if you're making 200 liquid and you only need 170, so you've got 30 overflow, let's say, or some round number, eventually all those machines you're feeding will get full. And the pipeline will then start trying to send the liquid out the other way. If it's a longer distance, it would take longer to go that way. Now, if you're just using a junction, it's going to try and split. So what you can do is use a junction, but aim it up. So, like with this pipeline here, if I wanted to break off some overflow, this is what I would do. And now, anything that comes out and goes to wherever it's going, right, it would have to go up. Let's just pretend that this is going up. That, even if it's just there, right, level, but up, that would be pulled up last. That's your overflow, and that's where you can send it. I hope that's what you're asking. If it's something more specific than that, it might take a bit more of an explanation, so. It could be building logic. Well, I mean, yeah, ultimately, I've no idea, you know, what's causing it. It could be... I don't think it's... I don't know what you mean by building logic. Because we've been placing down things that don't have any, quote, buildings in them. Like, no machines. And it's been happening. I guess if you really wanted to, like, test it, you could go into a world and just keep building one thing over and over again. And see, like, does it still happen? And then you're like, okay, it happens with just concrete. Does it happen with some other random item? If you choose maybe 3 or 4 random items, then you could probably make an educated guess and say, like, it's all buildings. Therefore, it would be like, okay, something is wrong with how objects are being placed. Maybe there's an accident. I don't know how they've messed with that, but maybe they were trying to optimize something and it's accidentally creating a second instance of every object, and you're just... I have no idea. You know, there's obviously something just gone wrong, but I'd have no idea how the game's coded, so I'd never know specifically what that could be. Even, like, my best educated guesses, it's like I work in Unreal, but I don't know how they do their game. So I've no idea. Absolutely completely guesswork, you know. Alright, we're almost here. So that was built incorrectly. We were meant to build over there. They do look pretty much identical, though, in my defense. But I did miss that. Back up. In fact, this, if anything, looks more like gas than that one does, because that one has blue on it. One doesn't. This one's water. Although this has water blowing up in the middle, so I probably should have spotted that. Get rid of some of this other old foundations. These foundations are going to be removed as well. We'll just have the pipeline going all the way to the ground. Alright, let's continue. Not much further to go now. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5, I think. One, two, three. Everybody craps on Unreal, but Coffee Stain seem to know how to use it. Yeah, I like Unreal. I mean, there's trade-offs, right? You've got a lot of the work done for you already. Look, I'm not an advanced developer, actually, so I really don't have much of an opinion. Other than I've been working with it, and whoops. When I went to college for game development and I was doing programming and stuff, we all hated using anyone else's engine. Just because it felt like we wanted to just code stuff and get stuff up and running quickly. And it's funny to think of it this way, but we could do that as coders much faster than we had to then learn an engine. It's like, oh, we have to learn how to do Unreal. It's like, and they have very specific ways of doing certain things. So it always felt like you're getting handcuffed for a few different reasons. But now, you know, obviously, given some hindsight, and now Unreal's come a long way in the last 10 years, it's like, no, this is like actually like doing so much for you that it's worth putting up with like the few quirks it has and having to follow like the way they want things to be done, because they're doing so much heavy lifting for you. But there are common issues across Unreal that all developers then have to face, and one of the main problems isn't really with the engine itself, it's more with the company, and that is that they dropped support for Unreal 4, but Unreal 5 they class as being in a beta. So it's like, you're kind of forcing everyone to move over, because you can't get classified for console support if you're on Unreal 4. You have to move to 5 now for new games. So it's a real issue. It's like, okay, like we have to go to 5 if we want to keep moving forward with certain other platforms. And because of that, it means like adopting into a beta. And because of that, there's bugs. It's like, oh, everyone's having this rendering issue because, yeah, there's a bug on the Unreal side and they have to work on it. So I can see, you know, all sides of how it could be frustrating and everything. Right, I might not put supports on everything, but let's just put supports on 1 or 2 of these blocks and see how does that look. Because it actually snaps in perfectly. It's so nice. I thought we'd have to nudge it up because of the little bits of stilts that come up either side. Creatures, that's what it would look like. These big giant pillars the whole way back, but it is what it is. We had to go pretty high and I didn't want to keep bringing it down low. Now it's gas, so we don't need pumps, so that's at least something. Right, let me eat my food. Wish I had some ammo, because we could just take these guys out much quicker that way, but I'll have to just do it the old-fashioned way. Can't really fight the radioactive hog because I can't hit him, and I don't have any guns, so I have to avoid him or lock him in a room or something. Whoa. I can't craft ammo because I need black powder. You need oil to get black powder. I mean, I could make rebar, I suppose. I don't even have a rebar gun. I guess I'll have to. He is on top of this, right? So I have to do something. Can't just sit here jumping around. Rifle ammo, actually, sorry, it does work, doesn't it? Regular, what does it take to make rifle ammo? No, that does need smokeless powder, doesn't it? Yeah. Dude. Alright. Make a rebar gun. At least I can hit him. Do something. There's no edge. We're on flat land. I think, anyway. Yeah, I could do that with the screws, but then I'd still need to make 100 more. Next time I need an awesome shop, so. Okay, so we have our rebar gun. We can now make some ammo. Let's see, do I have rebar ammo? Nope. Well, bar, right? Do we have bar, maybe? Nope. Alright. It's done in this thing, isn't it? What else could we make? Stun rebar, shatter rebar. That's like the shotgun one, isn't it? Stun. No, I can't really use that. I'll just use regular. Alright. Let's get back out there. Smell him. Fighting underneath the beam. I don't know how many of these it's going to take, but probably a lot. Got him. There we go. How many was that? We made 50. That was 25 shots, was it? Maybe 24? I'm not sure if I made 50 or 49. Easy. Alright. Now we can work in peace. Nitrogen gas. Excellent.
Automation is the way.
Okay, so we need 480 gas in total. And we'll set up a little place for a buffer to go into first. Ultimately going that way. Now, we want to be on the world grid, but then we'll send that up to off the world grid, which is fine. Math skills showing again. I'm no better, so no offense. Did my math skill... 50 minus 25. 25. Well, how much do we have? Sorry? Oh, yeah, 35. 15. Sorry. I was thinking 25 doesn't sound right. But yeah, my bad. 15. Everybody... Oh yeah, I read that already. A slightly wider stilt after a certain time might be a good idea. Oh, so to break it up, like every now and then you have a wider one. Well, I'm gonna leave it now, but... I don't disagree. I do feel like this looks really weird and thin. Considering how far it has to come down. If that was just that long, like that far off the ground, it would look a bit better. But yeah, it does seem like for the places that are really high, it's like from here down it should widen out, I would think. Or you have thicker ones every second or third one. I'm not sure that would be very structurally sound. Well, concrete reinforced with metal on the sides isn't that bad, but it's so thin. I wouldn't really trust it for long term. Depending on bad weather or earthquake or something, or God forbid a hog hits it. You're just asking for trouble. Am I under... Oh, God damn. I think I'll go up from here. Alright, that should be fine. 1, 2... Actually, the pipe could just come down and go in. Yeah, what am I doing? That's fine then. From here it can come down. So... I'm just a bit confused because there's this thing here. Oh, it's all... Okay, it's actually pretty far back. I was worried about it being like right here. That's okay then, actually, so I can get rid of this. And then I'm worried about this clipping through. It's like the edge, the slightest bit there, but this is okay then, I think, to join up stuff. So, this thing can go here now. Oh, goddamn. Really? It's so ridiculous, actually. This is just a bit too far away, it seems. Damn, we're like so close. Alright. Just have to come over a bit further then. And yeah, considering I did my other ones like this, I guess it's fine. So we'll do this, that one. Go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and that would be 5. This is pretty far over though, is it? Oh no, this is okay. And then this has to go to some sort of buffer somewhere. I guess we could raise the buffer. Make this into a proper big building. Back to industrial fluid buffer would need to be there. And want it to be at the same height. Looks the same to me, I think. Yep. Just for now, like this will all be cleaned up. But for now, I just want to get things running. I'm running very late on the stream, so that's alright. We'll set a valve, I guess, just to let it pile up, and then we'll release the valve. We don't have power out here, actually, so I can't really run these yet. So I guess that's the next thing. We need to bring power this way. There's power over at the quartz thing, so that's just close by. Drag that over. Oh, I'm sorry. Just asking, is there a reason I don't passive creatures? No, it just seemed like the way... I didn't want to use any, Is that an advanced game setting? I don't know. I just thought, like, more interesting to have hostile creatures to some degree. Well. So that'd be 480 per minute if all of them were underclocked. $120. Let's see what we got. We need 480. 120, 120, so that's 240. We need 2 more of those ones. And what are these? This is pure. For the 120. Another pure node. That's pure as well. Maybe this one? Pure. Great. Much better. Okay. Built that one to the side. Guess using straight pipes we can do our own thing a bit better here. Go back to here, I guess. Well, they're all feeding into one, aren't they? Yeah. Never mind. Somewhere there in the center then, and then these two could link up somewhere here. So weird. It doesn't look like this is either even aligned at a right angle. My compass is aiming dead east. That's east. Yeah, okay, never mind. I guess it is. Alright, let's get this. You just need to be a clean pipeline Mark 1. Go in there. Go in there. This goes along. This plugs in. That plugs in. Turn these to the side actually just slightly. And that's going to go horizontal to vertical straight up and into its thing. That needs to be a Mark II. Okay, and maybe a valve to prevent it rolling back, just in case. We need valves on these, maybe. I think it's always wise just before junctions, because it can just roll the other way. Alright, we're filling up. Finally. Does anyone know when the best nitrogen node is? About to look into it, but I'm just wondering. Yeah, I was surprised, like, there's so much pure on that side. I don't know. This one says it could do 1200 per minute before overclocking. So with overclocking, 3000 per minute. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 nodes in total. Got pure, pure, pure. Wow, this has to be it. If it is, they're all pure. Yeah, they're literally all pure. Unless I'm looking at it wrong, but they seem to be. 10 pure nodes, 3000 per minute. Alright, we did it. So this is built up to 700, whatever. I mean, I'll just let the whole thing fill. There's no need to lock the valve. Oh, it wasn't locked anyway. It's filling up. Alright, cool. So that means everything is going to be moving gas. Well, while it's doing that, I'm going to start clearing these foundations. We can bring the gas back. We're very close now, finally, to nitric acid. How much time do I have left? I'm going to have to wrap it up, unfortunately, because it is going on really long. So tomorrow, I guess we'll be able to properly turn on rocket fuel. Sorry this took so long. But yeah, at least we got our gas pipeline. And we'll just get it to the turbofuel plant, and then we can start from there tomorrow. Just all we have to do is feed the blenders the turbofuel. Make the nitric acid. I guess now is another thing. Ow. What a good throw. Particularly far away. And then cosmetically, maybe just finish the place off. I think would be nice to do. Add the stilts where they're needed. Yeah, we got some gas here already. Nice. It's moving nice and fast. Did I clock it even? Oh yeah, I just hooked up the 4 that we're doing 120. So we need 480. This has to go into 4 blenders that mix with a bit of water. And then we have to get the iron. 40 iron per minute. There's a pure node nearby. Not that we need it to be pure, but yeah, we can easily get 2 constructors making iron plates. I think it'll be fine. And then this is going to plug in here. So with these same pillars, now we can just bring this across parallel to the road, cut into the factory. That'd be kind of nice. So we'll just do that to wrap it up. And that'll be it for today. Yeah, it was pretty good progress. I always feel like I go a bit slow. I know I am. I get distracted and go slow often, but I don't know. I'm torn on it. I was like, was it good progress? Kind of. Alright, so it's in the center. We were off on a tangent, and then David, I think it was, said, like, why not just upgrade that Mark III miner? And that did save a lot of time. Alright, so that's 1, 2, 3. Going a bit longer on these ones. More like 6, 'cause it's like, 2 half foundations. I had fun though. I guess that's, and you guys really did support the stream a lot, so thank you. Alright, there we go. here, while the pipeline I think looks a bit weird at where, you know, along the forest, here I think it actually looks pretty cool. That's good. Not too crazy high, and it's got a little ladder for us to climb up at each stilt. It's kind of cool. Nice. Super straight. Any progress is good progress. No, it is. Yeah, I was just trying to think, like, what did we do today? So, I mean, I ultimately designed and worked out all the numbers. We got all our turbofuel back up and running. So we built power back up, so that was good. We did advance 2 milestones. That took a while early on. While I'm here, one last thing I am going to do, because we'll leave the pipeline there, is just balance these other reactors, generators. So that way they're all making the same thing. So power should stabilize its line then if we do that. Just want to make sure these are good, right? Yeah, these are great. Awesome. So we'll just copy and paste these ones. Setting copy. The other thing then, underneath each of these, we can just put down a valve. Cut off the flow. That's no longer needed, and now you can just be pasted down this way, so we'll just hover back our way down. I should have the, yeah, enough power shards to do all this. Alright, so all of those other ones will just go off over time. Should be fine though. Do the same here then. Be nice to get a stable power line for once in this world, since we've upgraded to 1.0. How many power shards left now? 30. I am actually blowing through them kind of fast. 64 there. Okay, that will be okay. Alright, one group left to do. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we can crack on with those ones. I'm sorry, dumb question. How do you swap between your different shortcuts for buildings? I see the circle on the left of your options being 2. Oh, this thing? Hold Alt, left Alt, and then scroll. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Facing the wrong way though. I face the other one the right way. Yeah. $1,600 divided by 3, 533.333 recurring. That's what we need for compacted coal, right? I want to ask about Rex, but if you recent update. No, I didn't really spend too much time on him today. He is just sitting in front of me. We did feed him about 2 hours ago, I think it was. Yeah, an hour and 45 minutes ago. And the camera was on for him eating. I don't mind chatting now that we've... Oh, look at that. What I'd like to see. Those other ones in the back, though, should actually fall off in a minute. And we'll get our true power line. Yeah, so just while we're waiting on that, Rex is doing good. He went to the vet for his 2.5-week checkup, I guess. He doesn't have to go back now for 4 weeks. So I think I talked about that last stream, actually. I think we'd just gotten back then. So he doesn't have to do anything for 3 more weeks. He's doing great. He's healing very well. His fur is almost like starting to cover his scar, so that's nice. He's got a really big one on his like right hip, and then a much smaller tucked away one, which is like if this was his leg, it's like goes along here, like on the inside, and it's like a gnarly kind of scar there, but you can't really see it much already. But that's the one where it's like he'll have trouble probably his whole life bending his knee a little bit, but his hip should be okay, generally speaking. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. He's eating really well. He's starting to get along with our cat a little bit better. He's very hyper and active all the time. Well, he's sleeping now. He's like really chill actually. But like when he's down on the ground, like we're giving him attention, he's like super active. We bring him out of his room into the other part of the apartment. He's like, you know, very hyper. What we do is we put a harness on him. He looks so cool in his harness. It's like a little tactical vest almost. He just looks cool. Something about him when he wears it. The other cats, like, I don't know, they look really uncomfortable in it. He just looks like a little police cat or something. Anyways, we bring him out in that because it kind of restrains him and he makes him not want to have as much free movement. So it tends to calm him down, I guess. And we've been doing that to make him get along with our other cat, and it's been going well. Like, he's getting along with her much better that way. Or because he tends to want to jump on her, and she doesn't really want that. But she's not afraid of him. She kind of comes back out and sits with him and stuff. But if he's hyper, she like runs away. We're trying to get them just a bit more calm with each other, and like to understand like this is her space too. You know, you gotta leave her alone. You can't just jump on her and stuff. Anyway, long story short, he's great. He's very cuddly. He's super affectionate with me. He's just sitting there right now, just licking himself. And he's enjoying his toys. He's eating well, and he has to go back in 3 weeks to get his X-ray. So in 3 weeks, we'll have to be there for an hour. Because he'll have to be sedated, and he'll be given an X-ray. It's funny, when we brought him to the vet, he just fell asleep on the table anyway. So I was like, maybe he doesn't need to be sedated, really. But he probably will be. Anyway, in that case, you have to wait for the sedation to like kind of take effect and to wear off as well. So we have to be up there for like an hour and just hang out. And they'll use an X-ray then to see how like the bones, if they've refused. So basically, like his bone like snapped out, like really far out on his leg, and there's metal rods that have now realigned it and kind of just brought it in together. Because he's a kitten, the hope is that like, yeah, it should just like bond and heal fairly naturally. And if that's the case, they could even remove the metal rods. It was just like they're there to keep everything in place. But if the metal rods and if his legs have grown just even a little bit in this time, the rods might not even need to be removed at all. They could just stay there forever because it's like they're not causing any problem. They'll be out of the way. However, if his leg didn't grow at all, apparently the rods might be just slightly touching the edge of like the joint. So it's like you don't want the rods to be sticking out and causing friction on bones. So that's when they do a little mini surgery just to pull them out, which apparently is super easy. They say like, we know exactly where the incisions need to be making. We literally just pull them out. It's like, okay. Anyways, that's a lot of information, but yeah, so he's doing very well. He's healing great. He's in good form. He's responded well to all his medication. He was kind of off painkillers for 1 day, and he seemed to be kind of at his leg, so we bought more meds for him, and he's back on it, but in a much reduced quantity, and he seems pretty happy. So yeah, very, very good. And he's super playful, isn't he? Obviously, being a little kitten. Alright, let's check these things. I can't believe these other ones are still burning in the background. I guess there's still turbo fuel chucking about in those pipes. Yeah, because you expect to see this number kind of come down. By the way, it's not showing me the number on the right. It's only if my cursor's in the middle or the left. I don't know why that happens either. These ones, yeah, we expect them to all turn off. Looks like they just did, actually. Nice. These will all do the same as they run lighter and lighter on the turbo fuel. So, oh, I guess I could just work out what we should have. So, 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, 80. I thought it was 60. So, yeah, 80 generators running 555.6. One thing about him is he doesn't know he's injured, right? He wants to jump and play around. This is him. And I've seen him do one jump. And he wasn't supposed to. He jumped from my chair's arm over to like a windowsill. So I bought him like a little step ladder. So hopefully he'll just use the step ladder. He doesn't want to jump. You can tell like he's really apprehensive about it. He's only ever done it once. So anyway, this place makes 44,000 megawatts of power. That just seems really high. Because apparently with rocket fuel, we're only going to go up to 60,000. My math off? 16.67. That is correct. Oh, my math must be off. Can't be 80 generators, can it? Oh, no, it's not 80. It's 40. That's more like it. Yeah, 22,000. So yeah, we'll be tripling it. That makes sense. $28,000 is our total network, because yeah, we have other places making a little bit. So yeah, that seems about right. Don't know why it dipped down and then came back up. The other place might be fluctuating for all I know. I can't even remember where. Oh, it's the coal power plant, isn't it? I think. I'm sorry it's so noisy, but yeah, what I'm looking for is just getting rid of those green lights. Seems like it's gone on every row except that one, so that might be why. Just a little bit of turbo fuel left. And then we'll just save it, and that'll be it for today. I want to ask about... Oh, sorry, I read that already. You nibbling at your fingers? No, he licks my hand a lot. He keeps licking them. And he always does soft paw, so he'll sit on me and he'll like start putting his paw up in my face. So he's really cute that way. I cup him like a little baby. Because he's got no fur on his like back. And his bum. So I'll like pick him up, put him here. And I just kind of cup him and he loves it. I don't do it. He's the one that wants it. Our other cat, Nyx. I love Nyx. I mean, Nyx is like the best cat ever. And I'll never get over it. But she didn't really like to be pet that much. She would come to you if she wanted it, but quite rare that she wanted to be pet. But he's like super like affectionate. Like even as a kitten, Nyx didn't really want that. That one's still on. Yeah, he seems just really friendly to humans and very playful. And very relaxed. It's very easy to manage. He loves everything he eats. He plays with any toy you give him. He does just want to get out of the room, and we have to tell him no. But other than that, he's great. Alright, that should be it. That should be the power plant now running at its true power. However, once... And sorry it's so loud, but once we make the turbo fuel, I think we said something like 12 per row. It'll be 13 per row, so really it's like 6.5 machines. At the moment it's 5. So we don't even need to go that far down. We can actually cut off a whole back of the plant if we needed to. Now we've got a really stable, like, well, generally stable power line. Much more reliable, so we could turn on more things. We could go back to the... Actually, I might just... I know I keep saying I'll do one more thing. I have one more thing to do. We're going to go down to the... not quite the copper factory, but next to it, and turn that back on for... Because we can. Because for the longest time I haven't been able to. So I want that last little payoff. And then we'll call it there for sure. And thank you. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. Yeah. So after his x-rays and everything get done, the vet was saying like, yeah, if he's all good after the x-rays, then hopefully we could just, that'll be it. You know, just get him back to being a normal cat. We'll get him some insurance. And then it'll just be ours to figure out, like, to get him to ingratiate with our other cat. And then we'll make our, hopefully with whatever we got left over, right, we'll do our donation to Cats Protection for all the excess money that people gave. Which I think is somewhere in the realm of like $2,000 at the moment. Like excess. Oh, and rather excitingly, for me anyway, what's kind of, it seems like I'm finally going to be moving upstairs. We're just moving, we bought an apartment. We haven't paid for it yet. The plan is this week we should be paying for it, or maybe at the beginning of next week. And it's to the apartment above me. So I'll be finally not renting for the first time ever. After like, I've lived in England for just over 10 years. I think I've spent maybe £80,000 sterling on rent. My own rent alone. Something like that. At least 10 a year. So it's actually... Well, actually, it's not always been 10 a year because I used to share rent with someone else. So yeah, about 80. But the mortgage that we're getting should mean that we're paying less monthly than our rent currently. That's great. So I'm really excited for that because like it'll take a lot of financial burden off me to be able to hopefully, if not the same but lower, is all I'm hoping for. It certainly shouldn't go up. And thank you, yeah. So hopefully it all goes smooth. We got an offer accepted in January. Getting close to May. Feels like. We just grabbed that actually because we do need some power shards. It's been a really long process. It actually wasn't really our fault, and not to go into too much detail, but it was certain things that they hadn't done, that they had to rewrite certain things into their actual lease. We're purchasing an apartment, so it's a leasehold. It's like a 100-year lease or something. And it was missing certain things or something, so they had to like write stuff in, which takes like weeks and weeks, so it kept delaying everything. And I feel bad for them. They had a place lined up that they wanted to get, and they actually moved out already, hoping that this isn't going to fall through. Because we could say, oh, you know what, it's not going to happen anymore. They would be so screwed. So they really came to us like, and we're like, are you sure that this is you're gonna get this? And we're like, yeah, we're not looking anywhere else. We just want to move upstairs. We kind of gave them our word that it's gonna happen. So they moved then. So I'm sure they are waiting, like biting their nails, just being like, I hope this doesn't become a nightmare. And hopefully it won't. I have a pet cat who was astray and he has sneezing issues from being out in the cold during winter. Just house her when it's cold and let her out when it's warm. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, we're gonna try to acclimate him to be an indoor cat. I mean, so far he's living in one room and he seems fine. Not like scratching at the door trying to get out or anything. And he seems happy here. He's getting well fed and everything. He wasn't quite a stray. I'm pretty sure he basically lived in the people that lived below us, lived with them. But I think when he got hit by a car, they just didn't want to run up to it. I think. I could be wrong, but you know, it's all signs really do point to that. Alright, there we go. Hopefully still under the line. It all depends when all these machines start firing again. It's so annoying I can't hover over this part of the thing. It's like this is in the way or something. There we go. It'll be fine. And now we've got Mark 5 belts. I could actually turn the whole place on. Half of it's off because we didn't have the belt speed to support it, but now we do. Nice. And with this draining out of here now again, the copper Caterium factory will kind of come online, so a few things will all kick into gear. That's great. Got a semi-stable power back. I'll check in on why it's fluctuating. I think it's the coal power plant, probably. I don't think there's another power plant in this world. I'm surprised coal would be fluctuating. It seems pretty straightforward happening down there. And then it's just the current turbo fuel. Yeah, that's it, really. I don't think there's anything else that would cause power generation to fluctuate. Oh yeah, I guess we've got trains moving. They cause power to go up and down a bit, don't they? Yeah, I think he's acclimated already. Or he's just like, this is great. Maybe just a little vacation. I get food. It's warm. I'm not being hit by a car. Yeah, the amount that's changing, 55, 988, 055. $33. Nothing would make that amount of power. Like a coal generator is 75. But one of those going offline would be more bigger difference than that. And that's a normal generator going off would be 625. Oh wait. Sorry, I'm not doing that right. 67. Really what it is. 67. Still don't know. A coal generator clocked to 88%. Oh, maybe it is a coal generator then. Oh, yeah. Okay, it's a coal generator going off. Well, at least we know. Anyway, sorry, I think I missed. How much power did you end up making? We haven't done the turbo fuel yet. That'll happen tomorrow. The rocket fuel. We're very close to it, though. It's just a matter of making nitric acid now. That's it. And then it's... Once the nitric acid is made... So basically, we need to make iron. We have the gas coming in, and we have water nearby. Put all of those into 4 blenders, and we'll have enough nitric acid to feed all the other blenders that we have. That will then reroute the turbo fuel that we have currently into there. That will make rocket fuel, and then we'll reroute the rocket fuel back to the existing generators. But the switchover will be a little complicated. I might turn this factory off again, just so we save power, and anytime the power goes down, the batteries will flare up. Hopefully keep us going, just while we do that little exchange. Shouldn't be too bad. We can do one line at a time if I really wanted to, actually. To be able to play it safe. So that's going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. UK time, or maybe even earlier. But around 3 p.m. Definitely no earlier than 2, but yeah. That's UK time. So much to do in all these places. Alright, that's going to have to be it. By the way, what's the best approach to get more Mercer spheres? Use Satisfactory Calculator to see where they are. So, if you go to satisfactory-calculator.com, click interactive map up on the top here. I know I'm blocking a part of it. Drop your save game here. Alright, so find your save game, Google it if you don't know where it is. Drop your save game there. Toggle artifacts, toggle Mercer spheres. You'll see where all the Mercer spheres are in the world, but it'll show you the ones you've got. So you can just see which ones you don't. And then go get them. Grab the object scanner, click it to Mercer sphere, and start running around to places that you haven't got yet. That's probably the best way you can do it. My experimental save won't load in Satisfactory Calculator anymore. Mine does load. It actually says up in the top right, buildings from a different update. You can toggle them off. Mine loads, but yeah, I don't know why. What? So the only new objects in the game would be like the cosmetic options, and then the priority merger, and maybe it wouldn't recognize a vertical splitter, like as an object ID. But everything else should load. But you know, if it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't know why. I don't know if they've put out any information about when it's going to be updated or not. Only updated when needed. Data is updated until build 373718. Yeah, we're on 404994, so we're ahead. But mine does upload. Alright. This was saved. If it wasn't, I'll just save it again to be sure. So this is stream 8. I'll upload this to the Google Drive so people can mess around as well if they want. Won't forget, I'm going to do it right away after we end the stream. Top right in the calculator says game branch stable. It also has 1.1. Oh, does it? Okay. Well, yeah, all I know is I've uploaded my save to it from 1.1 and it's displayed just fine. Although we've seen that the hard drive sites are slightly not accurate, but other than that, it's still loaded okay. Alright, well anyway, that's going to be it for me. Thank you very much for hanging out with me today. And yeah, I feel like we actually did get a decent amount done. Tomorrow, exciting times because we get finally rocket fuel up and running, see it for the first time, and boost power so much so that we can then start to go into factories and turn them all on. Especially with all the alclad and everything we made, we can start upgrading all those belts in the copper deuterium factory. I think the copper factory alone is like 25,000 megawatts. It's probably running at half capacity now, so it'd be nice to just get the world running. That's the goal. And then we can start advancing, I suppose. But it would be nice, just turn on all the machines that are like sitting around idle and really crank it. You get me. Alright, that's going to be it for me. I still don't have the credits ready for today, but they'll be ready for tomorrow. I actually updated them, but I haven't I haven't made them into images yet. So they'll be ready for tomorrow. No more credits for now. They're updated on my strategy channel at the moment, though, if you're watching the Rome 2 series. Alright. Good night. Have a good day. If I don't see you, have a good weekend as well ahead of time. Bye-bye.